Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is European Halo. We are back. I'm Captain James Force. This is Halo Monkey Man. And my friend, I am so excited. We smashed Arlington. We were this close, Monkey Man, this close to getting EU in the top 4. Stupid optic. But hey, we're back.
You know what? I'm so grateful that everyone found out how cool the social media manager is for Nemesis. By the way, everyone was jumping on that train, and they were putting out some great memes. But Europe did put up a great fight. Optic got in the way, but you know what? Hey, we got another open right around the corner.
Hey, you know what? We got more maps than Optic did. So suck it. So suck it, Optic. Nemesis getting it done. Z10 also there, right? Like not to sweep them under the rug. Unfortunately, Z10 got 0 mainstream time, which is something we're gonna have to change because that was kind of sucky. So we're gonna try and sort that out. Do our best. BH3, unfortunately, the Sun Rizzler was winning a basketball championship. And a French LAN. So I couldn't attend Arlington. So they unfortunately did not make it out of the open bracket. Passion United, I heard, being EU's Nemesis once again down in that open bracket. But hey, like you said, Dreamhack Dallas is around the corner. We have an open this week. We have a qualifier next week. And there's Dreamhack. So very, very little time, actually, to get this sorted. But let's get into it. Shall we look at some rosters? I think, to get this underway.
Let's go ahead and check them out. Yeah, we've got Lowland Diamonds, as we've got Bucky, Pavavoom, Silence, and Cloudy Sensei that'll be repping here in round number 1 of our first open bracket. They'll be going against Deactivated with Capo Criminy, Remy, Dream, and Square Melon. So this matchup in particular will be our first. It will be into a best of 3, and we'll be starting these off with at minimum the first 2 maps guaranteed: Live Fire, King of the Hill, and some good old Slorigin. If we go that far, we can get some neutral bomb, and we actually got to see some teams that know how to run some neutral bomb assaults to be able to make this one far less painful. So, but we'll be starting with King of the Hill first.
Mate, it was actually so sick to watch like teams in those pools. Like you really saw what it was like where teams could actually run bomb and could properly play bomb, right? I also saw some open bracket games that were like 3 hours for a BO3 or something because there was a bomb in it. So not always going to plan, I would say, not always kind of working out, but yeah, it was pretty sick. I thought it was a really fun watch. Of course, you know, for all those, the green wall doing what they can, having to blow up a transformer just to stop Nemesis getting it done. Optic green wall needed optic power wall at Arlington to sort that out. But mate, what did you think? You know, first LAN back. How did you? Any teams, you know, EU or NA that you thought did really good? Any that you thought were pretty bad? LG.
Look, actually, you bring up LG, and that was one of the feistiest matchups I saw against, I think it was the Lottom SWAT team. They were yelling at each other. The coach was getting into it from behind that line. So that was crazy. One team that, you know, ended up into a very deep game 5 that they ended up losing by 1 point against Z10 was TSM. And TSM, I felt like had left a little bit on the table. Gen G, they were in some deep fights. Complexity was forcing a lot of play. So that's actually what kind of showed up to me. But what's showing up for you guys, we're going back to some European goodness as we'll get on to Live Fire. Remember, it's Deactivated, it's Lowland Diamonds, and some early trades. Gotta get on this hill.
That it will be. And yeah, I'm excited, mate. I'm excited to get back into it. Like I said, not too much time, right, between between Arlington and Dallas. Only a month. Dreamhack gonna be pretty sweet, actually. I'm kind of excited to see how that goes. Like, I know a lot of other games are gonna be there as well, so I think that's gonna be really cool. I think COD is gonna be there, right? I know that CS is gonna be there. ESL Impacts, like female CS is going to be in there, so lots of things going to be happening at Dreamhack, so definitely an event to go check out. Deactivated, though, oh my lord, they basically almost have the entirety of the first hill, and Lowland Diamonds haven't really done much, Monkey Man.
No, their initial push was to go towards that camo side, so they're trying to get the utility while fighting against basically that midline of that sniper, and so all the attention went away from OBJ, looking just like my solo ranked games, and that's exactly where it ends up, a very fast first hill of contact. And like you mentioned, that Dreamhack Dallas, I got a few friends that are running the prod that's over there. It's going to be pretty sick. 360 for reasons, able to at least get the first kill, maybe get the follow-up as they bring out the, oh my goodness, they're going to be able to get the assist and survive. Criminy, I feel like should have hit the floor, but they're able to last a little bit longer.
Yeah, also, I see it in the chat, we have a brand new producer today, Infini, because literally there were a lot of people who couldn't make it today, but Infini stepped up, so bear with us for the first little bit while we sort out game sound, audio, all that kind of stuff, so let us know, you know, what we can be doing better. I already hear more game sound, which is nice, but yeah, Criminy, 5-1 right now, and look, Deactivated really rocking this hill at the moment, and oh, I thought that repulse might have got him, but hey, another assist, and yeah, it just looks it looks pretty easy right now for Deactivated. Oh, that's okay, well,
yeah, Criminy doing criminal things right now. Oh, and tossing that nade out as quick as you can. So Lowland Diamonds living up to the name, trying to burst their way onto the scene, but they're being locked out at the door, and it seems that kind of Turbine is where they will stand. Being cut off from Keydor as well, already deactivating those shields. So as they've already postured themselves towards this third hill right now, this is some of the stuff that we got to learn towards that previous major. Not with these teams, but just with players overall. It's about getting that early presence and position that really wins the day. Love it with the camo. He has a chance to find another one, but they do slide and glide. Nice connection. They're putting pressure here out in mid.
Oh.
I'll win that one.
The windmill. But hey, I was about to mention it, but Silence does get off the donut. Will find a second one as well. Fantastic. You know, not only, you know, if you're not going to win this game, you know, it's important to get a little bit of momentum. It will be Deactivated, who do go 2 dead though, and Lowland Diamond's going to find some time in this hill, over halfway. Yeah, so far they just got a bit rocked in those first 2 hills, so like I said, good for them to be able to get some time. It is going to be Remy, who does not pick up the sniper in top mid. That is an interesting decision. Almost doesn't kill Bucky either. 2 dead now, Lowland Diamonds. The double kill, and look at the hill. Just, this is reminiscent of that first hill, Monkey Man. Almost there, but getting stolen by the other team.
Trying to at least get some progress. The problem for Lowland Diamonds is that the spawn position away from A is like basically the other side of the map, and you don't really have time to get there. So great shutdown by Deactivated. We're going to go into a toughie, though, as they'll have to hit out that sand hill just underneath tower. So there's a chance, especially with where the respawns were happening for Diamonds. But look at the reset. 3/4 of them already hitting the floor, and Deactivated has flipped this map completely around.
Yeah, that they have the old mud. Interesting you call it sand, you know, maybe we just get too much rain. We call it mud. So maybe we could use a little more sunshine.
You guys are a little bit more humid than where I'm at. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a shame, yeah. But no, beautiful sunny day outside, actually. Perfect for staying indoors all day and watching some Halo. But yes, it is going to be Bucky, who does have the snipe. It's going to be Dreams, though. Finds a kill. Oh, not even a trade, though, either. It is going to be Deactivated. 4 dead for the Lowland Diamonds. And again, a little bit of time on the hill, but Deactivated. 1 swift push. Oh, my God. Dreams. Putting people to bed. I can tell you that much, but Melon, 16-5. I'm hearing an M&K Demon. So, another one for the books, Monkey Man. Another check mark. Tick.
One gonna switch over to the superior format, and also loving to see some BR usage there. That just shows the power that you can get, especially when you get some jump checks, just to see if anyone's around some down and distance, and you get some free spread of damage. But they know that they need to get rid of Deactivated.
Oh.
Trying to be able to push up one more time is Melon, 16-5, looking even better as they add one more assist to the old stat line. They're burning some neutral clock, but they really could put this one away. Just making sure that Lowland never has a chance to get forward. Melon will pick up the S7. Who's ready to lose their head and maybe get a haircut? Can't quite switch fast enough. Got to get that mouse wheel faster.
Yeah, damn, that was real close, but it might be again. Lowland Diamonds really have one push at Mud, otherwise it's not going to really work out. The body shot, oh, the no scope as well, and that might have secured victory, and it will. In the end, deactivated. Look, the scoreline shows 4-0, but after those first two hills, it was a lot closer than that. Like the second and third, the third and fourth hill, I should say, could have gone either way, but yeah. Not to be.
It definitely was, speed check at the very beginning of the matchup. You don't really get a chance to kind of be ready unless you've been heated up into it. And obviously, Melon, 17, 5 deaths, really rocking and rolling this lobby. Everyone else pretty much in nice positive territory for the side of deactivated. And I'll subscribe to the minor bit of that they did start to catch up, but it was also about finishing those hills that really was the difference maker. 4,200 damage is huge. Also, I just got to see Vector put in all of, and shout out Vector in our chat, put in the list of everything. This is going to be the sweatiest Dreamhack I've seen in a while because GeoGuessr is going to be there. That's going to be wild alongside all the COD and Halo that's going to be played.
Mate, I'm there for the chess. All right, chess is the one for me. Yeah. No, it is interesting actually. Like, and I wonder if Halo is going to be affected by this as well. Is that if you look at all those things, like the Impact CS2, so the female CS2 is going to get their finals before the like main CS2 on the Sunday. So instead the show match is the final, but the other 3 days they're going to be playing behind closed doors, so they have no audience. So I wonder if Halo is going to have an open bracket that has no audience, or if people are going to see that as well, because there's not a lot of space at Dreamhack is what I'm hearing. So what I'm hearing is like there's not a lot of ground space where they can put audiences. So I'm hoping open bracket has audience, but I'm not 100% sure yet. So
see, what we need to do, if I think LVT was here earlier. If we can get anyone, because they've already shown us that they can do the live cam on the go when they have a power outage. Just have someone in the corner and just be like, all right, I see it from all their monitors.
With the binoculars,
just mobile cam.
Yeah, checking it out.
Sending a scout.
Yeah, little drone. No, that'd be sick. But hey, we still have a game to play. Origin Slayer is next up. Hey, I love this map overview. It's so nice. Yeah. Lowland Diamonds. Look, could have easily been 2-all in those hills and then really like pushed further, but deactivated that little bit more ice, right? Like you especially saw it in that third hill, in this kind of garage area. Lowland Diamonds were like 1-2 ticks away from getting it sorted, and unfortunately unable to, but I think that goes really well into the Slayer. If I look at this Slayer though, Origin, another sniper rifle, got to keep Melon away from this. Same with the Spanker, like got to keep Melon away from these power weapons, otherwise it's going to be a very, very bad time. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and if as a kind of a mix-up platform user between controller and then I've actually done a lot of primarily keyboard. I know you know my setup. I've been doing more mouse and keyboard recently. My control key just keeps falling off, but. You saw kind of towards the end there, S7 is basically a free shot from the hip. You don't really need to do any aiming, especially when you're rocking a mouse. So, yeah, you let that power weapon go to Melon, this is going to be a 25 bomb probably into this. You just need to cool those jets. So much presence on Origin is about not being contained in the box. Can the breakout happen from Lowland Diamonds? Well, they've now been given that initial heat check, James. And I think that, like, you know what? Okay, we took that and we were starting to catch up. But Slayer is about the ebb and flow of the waves, and you don't want to drown out if you're Lowland Diamonds.
Yeah, you want to make sure that, you at least put up some kind of fight and make sure that, you're at least putting in a good effort, right? Lower bracket going to be down there for those that... for the team that doesn't win. For the team that does win, though, you're up against Zero Tenacity. It's a little tough. I'll be honest. That's a difficult team to go and play against, right? So that's gonna be difficult. But here we are. That doesn't.
We have assault rifles.
That doesn't look like the right weapon.
That is not a bandit Evo.
If I'm honest. Yeah, I don't think that. Maybe Monkey Man, we're just getting a look into year 5. Maybe we're on AR starts.
Okay, all right.
And then everyone leaves.
Okay, 4 starter weapons. Need to know which one you prefer. We do sidekick.
Yeah, obviously.
We do bandit Evo.
Nope.
We do BR.
Nope.
We do assault rifle.
Nope.
Which one?
Sidekick. Sidekick every time.
Sidekick?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm also a combat evolved guy, right? So that thing was like a deagle out there. Yeah. I think sidekick starts. I like them. But yeah. What do you think in chat? What would you like as a start? That's the real question. See,
personally, sidekick and assault rifle. Give me both. Like just double whammy. Just get double whammy. Give me both so we'll be able to have the immediate switch. Because if you're doing the sidekick, we're gonna need to change the sandbox, and people got to stop GA and stuff if we're doing that because you need more of the actual precision weapons out there. So
bulldog.
No.
Bulldog.
Yes. Well, wait. Well, okay. You know what? I'll let the bulldog come back. I want my heat wave, man. Like stop.
Yeah,
stop taking that from me.
I miss the heat wave. I know.
Heat wave starts, says Tom, by the way. So that's
heat wave starts? No. The carpal tunnel that would come with pistol starts. Yeah, I can believe that.
The non-stop fire. At least it fires as fast as you click, okay? Or pull through.
Yeah, M and K is up huge. The faster you can click. Look, Wooten winning worlds if it's sidekick starts. I'm calling it.
You know what? Dual wielding sidekicks. Yeah.
Oh, man, you remember the old dual wield SMG days?
Oh man, yeah, it was OP to have SMG with pistol. Yes. Or no SMG and the plasma rifle.
Or dual needlers. Oh.
Okay. Why? Ugh, that was great.
Yeah, I mean, like, as in it was so overpowered. Like, it was horrible. Here we are. It's a Slayer on Origin. Oh my god, Capo with a double kill. I also believe it was Capo who was trolling with the AR starts as well, so I'm gonna blame that on them. Oh, Pavavoom, with the Spanker, a double as well, trying to find a triple. Lowland Diamonds, though, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a good start from them, not get, like, pushed, you know, under the rug really quickly. There is a sniper, finds one. Oh, the beautiful double kill killing spree. Hello, Pavavoom, welcome in. And a body shot. This is the Lowland Diamonds I wanted to see, Monkey Man.
6-0 to start things off. They stole that sniper off the rip. Criminy had at least grabbed it, but it was the Spanker that started spanking them, and now they've gone hunting. You don't want to turn over that power weapon. They eventually will fall after finding 7 kills on their first life. Double digits acquired in earnest by Lowland Diamonds as deactivated. Doesn't feel like they've even entered the lobby, but now we've gone to dead even as the damage begins to spread.
Yeah, that is crazy start from Pavavoom. Oh. Here's going to be Bucky. Just trying to find kills going down all over the map. A fantastic start for Pavavoom and the Lowland Diamonds. And look, maybe we do go to a neutral bomb. You know, it's early, but mate, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Now it's about, can they keep this up over the long run? We've seen, unfortunately, a lot of times with EU teams hit the 30 mark and then the gas runs out and the battery dies. So let's see if they can make it the whole way.
I truly believe 30 kills for Europe is literally when tea time hits, and you guys are like, hold on, whoa. Yeah, you just take a break.
I need my scones, darling. I'm done. Yeah,
it's a pre-designed nap time. Look, this timer also will be interesting because you're gonna have rocks come up first here in about 15 seconds. So everyone positioning for Lowland Diamonds, well, at least for a chance to kind of chill on both of those lanes. Deactivated wants to poke at them, but they may be actually caught in a corner. You are getting caught cross-mapping between 2 separate positions, so that will be Bucky going down as he's trying to get up there. And that's a lot of Lowland Diamonds. That's 3 out. Deactivated has a chance to pick up some big weapons.
Yeah, Silence gonna get taken down, though. Back to just 2 kills. So deactivated, finding some kills, and that's not where you want to be if you're Bucky. 1 and 5 at the moment. We need to talk a little bit. Oh my god, they're just running the map. The perfect 4 dead and deactivated. It's like they've been activated right about now. I was going to say, Pavavoom was 7 and 1, by the way, and is now 7 and 5. So, having just, okay, make that 7 and 6. So, found 7 kills, has now found 6 deaths. Does have some assists, but yeah, not the way that he wants to go. Dreams, finding this sniper. Still has 6 bullets in it. It is going to be 2 dead for deactivated. Pavavoom eventually finds another kill. Dreams gets taken down with a miss as well. Can there be another kill here? But it is going to be deactivated. It's 26 apiece as Bucky starts to find some kills as well, Monkey Man.
We have tied both these teams at the navel, and they are getting their stomachs basically pulled around, having to tug their way out. And that's the difficulty, is that this one was a long stretch initially for Lowland Diamonds. You had mentioned the long streak. We call it the reverse cycle, when you die too many times in a row, trying to be able to clean things up. Can they get the double kill? No. But yet, deactivated is peeling out this lead. Lowland Diamonds, it feels like they're not controlling how they're going into the majority of these team fights, whereas deactivated is finding the 1vx against them to work out. There's no extra weps. They're trying to find this from a high ground position. They missed the melee. Oh my goodness, trying to get away with splash damage, and they survived that.
Pavavoom, excuse me? Like, falls like literally next to a deactivated player and yet still survives and kills him? Oh man, alright, we've officially entered. It's not the Twilight Zone, it's the nap time zone. Oh my god, how did Melon not even get a trade there? That's crazy. Deactivated. Still 1 kill up. Pavavoom has found a couple of kills, but to go 7 and 0 to 9 and 8, that's yeah, that'll hurt anyone. Dreams, gotta make sure he doesn't fall off the map. Spanker is there though. I believe it's in the hands of no one just yet, actually. I thought it would be deactivated, but we're not there yet. A reversal. 37, 34. Make it 38. And now deactivated. A 4-kill lead. He's trying to go for the rocks, though. Oh, man. This is getting a bit squeaky bum time, Monkey Man.
Yeah, they're getting very, very close. They're trying to work on this hill and get there. They do, in fact, get a trade. Gonna crest into 41st if they have anything to say about it. And look how, again, they're controlling map spacing. Those rocks are gonna be up here in just a second for anyone to grab, but they're making sure that it's
still there.
We've seen that from the best of these teams. They're playing ring around the rosy. Get there faster.
What am I watching?
They do get taken down. Oh my gosh, you gotta be a bit quicker than that.
Oh my god, that is peak diamond gameplay, my friends. Where's that in HCS? I ask you, where is that? Remy does find silence. I think the snipe is also on the map as well. Well, there's the rocks. Remy gonna find a kill. Oh, this one might be home and hosed. You can't let deactivated get both power weapons. The push coming in now. It's 46-39. I don't think there's a way that Lowland Diamonds can get back at this. A couple of kills from silence though. 47-41. Dreams trying to get away. Does have no shields though. Will Lowland Diamonds push? Deactivated have found a way to find some kills. A trade coming in. Trades will do it. Another one. The body shot and the trade. Oh, it was getting close, but deactivated. Find a way. 50-43. I swear those rockets were on that pad for about a good minute before someone picked him up, and in the end, deactivated, claiming both them and the snipe, getting it done. But, whew, that was close. Silence, 16 kills, but yeah, Pavavoom went 4 and 13 with 7 assists after that opening 7 kills, Monkey Man.
Wow. Hey, but you know what? We were given a challenge to say Pavavoom, 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 and I did it. So there you go.
I'm proud of you.
It was going Pava great for the first minute or so, but that also shows
and then
how early positioning but then it went Pavadoom on the other side of things. So Melon continuing to crest over that 4K damage mark. They go 4.6 this time around. And again, with at least 17 kills to add to that collection. So it's a quick 2-0 here by Deactivated. And they'll be, I guess, staying away from Neutral Bomb. Great first start, and honestly, a heck of a fight, but it ended up being that power weapon trade-off that was really the doomsday for the Lowland Diamonds.
Yeah, in the end, deactivated, sorting it out. They deactivated Lowland Diamonds. But, guys, we are going to throw to a break. When we come back, it is going to be winners bracket round number 2 as we follow this all the way. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
That didn't get a million views in 2 or 3 days. You know what I mean? But Walshy's montage was that huge at the time. Everybody was talking about it. I remember he like teased it for like a few days before, like Walshy montage drops on Tuesday, the whatever, you know, I forget what day it released, but no, everybody was watching it. We would like group up in voice chat and then like have it paused at 0 and then all hit play and watch it together. Like I'm pretty sure that's what we did at the time. Whoever my teammates were and like whatever my online friends were, we would all get into a party on Halo 2, all have the video paused, and then all like count down like 3, 2, 1, play, and we all watched it and like reacted to it together. And we're just losing our minds the whole time. Like,
with the release of a new game also meant a new generation of editors and montagers, and for the first time in Halo history, we were introduced to theater mode. With this tool, editors took montages to the next level.
You may know me as Muggsy. What I've done in this space, I mean, I've made probably way more videos than I should have, if you ask me, looking back. And I mean, that's pretty much it. I've been a Halo player since Halo 3, and I never looked back, so.
Theater within Halo really allowed montages to evolve to more than just a series of clips put together. It almost turned into a cinematic experience that took the viewer through the story the editor wanted to tell. This could range from amazing MLG clips as a farewell to Halo 3, like in Legacy edited by Zola, or even a way to show and remember the good times within Halo, like Honbomb's This Is Halo series. Either way, it became a new way to communicate to the audience and tell a story. Alongside being on a new generation of consoles, as well as the amazing art style Halo 3 produced with beautiful maps that all have different personalities and bright colors as well as different moods.
It's, to me, had like the best art style, and it's just a beautiful game, like so many different colored maps. Right, and in editing as well, like it's kind of fun to mess with like the color correction and color grading, and like that's a fun part for some people. And it's like when you start to do that in a montage and you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like on Construct with the purple lifts. Like, oh, this looks sick. It's like, I don't know, it's just, that was way more prevalent in Halo 3 because, as you said, each map kind of had its own personality.
Even though YouTube was out and people stopped downloading these montages onto their computer and were able to just stream it, all of this would still be communicated through the forums, and more specifically, the Halo 3 forums.
Halo 3 forum during my time, and then it became the Halo forum. And then it like changed completely after like different people took control and everything. But when it was the Halo 3 forum, that was something special. Like that place was, I missed that place. You had to be there to actually know why it was so special, but everyone there was just there for montages. I mean, there was other off-topic parts of the forum, but people were there for montages, and there were pages and pages of discussion of like just montages. So like if a new one came out, you would make a new thread in the montages section or whatever, and you would post a link to your montage. You would talk about it. Here's a link to the YouTube where you can download it, and then people just comment on it, and like there'd be pages, and like I remember there was only like 10 responses per page or something, so like it was a big deal to be a comment on the front page of the montage thread. And so people would immediately, once a montage, like a good one got posted, they would immediately make a post that was EWD, edit when done. And so they would reserve their spot on that list, on that front page, and then watch the montage, come back, leave their feedback. Oh, this is amazing, this is whatever, just so that they could be on that front page. Because like that's how much people cared back then. Like you would have your, you could give reputation per post. So like it encouraged people to talk and give feedback and just post. So like someone has high rep, they probably know what they're talking about. You would ask someone with more clout than you to post your montage as a way to like vouch. Like I remember asking Dutchy to, hey, can you post this montage that I edited? Because like more people will click the thread if they see you posted it.
To add to this, during this time, MLG was also at its peak, which allowed for the showcase of some of the most insane plays along some of the best players, which also spawned the era of some of the best team Tages in gaming history. With the likes of Frenetic Array to Straight Rippin to the Status Quo montage, all very different in personality, yet all 100% MLG, and all against some of the best players in the world. Montages were at the height of its popularity, and insane projects were always in production, and naturally, this meant that some projects would sadly fall through.
It wasn't my project necessarily, it was going to be a bigger project. It was called Blacklist, and this was a project that Zola was putting together. And it was 10 different editors, all editing 1 minute, where every part of the, like everyone's edit transitioned seamlessly into the person before and after them. And so I was one of those 10, and it just never, like, I don't know how it fell through. I definitely never finished my edit.
Around the release of Halo 3, YouTube would blow up in popularity, and this allowed people to share their montages much easier than before. This also led to the birth of possibly two of the most important channels in Halo history, FB Walshy FTW and Air Guitar 901. Nowadays what they did would ironically be considered stealing content, but back then it was an honor to have your content on their channel. These channels would almost be like a time capsule to old school Halo today. As Halo 3 came to an end, the cross-section of both quality of clips as well as the skills of an editor was at an all-time high. Alongside the popularity of Halo just being out of the world is something I doubt we'll ever get to experience again, as the stars just aligned so well with the montage scene.
Like the height of the scene for me, I think it has to be like the tail end of Halo 3 into like early Reach days. But I think like if like I had to show someone one Halo montage to be like, hey, this is why Halo montages are fucking sick. Like, you need to watch this one. It's probably something Zola made for sure, but probably Legacy. Halo 3 Legacy. Because that one, it's not only competitive, it's like some social stuff, but it like perfectly encapsulates like what a montage is and should and could be.
Halo Reach, although not the most popular game in the competitive sense, and by far the most dull-looking game when it came to MLG montages, as the maps were all grey, still had a very high quality and healthy montage scene, with MLG montages from a lot of the top pros coming throughout its lifespan, such as all of Ninja's montage, Straight Second Prototype, as well as a new generation montages coming in with the likes of Axillo, Cause of Hell, Trank, and your usual people such as your Dutchy, your Campy, etc. Reach as a whole did a good job at writing off what Halo 3 gave it. As Halo Reach was nearing the end of its life, it did end with a bang. Avengers, a montage edited by Muggsy and CJ New for Formal and Lethal was released. The energy around this montage alone was comparable to the excitement of some movies' releases, and will forever be in contention as one of the best montages ever made. Sadly, the downfall of montages would start when Halo 4 was released. This could be a combination of the population just leaving Halo or other external factors. Nonetheless, we saw a major step back.
I think it really started declining when the Halo forum as we knew it changed. And I know that's probably a weird answer, and I have more answer, like another reason, but to me the first like, damn, this isn't what it was anymore, was when we were no longer like on the haloforum.com, when it like changed to I don't know, like it, the way it looked and everything changed, the way it worked kind of changed, and then in that transition I think a lot of members didn't go over either, so it kind of like just became a shell of what it was, and so people stopped like really posting their videos there. But that was also at the time when like Halo as a whole was losing popularity, which really sucks because making montages in that game, I think, was could have been really good because the theater mode was great. I think there's like green screens you can put into the there's things like that was.
During the lifespan of Halo 4, a lot of montages will end up going back to Halo 3 and make content there, with brilliant montages such as Trank or Chris Q still producing content when Halo was at its most dead. We still have Ninja making montages, but the scene would find it hard to recover from this setback. Old Halo players being filtered out for new ones, or even online culture just being uninterested in making them as a whole. Not many people would pick up the mantle of montagers these days. As Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5, and Infinite would release, the population would continue to grow. We would still get gems from the pro scene, such as brilliant montages with Spartan the Dog, Ace, or even Frosty, but it's still sadly not as popular as it was to both watch and make montages.
I think it's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like, so there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of Noob Slayer 343 releasing trailers for their newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed18 making montages like it's 2006, or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snipetality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I've linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. It is HCS Open number 4 in the European Union and the UK and Ireland. No, Ireland's there. No, it's fine. Whatever. Hey, we got winners bracket round 2. We are going to get into it because there was a huge surprise today. I was expecting this to be final Moss. Jeez, we'll get there in a sec. Final Moss versus Margin. But Margin lost 2-0 to German Cube, which surprises me. So now it's the German Cube. It's the German Cube versus Final Moss. Winners bracket round 2. This is going to be a banger, I think. Final Moss, EU Assault, Percussion, Jayon, and Moss of the Final Moss. And on the side of German Cube, Sunny Hell, Horror, Escobar, and Wootler.
The Premium German engineering. You can't undo the cube, baby. And we're going to CTF Fortress to kick things off with some Charge Slayer right around the corner. If we get beyond a 2-0 shellacking, well, live fire strongholds will be there for us. But I'm feeling like either we're here for surprises, James, or we're here for a very short amount of time. I don't know which way to subscribe right now, but German Cube, pull it up when they needed to in the first round. Man, German Cube putting margin in the bin was not on my bingo card. Like, we'd already started filling out like margin on the sheet. Nope, they lost 2-0. So, you know, respect the cube where you see it. Yeah, I'll just delete. But look, Final Moss, different challenge. I would expect Final Moss to win this, but I don't know anymore, so we're going to see. But Fortress CTF, the least liked out of CTF by many people that you talk to. I'm seeing a lot of requests for Catalyst. People have been throwing up the Bazaar on Twitter, trying to bring back Bazaar CTF. I personally disagree with that. Bazaar Neutral Bomb, that I'm on board with. That would actually be really fun. I feel like that brings a lot more like dynamic with kind of segmenting the map more than these kind of weird open resource styles that you're getting for the bombs we're getting. Like Aquarius, okay, that's your stock standard neutral. That's fine. Fortress, get rid of it. I would love to see, and Fortress, I mean, basically is the same sandy template that you get from Bazaar. So really just kind of flip that thing around. Fortress is like the fastest CTF you can actually have, depending on if you get good timing with repulsing the heck out of that flag out in the middle, and you just kind of thoroughfare that thing out. And it's also one of the most frustrating if you ever try to go to the outside lanes. It gets caught under bridges, and it feels like you never really get to kind of be started. And I mean, this game in particular can be done in about a minute and a half. With a few extra caps, depending on if you have that relay race all set up. Yeah, Fortress can go quick. Like what was it? Like the Forbidden maps. Like we've seen a couple of sub 2-minute Forbiddens as well. Yeah. Like that gets pretty nuts. So yeah, man. Like just bring back the good old days. You know, we miss. How do you know they were the good old days before? You know, you were out of them. That's the real question. Yes. CTF Zanzibar. Let's, you know. Oh no, Behemoth. CTF Behemoth. Oh my god. Or some Valhalla. What a have both flags nightmare on the top of a hill in the middle. Yeah. Oh, great. What a nightmare Behemoth was. That was horrible. Ooh. Oh man. Just where you get both of the elephants right on top of each other, and eventually physics doesn't know what to do, and they just explode and they go upside down. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Anyway, so we will be moving into that here momentarily. The lobby will be coming up. So, for Final Moss, feel like this team is going to be really decent about getting their way through this German Cube team. But German Cube, I mean, don't really have an expectation for them, which really means that there's kind of no pressure to kind of walk into this bracket and see what they can do. Winner of this one will face off against the winner of BH3 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you like your numbers, maybe you're rooting for upsets the entire day. Man, and BH3 get beaten by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we then go like 3 minus 3? Is it then just 1, 2, 4, 5, 6? So you like lose the 3? Yeah, because you beat the 3, it like cancels that out. Like. Well, or do you gain the 3 and it becomes 1, 2, 6, 4, 5, 6? Oh. Or do you add it to the end and it becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9? I don't know. That's yeah. Capture the flag origin, by the way. Yeah. Should be capture flag fortress. I'm pretty sure. Can't prove that. It's Origin having a Sandy remake. With, all the bricks. Sandy remake. Good looks. I mean, it's got the same weapons, no? Oh no, it doesn't have Spanker. Never mind. You should, every map should just have a 2000 I think is what 2006 remake with that sepia filter that Gears of War had. Oh, my gang. Yeah, everything was brown and yellow back in the day. Yeah, that was yuck. Right, Final Moss in the red, German Cube. I really want to do bad German accents, but that's just. I'm gonna have to put that one in the bin. Oh, hello. Oh, Jayon. All right. I see it. Calm down.
Gonna put the BR away. Gets another kill. Yeah, this is already feeling a little bit how I thought this might be going with Jayon finding some early kills. But hey, they've already got a flag pull in less than 40 seconds. And it's gonna be... Oh my god, there's only Jayon left alive. Can he put this flag in? The cube is coming. The answer's no. And the cube's sending it back as well. Hold on. This is not what I had on the bingo card again. Wait, what? What is happening? How are Final Moss one person left alive? What? Check the PCs, my friends. What is going on?
German Cube is 90 degrees of no. They are saying to Final Moss, inches away from getting that flag capped, and that one will reset for both sides. A goal line stand for German Cube as they infiltrate into deep red territory of Final Moss after they had stolen both the S7s, had the double power weapon differential, and then they got sat down by the German superiority.
Yes, that was, that was a little crazy right there. But hey, Final Moss are gonna put the Cube 3 dead, 4 dead, and now there is a flag pull. And can they make it second time is a charm. I think that's Camo as well that is just about to spawn, and it will. Jayon gonna grab it. Wootler finding some kills. I'm hearing he's an MM demon who has finally left MM. I've seen, if I look down the list, Monkey Man, I saw at least like 3 or 4 teams, by the way, that were like new. Like I'd never seen them before. So maybe some teams starting to finally try some HCS, which is nice to see. Moss get to stick, but Final Moss did cap that flag, and they are 1-0 up.
Look, all my homies love Halo, and I think even more homies need to love Halo even more. So I'm welcoming to all our rookies coming in with their new squads and being like, you know what? This is actually a pretty rad esport, and it's been a rad one. But we welcome you all the same. The spirit is there, and so it is for both these teams. We've got one cap by Final Moss. I think it should have happened a little bit sooner, but German Cube has shown some passion here recently. EU Assault trying to just glide around this map. Good combination kill from one of their teammates, but they get caught from the high ground. So now we go into what is kind of this neutral territory as S7s will be popping up, and Moss is ready to take a duel. Oh!
Woo! Yeah, that's, damn. That's, a bit hectic. Moss trying to work out where it is. I have to say, you know, margin losing 2-0 was a bit crazy. Oh, Moss, get in there, son. The reload, my boy. Oh. He's lost him. He's in the source. He's going down. And there is a 4-bullet sniper that has just been handed to the German Cube. We talk a lot about German efficiency. Let's see how many bullets they can make work. Well, just use fists. And they have a flag pull, Monkey Man.
Oh, but it went outside. This is going to be the tough path. I mean, obviously the mid path that goes under like that spiral tower is very difficult to get through because you have all eyes on you. But going to this outside realm, it feels like you're just covered. Horror knows that flag is underneath him. He wants to try and traverse. He doesn't want to give up this weapon, but he recognizes that the flag is going to be going down in about a quarter of time. I think he's going to let it re-ping and just kind of reset these spawns as well. Flag gets pulled from out of German Cube as Horror continues to at least lay out some damage. They do it twice. Good old spinning Spartan will see themselves go to space, and they're going to have to reset some blue flag before they go back out.
Yeah, flag will be returned. The no-scope onto us. Oh, what am I watching, my brother? Oh my days, Perk gonna find a kill. Yeah, Wootler going down. That's a hell of a name. As Wootler. And Horror, last one left alive. Final Moss, the kill count is only 1, make that 2 in the favor of Final Moss. Like, this is not as, like, look, when they beat Margin, I was like, okay. But yeah, Final Moss, this is a game. Man, I'm glad we got this one on stream.
Yeah, very, very true. But here's the problem, is that it's about the OBJ as well. They're going to have 2 fall off for Final Moss. Make it 3. Actually, this is a fantastic response by German Cube. They're going to get that flag very low. They're going to get a chance to grab it. No! Just as they were able to skip to their loo while they were dying there too. So, half the team falls for German Cube. Now, the problem right now is that they haven't gotten their own flag cap. They've done everything except be able to get themselves tied. Trying to take that extra chow, no extra shield to handle it against Perk. And Perk and Moss trying to keep this team glued together. They will have their flag at least taken off the initial point.
Yeah, what can they do? Perk gonna get taken down as well. Horror. Can he find one? No. Moss and Jayon gonna find kills. Wootler's gonna get one back though. His flag's still out.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Jayon finds the OS. His flag as well. Oh, that's not the way you want to pull that. Does manage to get the kill. 2 dead now. Need another couple of slays. Oh, that's always going to go only one direction. And it is going to be the pull. Is going to pull towards his teammates. Jayon does have the OS. It is going to go down, though, as he tries to get around the corner. And what can Final Moss do to pull this back? Another kill as well. You can see this getting returned. Snipes going down once again, though. The defense from the Germans is rock solid. It's totally cubular. Sorry.
They're using cubes and they're surviving day 1 on hardcore Minecraft. They're making sure that this isn't going to be just getting blown up by a creeper. And Final Moss, they've done a fantastic job of getting these pulls, but the German cube response has been that much stronger. Now, unfortunately, it's been counterplay from defense, but no offense to speak of except for maybe a pull or 2. And Final Moss has been dictating the pressure of the game. So we may be seeing a full 12 minutes. They have at least used and had I think the majority of the power utility and weapons. A lot of extra damage here from this top level of the blue tower, and that should pretty much clear the board. Now, with the way that they've infiltrated, you're gonna have a separation of spawns for German Cube, and that actually be difficult for Final Moss to get another pull.
Yeah, what can they do? It seems like forever these guys are fighting in this kind of bottom mid area. EU Assault gonna find the kill though. The big Dutchman turns around, finds another kill onto Horror as well. I, for one, Monkey Man, are excited for the perfect medals to start appearing, you know, like the little stars. Oh, it's going to be so sick. Although, if you look at the top guns like Optic, there's going to be a lot of stars in the chats when those guys play. Oh, Jayon, going to get naded. This flag's still out. Should be returning right about now, though. And the thing with German Cube, they're just not able to drag this flag any further. They managed to get off the base. Good kill assist there. A 2v2 on the map. Perk, last one left alive, is about to exactly signal where he is going to start a run with just him alive. That's crazy business. But he does get the flag out, but both flags have been pulled, Monkey Man.
The thing that we've seen with Final Moss is even when they have one or maybe even just 2 guys alive, they will at least force that flag to pull, because that stutters where German Cube can go to their own push. This is going to be a sneaky deaky. Could catch him from behind. They're going to take this duel, and because he's down a shield, he can start rocking with it. Now he trips in the garden. So that's going to be an awkward grassy position to have to both recover as well as maybe continue that flag run. Off angle here in a deep corner is Moss, 18 and 14, doing a lot of work alongside his brother and Perk, but that's 3/4 of Final Moss down. Being tagged with a 50 cal through the thigh plate will also make you difficult and limping. So they have a chance. They have about 5 extra seconds before the entirety of this team comes through, and now they're eating bricks.
Yeah, 3 dead for the cube. Only one side of the cube left. 1.25 sides of the cube left. I don't know. Yeah, maths. I have to say though, like, we talk about these guys, I feel like I've heard of some of these guys before. Like Sunny Hell, I'm pretty sure I've seen around, but yeah, these guys, I'm hearing that they were good at the start of the game. Is what the Sauna is telling me. So, yeah. Okay, they were placing top 24, like, at the start of Infinite. Like, year 1-1. Like...
Okay.
So, just haven't lost it, apparently. But, yeah, it is gonna be... They haven't lost it, but they only have 2 minutes before they lose this game. One flag in it still. Both teams with a massive amount of pulls. Sunny Hill, a little windmill and in the face. Moss gonna find a kill. Wootler gets assault. Sunny Hill, last one left. It's a 1v1 on the map. And he's going through bottom mid. He's getting the cover. He's getting shot in the back. He's going the long way round. Can he find a way to get this in? He's got no shields. They're going to score. It's one apiece with 1:15 on the clock. And oh my God, we could be going to overtime.
High charts and OTs, that's where the nerds come out. The numbers don't lie and the math is mathing right now. Even behind a bit in the slaying columns, German Cube, the OGs, they come back from season 1, said, you know what, not enough content. And now when everything's been refined, everything's been blind, you got Final Moss that has to deal with these guys. 4 down for German Cube. That allows Final Moss to press up the midline of this map. Stuck in the corner, and they put the baby in the bin. Jayon trying to be able to take these fights. This is been similar, but they get that pull. Can they continue to dictate overall slays against German Cube? They're trying to force Final Moss back. That may have done them in.
Oh man, one apiece, 30 seconds to go. The flag is going to get returned though. Perk, last one left alive. Oh man, 17 seconds. It looks like unless Perk can pull this flag in the next 13 seconds. Lots of pings going down. He's going to go down, and that might just signal OT unless they can get in there, and I don't think they can. 3, 2, 1. The flag pull at the end. Jayon. Oh my God, can he make it? It's the sudden death clock. They've got to sort this out. I don't think they can grab it. It's going to go back, surely. Surely it's going back. Surely we're going OT. The repulse as well. And we're going to OT. Oh my God, this is a banger.
You had to give it to them. The fact that they were able to find a lot of that S7 just primal damage, and then they were able to spin around, get the back tap off of the overshield. That's a quick kill assist. Everyone falling out. Half the team's down. They're vying for that OV to start things off. German Cube has basically not had it for the majority of this game. Final Moss has started with it. They went for power weps, and German Cube, they can actually steal out this game. What a shot!
Oh my God, Jayon getting it done. Finds the body as well, the kill assist. Escobar, last one left alive, barely said his name all game, and he's on 26 kills. We are at war in the fortress right now. It's going to be a miss from Jayon. Is that going to be costly? Yes, it is. He gets taken down with a headshot. Perk's on 29 kills, by the way. Almost the 30 bomb. It's going to be more targets than he knows what to do with, but Moss gets taken down. And here we go, Jayon, last one left alive. Got to get these kills. Finds one onto Horror. Does have no shield. Sees the nades coming up. Gets sniped by Escobar with the BR. And 3 minutes 45 left before we go to a full 12-minute reset. First flag wins. Oh, this is... We are in the trenches, Monkey Man.
I hope these soldiers brought MREs. They're going to need extra calories because they have been burning and running through so many of them. They know the extra callouts. They're trying to infiltrate through this bottom basement. Some good defense from out of Final Moss. They know that this next big push, they got to reset German Cube and give themselves a chance to really move up to the midpoint of this map. It was a great steal to try and force that overtime earlier, but they didn't complete the run. It was a last gasp heroic effort. German Cube has been living defense the entirety of this game. It was Final Moss that started with those pulls. And now from the high ground, German Cube is getting taken out. Double kill on its way. And Moss looking for the triple. Can't quite find it from the midpoint, but they take that OV. It doesn't get burned.
It's Horror who has it now. And they're going to push into this flag. Ooh, going to be trying to be sneaky. They've actually lost the OS already. So fantastic work from Final Moss to make sure that that gets put in the bin almost immediately. Horror. German Cube. There's so much going on. 2.5 minutes to go already. And this is getting pretty hectic. Oh my God, the battle. 32 for Perk, 30 for Moss, 30 for Escobar, and Horror's going to pull this flag. He's going to set it down. They're going to need a few more kills to be able to get this one done, though. And that is going to be sorted. And look, you can see Final Moss. They're getting shot in the back, but this flag's still out. Oh, no! Oh, Wootler's fallen off the map. It's not going to be a suicide, but Perk grabs the flag. The snipers are up. Can Horror get some defense going? Sees one. I'm not sure he's going to get the connect, though. He is going to find the kill, but this flag's going. This flag is going. This flag is gone, and Final Moss in an absolute war.
Oh.
He's going to get it done 2-1 in overtime. Oh, my God. What a battle that was.
Truly was. And you have to feel Wootler. He's probably like, no freaking way. He was trying to escape and be able to get the clamber and kind of, give himself that little aerial push to get back to it, get the grab, and get onto the ledge. 32 kills for Perk, 30 for Moss, 31 for Jion, but 30 for Escobar. Literally, these guys, everyone showing up, but that little extra death at the end there, that ended up clearing the lane that they took, trying to get that S7 on target, but there was just no way. We had, 5 players that were over 9,000 damage. Horror nearly up to 10.
You gotta give it to him, right?
Way to open up this best of 3. Yeah, that was, wow.
Oh my lord. That was insane. Also, speaking of insane, I want to bring a little attention to the bracket, Monkey Man, because Baxter's team, which is Baxter, Nemain, Zove, and Desire, lost 2-0 to, Specials, Mr. Baldo, Menzo, and Treflee. So, don't know what's happened there, but, I'm hearing it might have been a DQ because someone didn't turn up. Because there's no way Baxter's losing that normally. Can tell you that much.
That's a different way to go. Well, you know what? What a way to open things up. You have Fortress CTF. It can be the fastest. It can be the slowest. It can be the wildest. That's a way that I love to watch it if we're going to go full 12 and into an overtime. You had one little mistake that opened up an opportunity, and that's what was taken advantage of by Final Moss. Otherwise, German Cube, they've earned my respect in a big way. Hopefully, they're going to be able to continue doing so for not just me and you, but as well as everyone in the chat, because we're going to be going over to Recharge Slayer. So I want to see the early firepower out of Final Moss dictated at least the first pulls of that CTF. I want to know if they're going to be able to maybe clean things up and see if they can do the same here onto this Slayer match.
I'm hearing Nemains didn't get out of bed. Is what I'm reading. Yeah.
Naps are the bane of every esports player I've ever seen. I don't understand it. Y'all need alarms. Set 2.
Like how are we in year 4 of Infinite and people still aren't getting out of bed? Guys, what are we doing? Oh my god.
Look, as a man in my 30s, I have learned what naps are all about. You know what? You too, with kid.
Man, like, you have a kid suddenly and nap is like, whoa.
It's great. It's fantastic. You gotta learn how to nap, okay? That is step 1 of true adult. You gotta learn how to nap.
Just wake up before like 10 a.m. Like, I'm up at like 7, like mainly for the kid, but yeah, that's how it is. You know how it is. Guys, we're about to get into map number 2, I hope. We're waiting on Assault. And then we will be getting into this. Probably hitting the backyard weights rack. That's supposed to be weights. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
bench
I
press.
Thought you were I thought you were doing the 30-year-old. Like, this is how we. Yeah. That's how it is now. Yeah.
That's the
No.
Disco.
That's sad. That's disco for. Oh, you forgot the.
Yeah, the down and the point. Yeah.
Yeah. This is all we knew back in the day. Actually, this was taught to me by my mom. Wait, you get a little bit of this?
Yeah, you get a little bit of the roll, and then the like, and a little bit of the roll, and the yeah. You know it.
Then the walk like an Egyptian.
Yep.
Then I was taught by
the sprinkler
in high school.
Okay, that's fair.
Well,
that's fair.
Sprinkler, and then the weed whacker. You ever done that one?
Yeah, the bus driver as well.
Yeah.
You done the bus driver?
Bus driver.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, is that where you turn the
Yeah. Where you turn the head and you pull the lever. Yeah. I understand why he went to a fly through as well. No one wants to see that.
Yeah, you guys can't. Yeah, they can't handle this Riz. That's what it's called. Yeah.
Calpin knows. Calpin knows. He's in the 30+ category. He understands. He gets it.
Oh boy. Well, old heads aside, arthritis will not stop our youngins in this matchup as we go into some good old Slayer on Recharge. We're gonna be looking for the early fights around camo, and then how that blends into getting the shock rifle. That's how it always be.
It do always be like that. I've heard. But mate, I can tell you, this has been a freaking war, and like I am here for it. But yeah, it's been very hectic. So let's see how it goes. Final Moss on the board first. 4 kills. EU Assault woken up, found a camo. The best way to live, if I'm honest. So yeah, let's see how war this is.
Apparently, if I'm to read chat correctly as well, horror is also a mouse and keyboard demon. So
look at that.
Get to see. Yeah, so yeah, it's spreading.
One of
like
us.
Wildfire.
One of us.
Also 11-2 right now. Final Moss definitely showcasing that they know Recharge really well.
Yeah, they're not here to mess about anymore. 12-2. Jayon gonna go down. Sunny Hell, last one left alive. Escobar and Horror pulling some donuts. I don't know about you, but I'm not sure I've had German donuts, actually.
I didn't know Germans made donuts.
Probably consider it an affront to bread, I think, actually.
That's true.
If I'm...
I mean, is bread like a big deal for Germans?
Bread is like the biggest deal for Germans.
Is that like their food type?
Yeah, like
German?
bread, sausage, meat, yeah, beer, obviously. Okay. The third good food type, beer.
So that makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot of lots of hops, lots of wheat.
Yeah.
Actually, that checks out.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of how it is. But you might want to put the sandwiches away, my German cube friends, because it is 22-8, and they are, to call it lightly, getting slammed.
This is the Blitzkrieg, but the other direction. German cube.
Getting reverse Blitzkrieg.
Bashed in. Yeah, it's like a not Krieg. It's like a. Okay, they caught one man going to the wall. So they do have camo. Sunny Hell, the lone light in what is otherwise a dim and dark world right now for German Moss.
German Moss.
German Cube.
Final Cube.
Final Cube. Final Cube is a banger name. Tell me otherwise. That's a great name.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, the German Cube. They got to work it out. We're making chat hungry as well, from what I'm hearing. But look, hey, Germany's like a half-hour drive from me, man. Like, it's not that difficult.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy. Sunny Hell, the only one really putting up any resistance out of this cube. 8 kills. The rest of his team 6 combined. Meanwhile, Perk, of course it's Perk, 10-3, looking absolutely fantastic. And it's going to be Wootler who gets the back smack. He's going to get traded, though. Killjoy from Sunny Hell. Horror finding kills as well. This was like 22-8. Now 31-17. What do we talk about, Monkey Man? The mid-30s is where the naps happen.
It's true, but 22-8 and 31-17 is also still a 14-point differential no matter what you're talking about. So.
Yeah.
Fat maths. Either way, I think Final Moss is in a very supreme start. They won off the initial rip cycle. I think it was around that control room, trying to dictate anyone going for that camo position, and now up into top gold. They send one man. The bait and switch did not work out. Shock rifle in the hands of one. They get the chain lightning, nearly getting some extra damage out of it, as they had one man a bit too close. Another camo, and this goes to Moss.
Yeah, beautiful work from him. Shock rifle. Oh, my days. Still a 16-kill lead. Difficult for the Germans to overcome. Yeah, EU Assault. Trying to find some kills. Moss here with the camo and the shock rifle. The deadliest of combos! Oh, he finds one in the fadeaway second! talk about meat, but it might be time to get the barbecue out as a killing spree comes down from Moss. And we are looking at steak territory here, my friends, as the German cube getting absolutely mincemeated. 7 kills to go, and it was a war in map 1, but map 2 has looked far and away the home and host of Final Moss. That might even be a stick. It wasn't, but geez, it felt close. Gonna find 1 or 2 there. Gonna throw another nade in. Gets another kill with the nade. There's nothing that Final Moss can do wrong at the moment. Well, the barbecue might have to go back away, Mr. Monkey Man. But, geez, Final Moss have been slamming in this. I mean, Escobar 2 and 11 right now. Oof.
Yeah, Final Moss has been giving German Cube the sauerkraut pout. Can't be happy about nothing right now, and they just have to get 2 more kills to be able to finish this one down. They might even be able to get a steak-tacular depending on what the next few kills turn into. Gion hunting alongside a compatriot. They're like wolves in a pack. They're here to smack. They're able to get 1. It won't be a steak, but it will be quite the dominant showcase before Final Moss is moving on. That one, not quite killed off. It is taking its time, but I'm not going to be a believer until we get within 2.
Yeah. Get within 2. All right, they got a long way to go. Look, Final Moss. Final Moss. Anytime, guys. Well, it's definitely not a steak. Definitely can put the barbecues away. I see all the Germans in chat. Guten Tag. Welcome in. There we go. There we go. It's finally sorted. 50 to 36. Look, it was a war in that first game. That second game, it was 22 to 8 at one point, which is like that's an impressive smashing. Kind of whichever way you look at it. But let's look at a scoreboard and see. There we go. How good was that timing, by the way? 17 for Jayon, 15 for Perk on the other side. Sunny, look, 16 and 9 when you're getting obliterated is a fantastic effort. So, look, full respect there. And if we look at some damage, I can imagine quite a bit all over the place. Yeah, 4.8. Fantastic work from Jayon, 4 from Perk as well. Getting it done, dusted, and sorted. So, Final Moss, they are going to get the 2-0 win. But, mate, that Fortress CTF was probably one of the biggest wars that I've ever seen.
It was amazing.
Out of a map.
Yeah. Yeah, that one, if you wanted to see basically non-standard CTF from Fortress and trying every different way to play, and just loving some good Halo, check out the VOD and go look at that one, because that one was just fun. Had kind of a feeling that this one would become a bit more standard as we go to Recharge. But this now Final Moss team, they'll be running into BH3 to try and get their way from the quarters into the semis. Tough to be able to do, but there's even more Halo just around the corner, right?
Yeah, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we are going to watch BH3 Final Moss progress through the brackets. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG? Space Station.
No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Space
SSG.
SSG. Space Station.
Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
Optic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase. Phase Clan. Phase. Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it? There was a Phase didn't do a 3P or 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station out of it. Optic. Was it Optic? Optic. That was us.
Optic.
That was Optic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG. That one was SSG. The SSG Invitational was won by SSG. SSG. Space Station. SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it FaZe?
We're gonna go with FaZe.
It was Space Station, wasn't it? FaZe?
I'm gonna say Optic again. Oh no, FaZe actually.
FaZe. Optic.
FaZe.
That was FaZe. Optic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that Optic? No, it's FaZe. I believe FaZe won that one as well.
It was FaZe, wasn't it?
That was FaZe.
FaZe.
Also FaZe again.
FaZe.
Charlotte Major 2023.
Because I think Optic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
Optic.
That was Optic because they won the, yeah.
For some reason, that was Optic.
Optic.
Charlotte was Optic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was Optic.
Optic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Optic.
Optic as well.
Optic.
Easy enough.
Optic as well.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either was. Actually, it might have been. Was it Mindfreak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs. Because those were like the two big ones. And I want to say it's Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mindfreak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Minor from Mindfreak. They're like the only two ones that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mindfreak.
I'll say Mindfreak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode was on that, right?
Mind Freak? No, is it Chiefs?
Mind Freak?
Chiefs.
Mindfreak? The Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tabby Bucket. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time. Luminosity or Noble Game?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever Team Pathing was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity?
Knights? LG. PK?
Luminosity.
LG?
The Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights?
I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other game. Ascend.
That was Ascend. Quadrant.
Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend.
Valencia? Ascend.
Ascend?
Ascend.
Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas City was won by FaZe. Sentinels. That was Sen.
Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, is this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9?
Was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9.
Optic. That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9 again.
And that was Cloud9 as well.
C9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI ship administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop. I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just like rewatched those cutscenes like so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct.
The answer? Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's holy city, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreigner key ship.
See, I know this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
All right, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer? The Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I've never really looked at, to be honest. Man, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal Vector.
Hyperlethal. Hyperlethal. Yeah, let's go.
The answer? Hyperlethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up by Cortana? I'm gonna get mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
They were set on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh, come on. I have heard this one.
Was he born Stellar Makes Eternal Lasting?
How does the brain just go like into like overdrive when asking a question? Like you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer and the opposite.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillium.
Okay.
Maythrillium.
I'm not sure that. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillion. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Gilby Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows, as explained in the terminal. There to keep the Chief safe, even if...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We got there. Look, I want to listen to as much Halo history as the rest of you, because I also would have got 0 on that quiz. But here we are. It's winners' quarters time after the absolute war against the German Cube. Final Moss emerge victorious 2-0, and we are moving into a winners' quarterfinal. BH3 versus Final Moss, the final BO3 of the winners' bracket before we move into a semi-final BO5 and beyond. Mate, I don't know how much more war-y it can get, but I'm imagining a bit more.
You know, I basically, since I am, I know that some of you don't know, I'm an American. We know war. That's pretty much our entire business. So I'm ready for more. I'm ready for everyone to go out there and, continue to just fist fight until the last man is bloody knuckled and looking at the sky. But let's figure out who in the world we've got in the first place. We're continuing on with Final Moss. EU Assault said his computer was basically running on German inefficiency with Perk, Gion, and Moss, but all of them looked pretty substantial in that previous matchup when it came to the Slayers side of things. Well, let's see if they can get hot to trot, because they got BH3 in front of them with Sunrise, Bastos, Mose, and Septic. Some conversation of the fourth man changeup going into this one. Want to see if they're able to carry on some of that momentum. But you said it was a best of 3, so we got some maps on the way as well.
Yes, that it was. Septic stepping in for Pantho. I saw Warlord was playing with Pantho today. I heard there was drama, but I forgot to get the drama. So
you left the tea on the table.
Yeah, I left the teapot. Unfortunately, I was not able to go grab it. But we do have some maps. It is going to be an oddball on the recharge, so we're back on recharge. An Aqua Slayer and a Solitude King of the Hill if we need it. And there is potential that we will need it. I'll be honest.
Yeah, this does feel, with the way that we know that basically all 8 players across this map or across this lobby, that this could go the distance. It didn't quite do the same thing a little bit before, but that was because we put all our energy into the CTF of Fortress. This first oddball is going to be a nice measuring point, because you get a miniature BO3 inside of your BO3. You do have a reset point, and the prototypical way that this has been running, you start off with, setting your spawns how you want, oddballs acquired, and then you run either top gold or straight to long haul, go to reset of spiral, and you just run that pathway until it eventually sits on that elevator side. So if you can break that path, you have a chance to be able to kind of, usurp at least my expectations.
All right, you've set your expectations, so we're gonna have to see. Of course, back C, a very popular place, right? Being able to play the ball, always good. I've found always nice, right? And that's kind of what makes this map a little bit different from the other 2, I should say. That's what I love about oddball maps. They're all a little different, right? Live fire, a couple of spots to play. Recharge, 1 spot to play. Streets, no spots to play. But yeah, it works. Speaking of streets, we still haven't seen streets today, unfortunately. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
See, when do we see streets?
When do we see streets?
Hey, we do. It's coming up in the semifinals. That might be a spoiler.
Oh, and a CTF Aqua as well. Oh, they know me so well.
Yeah, but don't look at the first map mode combo of that. Just don't even say it. Don't even look. We don't have to
oh god.
We will have to worry about that, but just don't look.
Another war.
All right. Oh god. Well, we go out of the fortresses and we go over to charge ball. You got to get 100 points. You got to do it twice. And, you know, I just kind of wish they would turn Oddball into Griffball. It would be way more fun for me because none of my teammates never know how to play OBJ.
Also, I must say, the winner will play Zero Tenacity, who are already waiting. Nemesis are also already waiting on the top side of the bracket. So both of the top 2 EU teams are already waiting, it must be said. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Both of those teams, as expected, will be waiting there as it goes. But it is going to be a BH3 with the aforementioned basketball champion, the Sunrizzler, back on the team. And they are going to be the first ones with the ball in their hands.
What basketball position does Sunrise play in basketball?
He's like,
that's what I want to know.
He's like 6'3", so...
It was like a center? Or
I guess?
Kind of like point guard?
I don't know. We'll have to ask him.
Okay.
I will let you know by next week.
Okay.
For Major Qualifier. I'll tell you.
That'd be awesome. All right, cool. You know, especially if he gets a lot of ball time, that would make so much sense.
The man's like, this is my life.
Well, he's not playing ball right now. His teammate's playing ball. His Bastos is being told to take the back seat. Usually, he actually plays a lot more onto the shock rifle combination, but this time it's being held by Sunrise, and quarter is being held by BH3. They have, in fact, undone my expectations because we're not running long haul, which is locked down by Final Moss. They're keeping it over towards this this A and gold side, and wow, right in the lightning is Sunrise as a sorcerer.
The wizard, the lizard wizard, the Sunrise wizard. It is wizardry though that Bastos has been holding this ball for absolutely ages. 55 seconds! The fadeaway reversal killing spree from the Sunrizzler. He's back. Oh, man. Yeah, we missed him. This is not very close at the moment, it has to be said. It is going to be a trade and then a trade on a trade. Septic down here as well, getting used to this team too. I say getting used to. I mean, most of these guys have kind of played each other with each other before. Perfect. Beautiful from him. It's good to see Septic back, you know? It's feeling... Oh. It's feeling gross when he does stuff like that. I can tell you that much. No!
Septic a mouse and keyboard player? He definitely has the smoothness.
No. I don't believe so. Okay. No.
He's got a high sensitivity on his sticks then, because he is quick with it to be able to move into some of these angles. But, I mean, they got ball early. They held it down. Bastos got the practice having a three-point shot as he threw it out into a reset of the window. And now they got about 10 more seconds before this first round is done. We nearly went just a flat 100 seconds of this first round of Oddball. Trying to be able to clean up the remainder of Final Moss. They actually have taken on the other side of blue. Love that little bounce play. Septic showing that he has at least the jumps to work with, but can't come down with the kill. It does not go 100-0. We got something on the Final Moss.
All right, I was scared. You know, I was scared down there, Monkey Man. But well, ball is gonna get played. Moss finds a good double kill. Yeah, a good triple kill even for the over. Oh no, no denied. Oh, he gets the unofficial over with the trade, but oh man, I was gonna say, you know. That is going to be round one being done though. Yeah, kind of pinned out at the end, but Bastos collecting the ball. You mentioned MREs earlier. I know you served, Monkey Man. What's your favorite MRE?
Ooh, I'm gonna tell you what it's not. It's definitely not the omelet. No one should ever eat that thing. Also, they stole our strawberry shakes from us because they said they had salmonella. I was still willing to eat it. But my favorite one was definitely, I'm gonna say well, what they call lasagna. It was, yeah. So they tried to put it together, but it was instead of like the big platter of the breading that goes into a regular lasagna, they had like the little, I guess it was like almost like a bow tie pasta that was kind of with it. It was really good. Yeah. Now, you also, with that one, you got like a Kool-Aid packet, so it was like Gatorade. Triple kill, by the way, for Giant. He's trying for the quad, and guess what? OV is unlocked, and he's going to pick up the ball thereafter. So, hey, Final Moss can do it just the same.
Oh my god, MRE, MR3 more like. Damn, finds the overkill. Finds a bit of that. Oh, and another double kill. The man's found 6. Oh my days. BH3 in the bin. All right, my man. This man is eating well. I can tell you that much.
MREs have about 4,000 calories in them, and this man just got fatter off of some extra meat off the bones of BH3, but they're going to have to chew later because their teammate did go down. A little noob combo ready to go. Extra power, extra slaying. The shield goes and pops off. Trying to see and delay. I like the sneakiness. They drop off bridge, but they clamber immediately back on to take that fight. BH3 go 4 down. Final Moss replicating round 1, but in opposite.
Oh my days. Overkills will do that for you. Get the boys pumped up. You love to see it. Oh man, a triple into an almost over and then an over. Like, this game's having kind of everything. Oh, Moss with the fadeaway. This ball, though, coming down. Might be getting played, and it will be. Jayon is going to survive, though. Does get taken down. And it will be Perk who finds one. Can he find another? No. Septic bashes him. And it is going to be super close. But yeah, Final Moss really getting this second round all theirs at the moment.
I mean, they had to. If they just went quietly into round number 2, I was going to be very afraid as to what the Slayer was going to be looking like. But for the moment, we have a spark of life. Final Moss has those initial 40 points, but they haven't been able to find much more thereafter. The camo finally popped off of and away. Jayon trying to take on a distance fighting from that low side of red, and they know that they're coming at them. So they've got the plasma pistol. They couldn't quite get a full charge, so they had to handle what was left thereafter. This has been a very neutral ball, though. Everything has been Slayer-tastic for the last minute and a half, James, and H3 knows that they have to set them the right way before they ultimately pull that rock.
Yeah, we're going to see what they can do. 41-0. Still plenty of time left. Like, oh, nade's going down as well. Bastos. Mo's going to find the kill. Shock rifle, going to miss. Hits the second shot. Hits the third shot as well. Can't find the kill, though. And it's just waiting. Bastos will get the assist. It's just a waiting game, really. Now, BH3 starting to put their hands on the ball. Septic is going to find a kill. The green gun into the wall. That's not where you want it to be. Slightly suboptimal, shooting through the stairs. But Sunrise, hands on ball, and we have an almost tied game, Monkey Man.
So close, they had to ultimately throw it out. I think they actually could have kept kind of a handle onto it for a minute, but that has now navigated away from this gold setup over towards that top side of elevator, and they had to do that because they've taken away that long haul position. So Final Moss actually may have given an optimal spot for BH3 to do what they got. A good camo and information here from out of Septic. He's got basically the line call that they're coming out from that long haul, and he's going to stay topside batteries. Gotta be ready. Good splash damage, that forward nade check, and they get caught from behind. But look how this thing comes right back. Lead acquired by BH3. They're just about to get to 50. A nice double kill by Bastos.
Yeah, he gets taken down. I'm hearing from the peeps. Septic used to be roller at the beginning, but he's transitioned to M&K. Okay. So yeah, the movement makes a bit of sense. But no, back in ye old days, I knew him as a roller player. So. Okay. So he's joined the good side. He's joined the light side. He's one of us now.
Should just get him on like a Wiimote and a nunchuck. So see what we can. That's what it feels like when I'm playing. Okay.
That's because you have a terrible setup.
What do you mean?
Oh dear.
I broke into diamond with it. Be mad.
Anyway, talking about being mad, BH3 are on an absolutely mad run because I think it's 85 points to 1. If I'm
it was 3. They were at 41.
Okay.
So 3 points.
Still, 85 to 3. Hell of a run with 2 minutes to go. Final Moss. Got to put hands on ball. That's not going to help. Bastos gets one, but he's traded. Oh, Septic. Had a bit of the windmills. Nade coming down as well. Moss going to put the shroud screen out, but Assault finds the kill. The G slide is going to find his way with this ball. Bastos gets Moss, though. And it is going to be the Sun Rizzler who has had so much ball time. Mo's last one left alive. Ball gets played. Gets the smack. Was that a blank? I don't know about that. That looked a bit dodgy. BH3, only 9 points away, Monkey Man.
Like a cold winter's day, you got to get hands on ball. Got to make sure you get a chance to hang out and get cozy. And that's exactly what BH3 is doing. This is going to finish things off as they get the reset. 3 points away. Final Moss going to try and squeeze in from both sides. Mose wants to track this one down as they don't want to let Final Moss begin anew. They have to run to Long Haul's side. They are slamming Spartans to the stairs. This one's about to get wrapped up.
Yeah, it is gonna. Oh dear. Oh dear. Moss finds a great kill. That was a little crazy. Bastos, Sunrise getting a kill. Moss is gonna find Sunrise as well. 1 minute to go. It's 3 dead. Just Perk left alive. He's gonna go down to a double kill. Ball's gonna get picked up. Bastos goes around the corner and is going to get it done. So BH3, after Sunrise and Bastos put 199 seconds of ball time between them on the board, they are going to sort this one out 2-0 in game 1.
That's, you got to see a great start out of Final Moss into that second round. They never ever got control in the first and in the latter half of round number 2. You see the overall slay is just being overwhelmingly in favor of BH3. Bastos, even with a lot of ball time, able to find some time to also get assists. 14 of them, by the way, while still claiming up to 22 overall kills to try and match up with Mose. But the damage output, the dude was flowing out there with 7K.
Yeah, that's M&K for you, my friends. That is M&K for you. We are going to move on to a Slayer. I'm ready for it. Slayer Aqua, my baby. We're coming home. Yeah, Sunrise, it makes sense that he's only done 4k damage when he has 127 seconds of ball time, so that's acceptable. That's acceptable.
Is that the we forgive you status? Like, okay, you can get these kills.
That's what I asked for anyway. When I'm always holding the ball. So, look, I respect it. But here we are, Slayer Aqua. Will it be another 2-0? To let you know, we will follow this game. So the winner of this, of course, will play Z10, Zero Tenacity. An org joining EU Halo, so big props to them. I don't think we gave them enough props at the start, but yeah, huge for them. Serbian Polish org, love to have them in here. But yeah, we'll get to that once this finishes. But yeah, it's what were you gonna say?
Well, I actually really like Z10. The one thing I want to have a conversation with like the org guys about, do they mean what they say by their name? Because to be like not tenacious seems the opposite of what you want to be. I don't know, and I'm sure people have pointed that out. But what we're gonna point out right now, it's a 6-0 start. Camo hit, yeah. Sticky. Oh.
Bastos 5-0, getting it done at perfect as well. Can he find kill number 7? He will. Oh my days, this man is on fire. And Final Moss are yet to have a single kill.
Aqua is unforgiving. You basically have no power webs to really get. You can go acquire that camo, and it's all about information. Bastos literally unmoving, a sentinel in his own right. He will rejoin the fray. Gonna go 8-0. Do we get the perfect 10 to start off a Slayer? It's gonna be difficult when he's finally found at top of He1. Oh boy. Spinning right around. Septic changing him up.
Yeah, that's yeah, this is not even close. This is, at the moment, it's looking like we need to get the barbecue out because yeah, oh my god, the 180, yeah, that's M&K right there. I can tell you that much. That 180 spin is like Wootum levels.
They're trying to learn from the best. Look, if Woodham was putting out the damage, he's got the slyness, so they're all trying to be able to replicate that, and I completely understand exactly what Septic is bringing to the team right now with BH3, and this, you know what, if they're putting out this efficiency right now, James, this has got to be what you have, especially if they are destined to go and play Z10 right after this. You got to be red hot trying to move into that level of a team.
Yeah, that's going to be a hectic team to go up against for sure. Bastos, another double kill. 14, making a triple, and over in the feed. Oh no, he gets an overkill. Exterm in the feed. Oh no. Oh, we gotta chalk that one up as a miss. Oh no. But Bastos, 14 and 2 right now, is absolutely on fire, just like BH3 are. Oh dear.
This hunting them down. Nice little back tap. Septic will do some distance damage. 14 and 2 is Bastos. Look, I need a Bastos jersey. Someone give me a link. I'll buy it right now. I don't care if it even just has a big B and then has like a bass or like a fish. Because this dude is catching big numbers. 7 and 1 is Septic. And Final Moss has not had a moment of reprieve. And that's the difficulty with Aqua. As soon as you get caught in the cycle, you're kind of done.
Yeah, they're in the ultimate spin wash right now, and it is not pretty, I can tell you that much. 35 to 12. Bastos 15 and 3. Oh, the heat wave's right there, Bastos. You know you want to. Nade's gonna go down. Yeah, it is brutal right now. Sunrise, a couple of assists as well. But yeah, this is Final Moss getting put in the blender. It's just a bunch of leafy greens getting shredded. 41 to 14. My barbecue's out, my friend. I don't know about you, but another double. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's, yeah, look, just the spin. Oh, where are they going to spawn? There it is. Nade's come down. Another kill. Mose gets one as well. There's literally no escaping. Assault, the last one left alive. They know where he is already. Damage being laid down. 46 to 15. It's not even remotely close. A wingman for Sunrise. It's just playing with the food. It's 49 to 15. Surely gets finished. Mose with the camo. They're going to find one more in the corner. It's a stake. It's a back smack. BH3, 50 to 15. Absolutely rip apart Final Moss. And they will move on. Woo! That was painful to watch. Over quickly, though.
My doctor told me that I need to have less red meat, and I'm about to get mega fat off of that thick steak. A plus 35 over Final Moss. Bastos with a 14.7 KDA. He definitely went 9-0. Sorry, I look at the 2 assists. He was looking pretty decent regardless. Over a 4.0 KD between those two. It was unfair. Mose with nearly 4,000 damage. Just brutality, violence. That's kind of Halo I like to watch, but I also like to watch slightly closer matchups. 2-0 go the way of BH3. Hopefully they can be just as dominant, or at least just as competitive as they're going to be heading to that semifinal.
Yeah, that was honestly, like, the first game was like, okay, like, second round of oddball, they're kind of getting into it, you talked about it, and then slammed. So, yeah, that's going to do with that one. When we come back, we are going to watch BH3 versus Z10 Zero Tenacity. So, guys, you're going to get drops. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Solve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Genjir-Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue. This event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the Foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that right? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
In the new kit?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sanshayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was Zero, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maythrili? I think they know if it was on Maythrili.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the Sanshayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck Twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day about the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're gonna go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter and Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
We just knew we just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, it will be much better, because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much in ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're gonna be on those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to beat SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
Let's go! It's mine! All mine! That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' gaming house for a boot camp, or a pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on the pro forums, because we had access to the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. We're either posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said we're coming out early to America, because we knew from previous events coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just I think we got told there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but obviously it's big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and like they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at that time, like Snipe Down was like in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's like we never like, even though like we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable, like some matches were really close and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of, even though we're one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of like the movement and spawns and like teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost like you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be like, what the hell just went on? Like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe Down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow's CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break in. SK would go on to place top 24.
Ladies and gentlemen, look, the break button is complicated. All right, that's what I'm gonna say. Right, it is winners semi-final time. It is BO5 time. It is BH3 versus Z10 time, because what are normal names, man? Just have like letters and numbers and kind of work it out. That's what I say.
Yeah. Very true. You got 10. You've got 3. Which
you got 5
is 7. 2 teams is 5. We got a BO5 coming up. BH3, Sunrise, Bastos, Mose, and Septic, who is shown to be a mouse and keyboard demon. Well, they'll be facing off against your European number 2 representative from that Arlington Major, Zero Tenacity, with Jimbo, Sika, Chick, and Mighties. And this squad, I mean, even though they ended up out of the first round into that lower side of the bracket, they made some heads turn, especially some big game 5s. Well, we're gonna see if they have brought the fun, the tenacity, with Fortress Bomb to start things off, and a Street Slayer right thereafter. So this is either gonna be tactical and clinical, or it's gonna be a long one, strap in either way.
Yeah, I'm excited. Not for this. I'm excited for the rest of the series. Slayer Street, CTF Aquarius, of course, my personal fave. Strongholds, Recharge, Slayer Life, I forget that. Bomb Fortress. Oof. Yeah. Look, for some reason it says Origin, and it's forever going to say Origin, so that's how it is. But yeah, it's an Easter egg. Here we are. It is winners semis. The winner will play the winner of Nemesis and Hones, which is Pantho, Ninja, Warlord, and Shock. So
that's actually fantastic that that's the first letter of their name spells Pones. That's awesome, to be fair. So
yes, that's correct.
If you've never seen Bombtress, by the way, first off, welcome to Bastos with an S7. Secondly, it's about being able to just really get that going. And my goodness, is Bastos going? It's actually going to light up the scoreboard first. What in the world was that?
I don't know. That was Septic sorting it out. All right, we're on business. All right, prepare, Monkey Man. We're going back to war. Puts face paint on, like we're doing it. Oh my God, BH3, hello? Wow, at this rate, we might see a map 4, because that was a hell of a start. Yeah, I was going to say, settle in, you know, make sure you got like a cup of tea or coffee and some bickies or something, because this might take a while. But yeah, less than a minute on the clock, already 1-0. Let's see how long this pace keeps up for. Bastos 6 kills already. Bomb getting thrown by Septic. Good night, sweet Seeker. That's going to get put in the bin. Yeah, Zero Tenacity, like you said, beat TSM in the Arlington Major. Was, yeah, great video as well. Just slamming them and yelling right in their face was fantastic to watch. But, yeah, that was good. What are bickies? Biscuits. Sorry, I'm used to... That's my Australianism coming out.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
You know what? I was here for the ride, no matter what you said. I figured it was food. It had to be food.
Yeah, that's fair.
And, you know, I got to speak briefly with Jimbo, pre-major, by the way.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, just a little, literally a tiny bit. He was streaming, so I spoke with him, and he said that he was gonna be surprised if they kind of pull off some results regardless, because Z10, prior to Z10 picking them up as Pippa, now they are trying to be able to get this bomb off. They didn't have a lot of practice, so he was very concerned about overall time that they basically been able to kind of go and scrim. So you've seen some of that progression, just natural talent kind of shine through. So good to see Z10 seeing what they can do here, but they will have that bomb reset as they chuck it over the side. And that's a fine tactic to use, considering that you cannot really set that bomb too quickly. You have to have your hands on it for that timer to go down.
Yeah, 100%. I also had a good chat with Z10, by the way, who, yeah, boot camps are on the horizon. Let me tell you that much.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, obviously no boot camp before Arlington, right, as you mentioned, but no, definitely chatting to them about boot camps and how that's going to help. So, yeah, excited to see what Z10 can do with some boot camps. I would have to say, I don't think Dallas will get a boot camp too soon, but second half of the season looks pretty good. So yeah, that was nice to hear. Good to chat to another org, right? Like, good to chat to an org wanting to invest in EU Halo. So very excited to see them come into it. Like, I think they have 10 different games there. They've got teams in now. So yeah, a lot of experience as an org, and looking forward to seeing what they can bring to EU Halo. I'm excited.
Of the flavor that it can bring. You get a lot of experience in a lot of different titles, and that means you kind of understand the grind, and so you're not just kind of a one-off. You're seeing yourself really kind of thrive. But with that plurality comes at least a need for this team to also show their stuff. They're trying to bring it into tougher forms right now, and this circle looks like with the overshield that they should be able to tie this one up. The splashes from the grenades. Oh, I say that. It gets so close. They basically just need to get a finger roll on the ball. Jimbo's going to catch them from behind. They want to chuck it out into open waters. So close, yet so far.
The Monkey Man curse is real right there. I love that. Yeah, you absolutely cursed the hell out of that. Chick is going to find Sunrise, though. That ball needs to be grabbed halfway to being reset. Is going to be getting picked up, though. And run with. Can they sort it out? Beautiful kill from Jimbo. Shots laying down from Chick as well. And it is going to be... It is going to be Bastos who almost gets the shimmy going. Can they get this ball in? Bomb in. Only Septic to go. Should be one apiece. And it will be. Just needed another set of slays, Monkey Man. And, I took the whole time and they scored. So maybe that's also something.
Yeah, so you're good luck and I'm terrible. That's the difference right now. Big melee. Crossing them up, and Zero Tenacity has been living in BH3's fort. There's been no movement. They've been able to go back, get the bomb, have it be brought in 3 separate times in a row. That one paid off, and they are forcing BH3 to play from basically their tower corner and upwards, and that means that they, unless they kind of peel them away from this side, they're not going to get a chance to really reassert firm control, and this bomb's already sneaking its way forward into the basement.
Yeah, Chick, I believe, was on a very delayed triple. Like, I don't think that counts as a triple, but he definitely got 3 in the feed. Yeah, OS down bottom, some good nades, and yeah, Zero Tenacity just doing a fantastic job of outslaying, and halfway through this game, and BH3, who managed to get the first bomb in under a minute, I've just been, facing the onslaught from Z10, who have been absolutely roasting them. Putting them through the fire and the flames. And yeah, just finding even more kills. Should be a second bomb as well. Seeker going to be the body block. And it's going to be 2-1 to Z10.
So a great start meets a more fantastic consistency out of Z10. You know what? I wish I said the letter Z, like you guys do as Z. Because it sounds so much cooler. Like, I know it doesn't take much to say Z versus Z, but like, there's something about it. Also, Lord Zed, for all my Power Rangers knowers out there, he was the... Well, they're already rearming it? Are you kidding me? They literally just sent this ball.
Yeah, this is done.
Oh my god. Well, there it goes. All right. You saw a great start. They actually thought about team kill. They just did it.
So great.
That's a high five if I've ever seen it.
Say hello to my little bullet friend. Yeah, BH3, fantastic start. Zero Tenacity just cutting off your Power Rangers talk to get it done.
Look, we went from our previous game being baseball bats and baby seals to now chomping on the tail of a tiger and waking it the hell up. Zero Tenacity came out firing after BH3 put the first shot. Great start, better finish out of Z10.
Yeah, beautiful work, and 5k damage for Jimbo as well. He's not here to mess around. We're going to move on to the Slayer on Streets. My baby, we're back on Streets. I thought this might be, more than 3 maps. I'm now not so sure.
It had the potential.
Yeah.
The
start was there.
Potential. Yeah. Well, I do hope there's a re-sandbox, like a reworking of the sandbox for Streets. I feel like it needs a little bit of love. They did change the Bulldog to the sidekick because they shrugged and like, okay, you're not using it, so here's something different. I want it to just be like shifted just a tiny bit. I think that, take away this AR as well. Maybe get rid of some of that in PD. But we go to Slay Streets. Streetsler? I haven't quite made the combination that I want to for that. It's not like Slorigin. You can't do the same thing.
No, Sleets.
Oh, if it gets icy out here.
Yeah, okay.
You guys first two.
A little bit of sleets in the veins. I don't know. We'll have to work that out. Straya. Also doesn't really. Yeah.
Straya's a cool name though.
Straya. It's like Australia.
I would take
Straya.
Yeah. Welcome to Straya. No, that's actually what we think that you guys say. So.
Yeah, that and another shrimp on the Barbie. Ugh.
That and then a good old Nor. Like everyone's.
Nor. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough being an Australian when you travel. I can tell you, it's difficult.
No, they love you guys. Come on.
Yeah, but it's just like stereotypes pushed in my face all the time. Oh, say that's not a knife. Come on. Yeah. Anyway, Zero Tenacity got the camo, got 3 members of BH3 dead. It's tough out here. Mo's gonna find a kill. Seeker gets the trade though. Of course, for those not aware, the Bulldog taken off Streets now has a sidekick there. Killing spree, double kill, perfect, all the things. All the medals.
Did you see, by the way, I think it was Nemesis that was on this map, and in that same corner, just topside Pink Street to the machine there, they used the repulsor to go to the top of the building, and that was like a brand new, or maybe not brand new, but it was a different spot. No one knew you could be able to get that high off the building. You could like slide there for a second.
Yeah, it's always fun in the little spots, Got to find the weaknesses to beat the Americans, You don't take 5 maps to 4 over Optic by playing by the gravity rules,
Just gotta take our healthcare away. That's our one weakness.
What healthcare?
Yeah, exactly.
But it is going to be Septic who has to care for his own health as he looks down towards the subway. He's going to be Seeker trying to find some nade kills. He's going to find 2 members of BH3 who have tied this up, by the way. 18 apiece, but 20-19 to Zero Tenacity. Just finding ways to get kills. Yeah, this is much closer, which is good.
Yeah, and that's about what we kind of expect from Streets. Streets and Aquarius kind of speak a similar language to me, because you don't have anything that's going to turn the tide too heavily. You get a lot of information from the camo that's at direct mid, and then you do have Red Gun, which is where BH3 has been kind of posted up into from out of that tram and kind of working their way up from ramp. So Zero Tenacity has been working much more to mid in this window section of PD. That's a lot of separate fights. Comes out with bodies on the other side, still dragging behind by 1 or 2. And this is much more of a tedious and meticulous matchup at this midway mark of our Slayer.
I can also tell you that Team Nemesis have already 3-0'd Pones and are waiting in the winners final.
Of course.
Yep, of course. Didn't expect anything less. Z10 Jimbo, just the 2 kills at the moment. Does have 5 assists though. And will get the repulse stick as well for extra dirty points. Almost got a second one as well. Red gun out. 27 apiece. Zero Tenacity taking the lead. Finding, again, you talked about it, finding another couple of kills, getting shot in the back as well, Sunrise. So that's some French on French violence, Monkey Man. Oh, and some more. No French on French, though.
Baguettes. Extra frog legs to slap around. And the thing that BH3 has done pretty clinically to keep themselves in line with Zero Tenacity is that, one, they've gotten into more even fights in the 2s and 2s, and they've also not allowed them to kind of get behind them off a flank. The difficulty now is that they're finding themselves in 1vx matchups, which is always going to be against you, especially in Halo with its TTK in such a bad way. There's a sidekick. That one will splash them out, as they have 2 extra targets, good nade to force them to have to come around that corner, and it feels like BH3 is just feeding bodies and feeding kills to Z10.
Yeah, this was really close at like 28-28, and now Z10 have just gone on an absolute spree. Get the sidekick out, boy. Not sure about that model, though, but look, it's a sidekick. You'll accept it. Oh, actually loses the battle. Yeah, he talked about dueling baguettes. There's also, you know, adjust the beret, you know, all that kind of good stuff. Organize a riot, you know, all the things that French people do. Sunrise finds a head though. They are also good at doing that inside the server. 44-34 though. It's going to be hard to see how Z10 don't close this out. And it will be Chick who does find Septic. Marty's finds Sunrise. Seeker gets Moe's. And, you know, it was close for a while, but in the time it's taken BH3 to get 6 kills, Zero Tenacity have got 17, Monkey Man.
Quite the run. In basketball terms, that's a rout. This one be much the same. Late into the Slayers. So BH3, it's Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb, and Zero Tenacity went off without a spark. That's going to be Z10 moving forward, at least into now our midpoint. So Aquarius CTF. I got to feel that Aquarius CTF and Fortress Bomb kind of, it's like the same but opposite. Instead of trying to carry something away, you try to bring some there. So we're getting, I feel like what Z10 is going to be very strong at, but BH3, it was a fantastic start and a mid game. Again, it's that late game finisher that really is Z10's foray.
Yeah, the power nap, I think, from BH3 around the 30 kill mark, because they really just kind of left the server, unfortunately. 4k damage for Seeker, looking really, really good right there. So, yeah, we are going to move on to my fave. It is CTF Aqua, of course, first to 5. I am excited to see how this goes. Z10, the chance to stamp that authority into the winners final. And, you know, it must be said, like, we haven't really talked about it, but this has been probably the closest matchup before Arlington. Like, BH3 Z10 was close quite a few times. Like, maps getting taken off. Like, it wasn't all, you know, Z10's way before, but now it looks like coming back from Arlington, Z10 have kind of hit another gear and are looking a lot better.
Yeah, and that's true. They're also, with the inception of, I guess the addition rather of Septic into this, at least this 4-man for the moment. Don't know if that is going to stick. Halo makes friends and makes enemies as quick as anything out there. So, been pretty prominent and pretty important overall for their performance factors. So we'll see if that does continue. And Zero Tenacity, you know that they want that to happen. They want to have depth in the European region to be able to have a lot of good Halo. They don't want it to just be kind of getting used to one other team's dynamic and not being able to kind of switch things up when they have to go across the pond and find those fights into these majors. So road to Dallas is at least starting off with a great open with our first one right now. Nemesis sitting at the table, tapping their fingers, wondering when it's going to be done and ready to go. Someone's got to be pushing up, and Zero Tenacity, they're just one more map away from punching that ticket and shaking hands with Nemesis again.
Yeah, I see Wonderboy in chat. He's checking out the competition. Who would have thunk it, mate? We're going back to Texas for more Halo. I swear if FaZe also go to Texas, I'm going to be like... It's going to be... Man, like, we have to make videos last year when we did HCS London about how pros were excited to not have Texas barbecue. All right? That's how much...
You know what?
That's how much it's just ingrained now. Oh! Okay.
Wow. That was really good. You know what? It'd be funny as heck. You get Arlington, you get Dallas, the Esports trifecta of Texas.
Houston
also includes San Antonio.
That
San
would
Antonio,
be
yeah. So if you end up going to San Antonio, that'd be funny as all heck. So year 4, Texas. And I guess Utah, like one time.
Yeah, wasn't like year 2 Texas? I swear year 2 was like old Texas. Speaking of, I don't know where I was going with that, but Chick's got the flag. That's what I know. And they're going to score already. So, Zero Tenacity, not here to mess about. They want to confirm themselves into a winner's final. And it is going to be Chick who does go down, but he has scored the first one. And yeah, just look, I know FaZe haven't announced anything yet, but you know, don't forget FaZe. You won a major in the UK. You can come back to Europe. It's okay. We'll accept you.
And that actually would be kind of cool to see if they do kind of bring that over into Europe, considering the fact that, I mean, if FaZe has their hometown there, Nemesis got 0-3'd by FaZe in the bracket, and you know they would love kind of a revenge tour. What a way to do it if they did it on hometown turf, but that's just a free run by Jimbo. Ain't no one put a bullet in his side.
Look, Jimbo, you know, when we talked to Jimbo about CTF Aqua and the old Na'Vi squad and you know, just smashing it out the park, yeah, he always said, it's just my teammates doing good things, but, you know, that man's on one when it's on this map. He is one of the better CTF Aqua players that I've seen. It's crazy to watch. Mose finds a double, gets taken down by Seeker, though. Bastos will find the camo. Will try to hide away as well. 6 assists for him right now, and the Sun Rizzler on a goose egg right now. That's not what you want to see. Oh,
not a common thing for Sunrise either. So really, when it comes to that moment, it's tough to handle because he's kind of one of your big slayers on this BH3 squad. That's gonna be another big take. They're gonna run it all the way around from him. Now Bastos has a chance to interject. See if they can recover that flag. The camo now gone. They're gonna drop down. See if he can be able to catch anyone by surprise. Zero Tenacity running away from him. Bastos will at least get some shields down. He's gonna hunt another in Mighties, but Melee's traded out as that melee popped him as well.
Sunrise about to be Master Chief himself. 117. And that flag should be coming back as well. And this should be an easy 3-0. And mate, it's not even, it's barely 3 minutes into this game, just over, and it's about to be, oh, I thought it was about to be a lock-in. It's almost 3-0. Oh yeah, that's going to be a beautiful headshot. They're going to grab this flag. Should be about to be 3-0. It is, and yeah, this is a masterclass, shall we say, from Z10.
It's a clinic, and I mean, this is what I was saying. When you run a bomb, as well as what we saw before, it's forcing one into a base, and the other one is, you know, stealing from another base. That looked like that Spartan model tripped over the wet floor.
Yeah, man, brilliant. Yeah, take me home, Aqua Flag. And Zero Tenacity are doing a very, very good job of that. 8 minutes to go in this map, and if I had to say, I don't think it's going to go at 8 minutes, Monkey Man. If I was a betting man,
I mean, a total of 8 minutes. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll take that bet. You know what? That means we have to get down to under 4 minutes remaining, right?
I was actually going to say it's not going to go to time, but I'll also say that. That's fine.
I mean, either way.
Okay. I don't think it's going.
It will not go to time, but I think at least goes 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's going to be a tough. That's actually a tough bet for me. I'm glad I'm not betting anything. Except Pride. BH3. You can see that flag drop behind him. Chick is trying to navigate a different direction. Everyone else dropping out. 3/4 of the team of Z10 down. Sika left up, waiting for anyone to kind of join them into this fight. DH3 just losing their ones. Oh boy, that's a double kill. It's a freebie. They just don't recognize where some of the extra navigation is happening from Z10. Flag does at least get picked back up by BH3, but I mean, it's basically open doors. The locks have been blown straight off of red base.
Yeah, this is just walk in when you want. Like, this is when, like, you know, you're best friends with someone and you're like, their house is your house. Like, mi casa es su casa. Because that's what this kind of feels like. Because Zero Tenacity are just like, oh, we're just gonna come in. You know, they're eating food straight out your fridge. You know, they are just absolutely dominating this game at the moment. And Mo's putting up a fight at 14 and 14, but yeah, it's tough to see how BH3 get back into this, if I'm honest.
Septic looks like he has been completely control X. Yeah, been cut out of this game. 3 and 15. So I had to figure it out. I was like, all right, I control C, control V so often. Also control A, and then I hit backspace. And actually, that's another way to do it. That's an extra 2-factor. But you know, control C means that, or control X is when you bring someone back. That's not going to be happening. Minute and 40 until I'm wrong about the 8-minute situation. Camo picked up by Mighties. BH3 stuck. Rats in a hole. Remy the Rat is just running around.
What a great movie.
Oh boy. Fantastic movie. This one is cinema if you're a Z10 fan.
Yeah, this is easy street. And Jimbo is going to put in cap number 5. Hey, look at that. I would have won some money. Easy done. Yeah, 5-0 just... Yeah, that was an easy map. I like these skins, by the way. Like the attempt at the kind of red and the white. Yeah, 3-1, 50 to 36, and a 5-0 Aqua CTF, Zero Tenacity. Gonna get it sorted and done. And yeah, 16, 15, 13, 12, a lot of kills across the board. On the other side, Mo's with 14, really the only one to kind of write home about, but yeah, it was tough. 4.5k for Mighties, and yeah, pretty easy for Z10.
I was laughing at NPX.
Yeah, I saw it. There's definitely someone rocking a phase. One of those is a phase. Okay.
Hey, you know what? It's one way to find your red, but
yeah.
I'm a big red enjoyer, but I'm also a big EU fan at this point. So that means that you guys are gonna get a barn burner blaster. We'll see how this one turns out because Z10 is gonna be facing off against Nemesis, and you know, back to EU 1 and 2. Surprised Macaulay Culkin face.
Surprise Pikachu face. Guys, we're gonna throw to a break. When we come back, winners final. You won't want to miss it.
Settling the debate, SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere, and then they were like, "Oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month," but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable. And I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team. They would throw themselves into the deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'd be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, like that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and DeBay, like, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. Like, I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. Like, I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event. Because it kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. Like it wasn't just like we just got destroyed by a random amateur team, or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe. But that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into champ bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Ribbon.
I thought maybe they were just...
I think they're just saying that.
Go one more. One more then. One more. That's it. Well. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, like, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, like they were going to be good. Well, literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident and like really calm around what we did. Like I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
Anything from their training?
I'm just going to say this there.
It's custom. What time's custom? 47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Ribbon. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Ribbon, which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find, so thank you for watching, and peace.
Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like fucking I was like 16 years old, and I randomly like found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember, it's been so long ago, but because when all this came out, like all these girls were like, oh, free agents, like all these lists came about, and like I was a free agent or whatever, I just remember that. But I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch like didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was like a team of 2 with Domino, and that like got me, my feelings were hurt, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with Haley. And Haley, like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember, like, I don't know who it was, but it came up like in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a 4th. And who would they decide? The lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I didn't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because we were all individually good. And then Katie and Jen had like been playing together for a little bit and had like this like duo-ship basically. So they already had like some sort of teamwork, so it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams, I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just like plow through us? Like, I was like, I had my message prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know? But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they'll be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say, we had the best org, and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by like these badass chicks, and like
it was like an all-female-owned org.
Yeah, and they were like European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't like a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
so,
we're
like,
just,
for
like, competitive, you know?
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like, that's why I said earlier, like, we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive, and there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of, like, took to heart everything we said. And it
Well,
was
that's the thing. Like, there's no like woman of
Ladies and gentlemen, it is winners final time. It is Zero Tenacity versus Team Nemesis in a surprise to absolutely frickin' nobody. It's a BO5, Mr. Monkey Man, and I'm ready for some top tier European Halo.
Getting the grind going for here of Zero Tenacity versus Nemesis. Zero Tenacity knows what's on the horizon is that they got to put in the grind, and it starts right here with this first Open. The road to Dallas requires both of these two titans of Europe to showcase and strut their stuff. But Nemesis with SLG, Glory, Woodham, and Snipe Drone have earned the respect of the Halo world right now. They came in and they had a big dub over the eventual major winners. They then have to face off against their crowded foes of Jimbo, Sika, Chick, and Mighty. Zero Tenacity. There is some worth and some potential, and I need to see if it shows up into a longer series today. They have that extra oomph from the major. They're gonna have to do it through the first 3 maps of our best of 5.
That they do. Livefire, Oddball, Solitude Slayer, Recharge King of the Hill, and if we need it, Aqua, Neutral Bomb, and a Streets Slayer. This is going to be a banging series, and you talk about like a mini BO3, the Oddball to begin with is going to be pretty sweet.
Livefire Oddball, get a couple ways to be able to reset it. You have the ability to go over towards green, you got that low side of tower, and it really is the initial chess match. And it's also a great heat check because we're going to have that S7 that's right in the middle of the dang map. Do you set up for that early? Can you get that camo unlocked as well? Who goes for the ding dang ball to make things happen? The damage man himself in Woodham, everyone realized, wow, this guy's pretty cool. Look, the Nemesis shots, all of them just kind of lined up. Everyone was like, who is this stone cold killer with the ponytail? And Woodham let him know.
And the mustache, right? I think he's rapping a little mustache.
Yeah, a little bit one. It's like little hairs.
Yeah.
Also, I think it was happy birthday.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, happy birthday. He turned like 19 last week, I think. So, yeah, he'll get to like us. He'll get to our stage. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's how. You just have to. If you shave more, it grows faster. At least, I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Regardless, we'll
yeah,
be going
you shaved yesterday. It was crazy, actually.
Look, I shaved at 5 a.m. It came back.
Like, he doesn't have a 5 o'clock shadow. He has like a 5 o'clock full beard.
Yeah, no, it comes back. It's actually a curse. I look like Robin Williams from Jumanji. Just.
Oh, yeah. I see that.
All the chest hair, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Without all the chest hair. I got that covered. Don't worry. Don't worry. No stress.
Oh yeah, we hug it out
together. There we go. Yeah. Team Nemesis. Boom. Together we are Robin Williams from Jumanji.
Truly.
So,
going into this matchup, obviously this oddball is a great way, I think, for both teams to get into it. Much like we had for our first oddball, we saw a little bit before on Recharge. It allows, even if it's a fast start, for you to get a second chance. So that's what we had with Final Moss having to deal with that earlier battle. They were completely washed off the board in that first round. Second round, they looked a lot more promising, but better team will be able to show up. You got that QT, you got the sniper up, you got ability to really get some extra information and to skirmish around this map in big ways. I mean, do you believe in Z10 with their feet underneath them, or is Nemesis too strong?
Look, if I've said it once, I'm going to say it 1,000 times, right? We beat Optic in maps. So, you know, that's all I think Nemesis needs to worry about. It is Team Nemesis in the red, Zero Tenacity in the blue. Game number 1 of this winners final. Gonna lock up some money if you win as well, which is always nice. For those that forget, it's $1,125 for first and 375 US green-backed American dollars for second. Today.
Ooh, the fade away by SLG. Kneecapping that Spartan. Make sure you grab those dollars before they lose value. They're going hot. So Team Nemesis trying to be able to lay down law of the land. It was Zero Tenacity that had that ball first, but big stick. We'll lay this to just Woodham trying to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, it's tough right now trying to convert those. It's yeah, they're losing value. They're losing value quick. So you wanna get paid out. Nemesis got lucky. All right, Optic fans. Seeker finds the headshot. Dear, oh dear. Optic stands, I can't even. Seeker running out 4-1-1, and it's going to be Zero Tenacity on the board early with the ball. SLG, call it SL3 because he finds a lovely little two-piece. Wootum getting naded out. And it is going to be a killing spree for Seeker. He finds Snipe Drone. 30-11, but it is Team Nemesis who finds this ball, and we'll be trying to rotate it. Jimbo, though, finds Glory, and once again, Zero Tenacity got hands on the ball.
Team Nemesis, that was a weird way to play that ball because they brought it up the A hallway, and I was pretty sure that they had to know Z10 was actually postured up that top side of mid. So, gotta wonder, that ended up going right over into Z10's hands, and maybe they think that they'll just be able to kind of slay him out and take over this position. No one's playing off of that tower. Oh, they get crowded into the window. 42-12 as Team Nemesis finally separates just the tiniest bits away from Zero Tenacity, so they can kind of neutralize the field. Gonna play some catch-up right now. They know they can lay out some damage and have a deep insurgency here. Can they go for the two-piece? They will! Ball will change hands.
Yeah, complete domination on that push from Zero Tenacity. 4 dead from the side of Team Nemesis. Yeah, that was particularly brutal as they got it done. Ooh, a little windy as well from Mighties. He's going to go down. Seeker, last one left alive. Chucks the ball away to try and deal some damage. Let his teammates spawn up. Yeah, got hands on the skull. Of course, a 3v4 while that happens, so sometimes you just want to get rid of the ball to even it up. Speaking of windmilly, SLG does eventually get the body shot down. Sniper gonna be taken back. Oh, great shot from Wootum though. M&K on... Oh my god. The twists and the turns, man. It's kind of gross to look at. Even as an M&K player, it's freaky.
It's whiplash. You go from basically a 50 DPI steady hand, and then all of a sudden you're hitting 6,000 the other direction just to get your your 6 covered by yourself. You don't even need the teammate. You go from controller players, and they have to basically know what's in front of them well ahead of time. Playing mouse and keyboard, you can be able to find that reaction using the spike grenade to cover it down. A lot of dead Spartans here out in mid. That ball wants to travel. They're going to maybe get this back tap. They have a sniper. They've got a chance. They've got team kills coming in. It is so much skirmishing down and top and bottom mid. That's a double kill. Snipe Drone comes up with it, and so does Team Nemesis. Trying to take the lead here in round 1.
Oh, my days. Yeah, going to get the reload in. Going to grab the ball. Position back. Oh, my days. Gotta love the rotate of that ball as well. Gonna step out. Doesn't manage to find the kill, though. Glory there. He's gonna find the back of one. A perfect from Glory. Wootum finds one as well. Ball. I was gonna say, might have been played, but not quite. Seeker does find Wootum with the nade. Yep. Glory just trying to kill steal. We all saw it. Team Nemesis, though, doing a great job. Not even worrying about rotating this ball. I'm not sure Zero Tenacity are even gonna get back into this round, Monkey Man.
No, I think this one might be dusted. They're going to have a nice reset point from off of green. It depends on how this duel goes, though. You say that, so yeah. A little bit of extra cursing. Look, you just needed me to talk. I understand. Camo picked up by Wootum, while the rest of the team is Dizzy Dawn. So does Team Nemesis, can they go and recover it? Just as the casters start to think that we know ball, but it's Zero Tenacity that's got ball.
Yeah, Z10. Gonna throw down the ball to try and take out SLG. Jimbo is gonna lose that battle. Ugh. Now that's a story. Oh, great kill from Wootum as well. Is gonna power slide with this ball to get away. Just 12 seconds needed. 3 dead. And this should be round 1 done and dusted. There it is, a double kill. It's gonna be off to 100. And Team Nemesis gonna take first blood.
Good looks, good recovery, making sure that Zero Tenacity does not regain their footing. And that was honestly fantastic control. to begin our first round of Z10. But Team Nemesis and the gang, they just did not let them rest. This is a team that really relies on speed. The way that they bring this fight is by absolutely being relentless. A triple kill by Glory. He's waiting for the next blue man to spawn. Oh, and he just barely saw a pixel of him. They'll escape away before an OV wants to rear his head.
Oh my god, 3 bullets. Oh my god, the timing as well. 3 bullets, 3 kills. Man, oh man, what a sexy triple kill that was. Oh, the snipe as well. Oh, the double kill killing spree. The slide in. The kill from Wootum. Zero tenacity. Getting a bit slammed all over this map. The camo going to get taken by Tomb as well. Now spots them in window. Sees them spawning up in garage. They might be grabbing this ball, but actually the push from Team Nemesis. Finds a kill onto Chick. Ball gets reset. And Nemesis currently... Oh my days. Oh! Slammed? Hello? Snipe drone does find the snipe though. 1 bullet. What can he do? Is this the Optic World skin?
Is it?
I don't know.
No, it's...
Oh, okay.
A gold tip to it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. That's we'll see. But hey, that would be funny though. Like, slam Optic, steal their skins.
Just you know, going full Comanche on them.
Yeah.
Team Nemesis with snipe drone and at the helm right now. They've run to tower side, and one thing that we've seen from Z10 so far, they have not been able to break a tower defense. They need to go play some balloons on their phone, because at this point, Team Nemesis has that in pure control. And even when they do, tiniest little threat, we go to reset. That one's launched off the back pier, so they got to take advantage of this position. But Team Nemesis dictates early spawners, and that's exactly where Zero Tenacity kind of loses track of where they got to start rotating around. They're going to head towards dummies with that ball. Kind of wonder what they're going to set up with.
Yeah, 34 to 19 and climbing. Ball should be getting played. Oh no! The misplay. Okay, now it gets played by Nemesis actually. So actually kind of sick work from them to stop the play initially, but then to just play it themselves. Knew he was in trouble. Mighties finds a double. Oh my god. Glory. Glory! Oh no, Glory! Oh, the miss! Oh, dearie me. And he's put the ball back into Seeker's hands. Oh, I was about to say it was so good, and then it was, oh, so bad.
It was a very clever hop and twist, trying to get that early nade. 3 down for Z10, make it 4. Team Nemesis, we get to laugh because they're so good. It's just like seeing, well, pro athletes of any kind being so good at what they do, and you're like, haha, that's a funny thing you just did, but then they come right back to be the professionals that they are. Fantastic connection, a team combo to make sure they don't come flying, but Mighties is dying. This is Team Nemesis, again, running shop on Z10.
Yeah, dearie mate. 61 to 29 already. Kill assist going through. Chick trying to find this kill is gonna, oh my god, gets taken down. Snipes there as well. Double kill. Wootum, of course. Who else would it be? 1 shot left. 24 kills deep. He has 4 times as many kills as Jimbo, by the way.
Jimbo's a shot caller.
Yeah.
More about that.
It was almost Coach Bo, to be fair.
It's true. Yeah, which is basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, if you're on Lottom SWAT, you're also the guy that gets in a fist fight.
Yeah, Nugget. Slam him.
Oh, SLG is a demon right now here for Nemesis. He's on high and he continues to fry. So 2 up on that top level of mid. And they're just waiting for this S7. Well, actually, don't even have to do much of that because they're just waiting for bodies to hit the floor after they put the bullets through them. Zero Tenacity doesn't get to live for more than about 4 seconds before they're reminded of their mortality. Team Nemesis and Snipe Drone and the rest. This is 26 points. That's American education real quick. That's away from being able to finish our first oddball.
Yeah. Are you thinking of Ether, by the way? You're not... You're thinking of Ether, by the way.
Ether? Is it Ether?
Yeah, SWAT Latam were in the same pool as Nemesis. Ether.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nuggets on Ether. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah.
That makes sense. I just remember seeing LG and then I went blind. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So did they. 4 dead for Z10, and this is over, my friend.
It's done.
Yeah, done and dusted. Team Nemesis. It was, that wasn't as easy as, they probably think it could have been, but, ooh, they're all black. That's interesting.
That's nice.
Yeah. Live fire oddball, getting it done. That first round, Z10 came out pretty hot, right? And Team Nemesis came over the top. Second round, kind of the same thing. Like, Team Nemesis just getting it done. Wooten, by the way, 29 kills. That's a little bit disgusting, to be honest. And 11 assists.
The dog's been let off the leash. Wootum has been unlocked.
Oh my god.
7.5k damage. That's a lot of damage. And I'm kind of sad. Wootum actually changed his name. He went from damage to Sung. Is he a solo leveler? Is that my Sung Jin Woo gang? He's gonna need to tell me. All right, if Wootum is a weeb, I am just.
That's not anything I know about. So
I'll teach you. Look, everyone needs to be a weeb.
Look, I've seen a lot about this solo leveling thing though. Like, so who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. You need to read the manhwa, read the online. Don't. I mean, the anime is great. Everyone hates on it. Whatever. But anyway, we go to Slayitude.
The damage was so iconic though. Like, that was such an iconic tag.
It really was, and that's why I was like confused where it went. So, yeah. Either way, you won't have the same kind of. Well, okay. You will have shock rifle. You won't have immediate death unless we're landing some supreme lightning charges from that shock. And in lieu of what we were doing with the S7. We'll see how that all happens. Camo's back here. Zero Tenacity needs to show up early, and they need to show up late. Gotta see what that late game turns into.
They gotta show up early, middle, and late. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be late to any part of this school. Speaking of schools, Glory School and Seeker's brains with some bullets right there. He's 2-0 off the rip. And it will be Canny School Chick as well. SLG does find Jimbo. It's going to be Wootum who slides in. Look, if Wootum gets another 29 kills, all I'm saying is, maybe the service tag change was fine. Glory finding a beautiful double kill. This man is just running riot all over this map. 4-0. He's just doing laps, basically. Can he find the killing spree? He can. He makes it look really easy. Hold on. He's not on my team, Glory says. Almost gets it done. 5-0 so far. A good start, to be fair. Oh, was that a... No, okay. Never mind.
Haven't seen the 10 kill streak today. And I don't...
Won't see it now either.
Say that we won't see it in this matchup. So... Good rebuttal by Team Nemesis. Zero Tenacity is not to let them go too far to begin this. Trying to find this one trade. They did have the nice dash. Sika will back on up and everyone will go bouncing away, but they catch a nade to the thigh. So Team Nemesis will improve upon their lead, but only momentarily. So much of this has been fought on the low ground here, James, and we're just finding kind of these one-off pivs and, Zero Tenacity. Everything's being played from distance. It's pretty much stock standard Solitude. Camo be set up between both these squads.
Yeah, 14-12. Make it 15-12 as well. Ooh. Snipe drone laying down damage. Yeah, it's been Oh. Okay. Alright. That was awkward. Look, you can't win them all. You can win most of them apparently, but you can't win them all. Green gun here. You can win some. You can win a decently healthy amount. SLG with Le Green gun. Okay. Yeah, put Seeker in the bin. Yeah, it's brutal, man, that green gun. Oh, hello. Did Mighties get away? Oh, how's that happen? Jimbo does find Wootum. Green gun is the trade. Killing spree. Put down, though. Snipe drone does get Chick. Seeker finds Glory. And Team Nemesis, Monkey Man, a 3-kill lead, but more importantly, have the shock rifle.
Yeah, they won the most recent utility off of that camo, and now they got the shock rifle, and they continue to force Zero Tenacity to play from just kind of your defaults. Don't really have much of advantage in terms of arsenal, but the plays have still been generally neutral. This is about as close as it's been. 4 kills. It's still been pretty limited. Team Nemesis can't, really sit back and relax. The gamer leans there, turning the corner. You got the BR doing work, triple tapping all the way around. Even gets shot in the back of the head by his teammate. Onto the man lift, and we go. We hit back to that U-Haul position, and they come up from out of there into yard. And Zero Tenacity has been gaining a little bit of ground here.
Zero Tenacity going yard on these Team Nemesis players. 2 kills the diff. They know where these guys are. Behind the tanker, Jimbo gonna find Wootum. Snipe down. Jesus. Snipe drone goes down. Wrong game. SLG, last one left alive. He's gonna get put in the dirt as well. And suddenly, Seeker with 10 assists, Zero Tenacity. 1 kill up in the midway as we get near 30. And maybe it's that famous 30 nap time, because Zero Tenacity have found a whole bunch of kills. And they ain't stopping.
I thought earlier you were doing your best Southern impression. Snap down!
Snap down! Snap down, find them kills, y'all.
But let's speak to it. Zero Tenacity, they kept close. They were at a deficit of 4, now they're a positive 2 over Team Nemesis. 30 mark is where things start to slow. We have these moments of bursting, trying to get some information. They're kind of tediously working around that hotel section. And now as you get caught from that tower, Glory knows he's in a precarious lift, but he's got the high ground. Now he goes into a 1v2 off from that plasma spawn. They gain another kill. Zero Tenacity is welcoming Team Nemesis into the kill box, and it will be Glory where they have to respawn from, as the rest of their squad will go down. Now, does this become a one-off? Because Slayers are so 50-50 at times, especially between some of the best teams. Team Nemesis knows that Z10 brings that fight all the time, and Glory is going to take their chance of rotating in.
Yeah, Glory does find a lot of damage. Snapdragon going to clean up, and Zero Tenacity stretching the lead. Oh, Mighties finds a great double kill. 14 kills for him, 13 assists for Seeker. And this Slayer not looking great for Team Nemesis at the moment. 40-32. The real question is, can Zero Tenacity close this out? Oh, it is going to be Seeker who does start getting shot. Jimbo, Wootum finds a beautiful double kill. Oh my days. Here come Team Nemesis. 6 kills the difference now. Wootum laying down some damage. Half shields is going to take a little step back. You can see Zero Tenacity all spawning on top of one another. Can they push into this yard? The push going in. Glory going to go down from Jimbo. That's an audacious push. Snipe Drone does have the shock. Gets the return kill onto Jimbo. Oh, shock and camo. This is a dangerous combo. Needs to find a reload. Only has 1 bullet left though. Will get the shot and the melee for good measure. SLG finds one. Seeker with the trade. 42-36. Still 6 kills between them as the push coming in from Snipe Drone. He's not going to get the kill though. Does get the hit. Chick is traded out. 5 kills between the Monkey Man and 7 kills to go for Z10. Make that 6.
A tedious way to get a win off of your region rival, and yet one necessary to start proving that they can be able to stand the test of time. Z10 with Jimbo. He had kind of a sleeper game in the previous oddball run of live fire. This one, Solitude, often is more 50-50. Up by 9. Z10 just needs to put this one away with a couple of big trades, and Team Nemesis is going to have to start getting that gamer lean going. Put on notice that this squad is not going anywhere without at least going into a fist fight melee against Nemesis. Little Purple Boy's gonna have to straighten his hat, because Z10 ain't taking none of that easy. We go 1-1 before game number 3.
Yeah, Team Nemesis. I don't think they even dropped a map in the Major Qualifier, right? So Z10 sorting it out, getting it done, 1 apiece. we got a series on our hands, my friends. There you go, 50-42. We're going to go into a recharge King of the Hill, which means it's going to be Aqua Bomb at least, Monkey Man.
Okay, all right. So we got to see, and we got to see some of that as well, because there was a lot. There was what, Aqua Bomb, or no, it was Aqua CTF, and then we had the bomb on Fortress. So good measurement of what at least Z10 was able to do. Mighties 16 and 7. By the way, we had so many assists that we also picked up nearly 5k damage from out of Chick. So they were basically put down on that objective earlier. Then it was like they were kind of leading them by the nose, just kind of had them for a second. It's like, all right, come on by. We got like 2, 3, 4 kills ahead, and then they snapped back and started biting at the hands. So good looks out of Z10. I'm glad that they were able to finally kind of put something together, especially against a team as good as Nemesis.
Yeah, it's, we talked a lot about over the last few years, lesser team wins Slayer. But let's see how exactly true that is in this winners final. Essentially a BO3 now, right? Like one apiece, BO3, recharge King of the Hill up next. I'm excited to see these two play this because, yeah, that Slayer really brought it back in. You're right, like Team Nemesis, they had a good-ish lead, but then hit that 30 kill mark and went sleepy naps, and Z10 just running over the top of them. So yeah, recharge King of the Hill, gonna be interesting to see how Team Nemesis bounce back, or whether Zero Tenacity can build on that momentum and really begin to make a push towards trying to take a series lead and forcing Team Nemesis to do a little bit of clutching up of their own.
Unless we have clutching of the pearls, and then they just kind of get sour about it. King of the Hill on recharge is one of my favorite costs as well. I feel like the hill placements and a lot of the different fights are just, it's kind of very straightforward, but that means it's a solid measure of what you got to do to at least control each of them. So big batteries, they want to basically fight away from it as much as they can to kind of get everyone stuck on spiral side if you're able to have that happen, and then you get everyone postured up onto those high grounds, especially from gold and protecting for that B side. So we'll see if this ends up going the way of Z10, or if this ends up being Nemesis bouncing back objective-wise. They're very strong, very practiced, very Woodham coded, if you will. I also got Woodham's mom in the chat, so shout out to all the supporters for both Nemesis as well as Z10. This has been a nice fight so far here for our winners final.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember the old school King of the Hill recharge, right? Like, this is, I think, the third iteration of it. Like, the first iteration never had a batteries hill, which was always super weird to me. Do you remember that first hill used to be bottom mid, like camo? Camo hill was first hill, and then second hill was inside long haul, which was a terrible hill.
Yeah, that one sucked.
That was a
You're like, all right, what am I doing between these big boxes? I hate these crates.
Yeah, like you could never get out of it. Like once you got it, it was just terrible. Yeah, awful. But thankfully, they've made King of the Hill recharge a lot better in the time. Wootum is not going to take that. He's not going to take any Woo slander, and he's doing some tombstoning as he finds a couple of 3 early kills. Snipe drone, camo shock. That is a deadly combo right there. He's going to see some in bottom tower. Nades start falling around him. He's going to miss the first shot, but half a hill already for Team Nemesis, and 2 dead for Z10, Mr. Monkey Man.
Makes sense, obviously. You put your camo player, especially the one that was able to grab it so quickly, onto the hill first. Batteries feels like it's a lost cause, especially with the lightning strikes that are being captured. They eventually will break it, but that could be regained by Team Nemesis at any given time. So do you expend the extra manpower to go and get hill number 1, or do you posture for hill number 2? And that's Zero Tenacity, kind of thinking long and hard about it. Team Nemesis, it'll just chill, pop onto it. We go over to blue.
Yeah. Easy. If I had to use one word to describe that first hill, yeah.
Simple.
Simple-sh. Z10 not even getting a single second on hill number 1. They already have at least 1 second on hill number 2, but Yeah, I think Team Nemesis kind of taking it a little personally that they lost that Slayer and just absolutely coming out of the gate red hot, dominating number 1. And it is going to be Mighties who does find a kill, gets traded though. Jimbo coming inbound to try and see what he can get. Chick and Wooten going to trade. Jimbo going to pick up Camo. And Zero Tenacity on the hill, but yeah, Team Nemesis, super start.
Fantastic start, but I like the follow-up. We're getting no stick. Actually, yes, stick. The camo eventually will run its course. A double kill here from Out of Glory. Wants to reaffirm a Titan's grip upon this next hill, and they know to make sure to down check anyone that's in that corner, and so they'll take over from at least that viewpoint. So everyone will be respawned, I think, from out of this elevator side. They do have one Sneak Thief that was able to get behind Spiral, and now that's Zero Tenacity showing a lot of tenaciousness to get back to hill number 2.
I like that. Tenaciousness. Tenacious.
Don't have a lisp if you're going to say that word.
Yeah, that's true. Why do all lisp words have S's in them? It's rude.
Yeah.
Even lisp.
I saw a meme the other day, literally like Satan handing off the sword to the person that made the word lisp.
Yeah. Jeez. It's just brutal. Speaking of brutal, Team Nemesis running through and crushing that Z10 hill, who were so close to getting it done, but Team Nemesis take a 2-0 hill lead. And Z10, they gotta wake up a little bit, man, otherwise we're gonna be zipping and zapping straight into a map number 4, because Team Nemesis have looked really good so far, and it is gonna be hill numero 3.
You're walking over to Whirlpool. I've got some big confusion as to where in the world Zero Tenacity kind of went. They had one man that went kind of backside Spiral to kind of challenge that hill number 2, and then the rest got deleted and depleted. Zero Tenacity, they know hill number 3 typically, in terms of pattern of rotation, ends up being where a lot of neutral time gets burned, so they don't want to have that kind of rocked against them and lose enough time to eventually get back into this kind of miniature best of 7 of hills series. Good fight there by Chick, laying out the damage. This hill is about the rest of the way getting done for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, Z10 need to finish this hill, and will, bringing it back to 2-1. Alright. There's a little bit of fight here. Chick finds the kill onto SLG as well with the camo. The C hill. The front C hill, you should say. Yeah, much better placement of this hill. 3 dead for Team Nemesis, and is this Zero Tenacity starting to be on a bit of a run? Because they are looking pretty good right about now. Already a quarter of this hill done, and Team Nemesis have barely even laid a shot down. Make that half a hill, and this hill is flying by, Monkey Man.
It really is, and that's because of good communication. They knew exactly where the read was coming from for that top side of gold. They know that there's going to be some pressure coming out of long haul, and so everyone's really kind of fulfilling their roles right now. So next push is, if they intend to kind of break this, we'll be coming out of that long haul section. There's just not enough time to prepare to move away from gold and A, so they're stuck out. That was 2 free hills. Zero Tenacity left uncontested. We're going to go into the pit now. See who breaks into a lead. Someone's got to open up map point.
Yeah, someone is going to have to be there first. 3 minutes and 13 seconds left, so time is plentiful, bountiful, you might even say, on this camo hill. 10 seconds till the aforementioned camo Seeker with a reversal headshot onto Snipe Drone. Now I'm just scared of calling him Snipe Down the whole time. But it is going to be Zero Tenacity first on this hill, and I think they also grabbed camo as well. Man, like, Z10 just have the run of it at the moment. Okay, killing spree for Seeker, even with the grapple whiff.
I thought he hit him with the get over here scorpion level grab, but Team Nemesis, they are being bullied away. Is this going to be yet another uncontested hill? 3 in a row for Zero Tenacity. They've got camo. They're not going to get a Spartan body on. That is 3. We go back to batteries.
What?
Team Nemesis have become ghosts.
Brother, what is happening in this game, man? Like, Team Nemesis, like, where's the tack timeout? Like, there is something going on right here, because they are just absolutely nowhere right now. Alright, Mighty's gonna go down. Jimbo does have the shock rifle though. Team Nemesis finally on a hill. Rejoice! Feels like it's been forever. The shock rifle coming out. That shot's gonna miss. The kill assist coming through from Seeker though is gonna allow Jimbo to reload. 1 bullet left for him in that shock rifle. 2 sticky nades, and it's Z10 back on this hill. Trying to find out. Look at this. He's trying to go through. Is gonna get the... I don't think he actually hit that. It's dead and it's down. Wingman assist. It's gonna be Wootum that finds the kill onto Chick, but the shot caller from Seeker. He goes down, but Z10 again, straight back on this hill, Monkey Man.
They took away the shock rifle and the camo, staggered away the opener that Team Nemesis had when they were able to get that first hill completely. And whenever they gave it to their main man on hill, he was just basically unwedgeable to get away from batteries. 75%, they may be sprinting through 4 straight hills over EU's best, but maybe they're less today. That's going to be a nice reversal. They got to drop on hill, and that is not happening. They took the first 2, but then 4 in a row for Zero Tenacity. We're going to game number 4 with Z10 in the lead.
Oh my days. That's crazy, actually. Like, to go 2-0 down and then just go like bam, 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 bam. 4 straight. I'm gonna count the bams. Getting 4 straight snipe drone, by the way. 5 and 17. That is tough. Mighty's double positive. Yeah, fantastic effort from the whole side. Only Wootum going positive. But yeah, 5.2k damage from Mighty's, who absolutely cracked that. They're running straight into map number 4, and why the bloody hell wouldn't you? Bomb on Aqua. And Team Nemesis, they got to work something out, otherwise they're going to be dropping to a loser's final for, I think, the first time this year.
Yeah, well, you and I remember from last year how these teams, at least in the early splits before some things kind of were shifted around, that they would trade back and forth as to who would take a turn of coming back to the grand final. This time, maybe Z10, even though they haven't quite had all the boot camps, had some extra flair and some extra, I guess, learning that occurred from when they were in North America, brought some of those lessons learned. We go into neutral bomb. Now, they were able to run stock when it came to bomb on Fortress after having one slammed against them. Then they did pretty well on CTF Aqua a little bit ago. Can they bring that same level of effort onto Bombqua? It's got to be Team Nemesis, though, that must win here to force a Slayer on streets.
Yeah, damn. We're going to have to bring it all the way back if Team Nemesis are going to get this done. Wootum finds a kill. Mighty's on the board as well. Glory with that camo behind enemy lines. Oh, that is... Ooh, I was going to say, that's really unfortunate. The jump up. You need the bomb up there, sir. Generally. He's going to find some shots in the back. Doesn't get the kill, though. Doesn't have anyone to confirm it either. Wootum finally does get it done. Oh, sick nade as well. Look, someone throw in the bomb. Let him plant. For God's sake. Please. He's been up there
for the catch
for like 3 hours. Oh dear.
He just wants to play catch it with Dad, and Dad left for milk like a long time ago. Oh,
yeah, it's tough out there.
This is gonna have to go the long hard way here through yellow utility. Eventually, one Spartan goes down, and it seems like Team Nemesis. This is what they typically do, though, especially when it comes to this map style. They have to clear open a lane, and then they take control from mid. They are at least getting another drop in the bomb for all of a second. Do some quick dancing. That's just one touch away. But it's gonna be Zero Tenacity that comes through, leaving zero room for error. They don't make one as Team Nemesis does not score.
Oh my god, how? How, I tell you, Zero Tenacity doing bits, like, Jimbo's still on a goose, and they managed to stop Team Nemesis scoring here, but, dear oh dear, I think ball's reset back to the middle, or close enough too, but, dear oh dear, Wootum gonna lay some damage down, camo coming up in 4 seconds as well, bomb starting to get pushed, Wootum does find the headshot, nade's gonna start coming through, finds another kill onto Jimbo. This bomb is 3 dead for Z10. If they're going to score, now's as good as time as any. One more set of slays required, you'd think. This bomb is going to be armed, and it's going to be confirmed. Glory, right. First one in the hill. Gets it done. A double kill for him. It's 1-0. And Zero Tenacity are still 3 dead. They're in this blender. And if he can find another kill, maybe they can get this bomb again. They're taking it the long way around. Don't want to be coming through the fridge way. Want to go to you two. Oh, hello. No. Oh dear. That was almost really awkward.
This is Zero Tenacity is in the slaughterhouse, and they are oinking. Team Nemesis has butcher knives, and they are slicing them up. I don't understand. They just cannot catch a break. Double kill to be able to continue the the breakdown of this D10 squad. They did so good to be able to bring it back. Now we got to remember they went down 2. They brought it back with 4 on King of the Hill. It's a little different with a completely equilateral style here for Aqua, and they're just losing their ones end over end. Team Nemesis, it's their time to shine, and they definitely have been very well practiced about how they want to be able to handle this on some good old bomb.
Yeah, Wootum, just gonna hang out here. Snipe drone finds chick.
Oh, distraction.
How did he know? How did he know? That's the real question. Bomb getting taken. Wait, there's no way, right? Glory finds a kill. There's no shot this happens, right? Like, you've just put the bomb in like a totally untenable position and you just let them throw it out. He's gonna try and get another bomb plant. Oh, he might be getting it done. No, the throw is clutch. Look, there are 3 Team Nemesis players in their base, and they still manage to throw it out. That's a team nade if I ever saw one. Seeker with a double kill. Ah, it's all gone a little bit shambles. Oh, it's gone Major League shambles now.
Yeah, look, Blue Base is a jump house, and the Grim Reaper is the party planner. Team Nemesis was up there, all jumping around, waiting for that bomb to just be kind of met into that top pad. But Zero Tenacity, they were not going to take any more of that guff. The problem, though, is Team Nemesis, they feel immortal. They feel like gods at this point, dictating the pace of overall gameplay. For the first time in what feels like forever, especially at least 4.5 minutes gone in this 4th map, Zero Tenacity gets to see more metal than what's just their back fortress. This Team Nemesis is fighting from their own yard, and we're seeing the slow roll of momentum go to Z10.
Man, if you're Nemesis as well, like, if Z10 literally slay you out once or twice and then score, that's got to be so heartbreaking as well. If you're Team Nemesis, that you were doing so much work and yet you weren't able to score a second bomb. It is going to be a double kill from Chick, though. He gets put down. Bomb still in mid. Oy, oy, oy. SLG just waiting. He's going to have Seeker get cleaned up. Oh, going to be grabbed, and now it's 3 dead again for Z10. And now Team Nemesis going to push towards this base yet again for about the 400,000th time. And let's see if they can actually plant a second bomb with all this domination, because we talk about the domination, but you got to give props to Z10 for only being 1-0 down after all of this. Oh, and Jimbo finding the kill. Dear oh dear, Z10 just doing so much work in defense, man. Defense wins championships, Monkey Man.
It does, but you need your offense to score. And we are seeing a clinical way of frustrating a symmetrical map. You are forcing them to always have to reset at the furthest spawn corridor, and that's over towards fridge side. Team Nemesis has done that over and over and over again. So as we go with Zero Tenacity, trying to get back into this game, they've definitely been finding themselves in a tedium of TDM, trying to get some of these deathmatch moments to turn into a facility of moving forward. They at least have that ball stuck for a moment. That splash grenade is going to be at least a kill assist for Mighties. And now Team Nemesis slightly on their heels as they're seeing this one move in.
Oh man, yeah, it is rough for Team Nemesis right now, right? Snipe Drone 17 kills deep already. Mighty's going down. Ball should be getting reset relatively soon, but Wootum again, last one left alive, is going to find a kill. But it might be Seeker in the 1v1 who manages to plant this bomb. There's actually no way he gets it done! It's one apiece! Oh my god, man. If you're Nemesis, like, this is so heartbreaking. You try so much and then suddenly it's a 1v1 and then they just score. It just feels so unbelievably rough. Double kill for Snipe Drone. They've got to start using this presence. Look, it's 3 dead again for Z10. Team Nemesis have got to score from here. Like, if you're losing this game or if this is going to overtime when you've had a massive kill lead, like, the kill lead is huge as well. So, yeah, you got to sort it out. Finds a kill, gets naded out, though. So, this is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Glory here in a 3v2. Make that a 3v1 briefly. Ball gets grabbed. Jimbo finds SLG. Wootum with the trade. Oh. And it's a 1 person left on the map. Like, they have to be scoring from here. You have to work out ways to score this bomb. It's literally, it was a 3v1. How have you not even put the ball up here? Team Nemesis look like they're going to be getting this ball in, though. Finally, maybe it is confirmed. And Nemesis are going to go back up 2-1.
I mean, you say heartbreak, I think frustration, but also a nod of respect to their inter-region foe. They're often rival in Zero Tenacity, who they've consistently put back to that fridge side spawn, and yet they fought back to keep this one within distance and reason. They now Team Nemesis get their lead recovered. 3.5 minutes to go. Zero Tenacity does not want to let this one run away from them or to allow a game number 5, but Team Nemesis is trying to keep all that extra respect that was put upon their shoulders from all their other region rivals now. Zero Tenacity still in their back base. This, oh, come on, Plasma Pistol, my man. All right, cool. That Plasma Pistol is McNasty these days.
Yeah, that thing does work, man. Especially, yeah, when you do the old 1-shot, 1-kill. Wootum, 24 kills. Snipe Drone, 25. Make it 25 apiece. It's been pretty ruthless from Team Nemesis. Wootum finds kill 26, and maybe, just maybe, with another set of slays, they can close this out. But, yeah, there's 2.5 minutes to go. They're going to find camo as well. They pop it and survive. And with 3 dead, is this how Team Nemesis get it done?
Depends on if they're caught off guard from that flank side position. You do have S1, or sorry, that P1 position. It's going to at least looking at them. The camo is going to stay up. SLG, this is a very strong kind of upper or high ground to exist from, especially if they want to know where the spawns are coming in. That BR is just as good. A double kill, killing spree, and they want to plant this bomb in a hurry. It's gonna get finished right here. They can't get away and out of their hands. And that means that we are going to a crispy game number 5, Street Slayer, to decide who will be your first grand finalist for our second split open. And Europe is seeing some good old progress made from their top 2 squads.
I want to point out that Nemesis had 35 more kills.
Goodness.
Than Zero Tenacity. Like, Zero Tenacity only had 59 kills, and Team Nemesis had 94.
Wow.
Look, 19 kills, 19 assists for Glory. Yeah, sheesh. That's, Snipe Drone almost with the 30 bomb. Like, yeah, look at, like, even the damage is kind of crazy. Like, 7k for Snipe, SLG with 6.8, Wootum with 6.7. Like, yeah. I'm happy for Team Nemesis that they got it done, because to have 35 more kills and it was 1-1 for so long is kind of nuts, man. But hey, it's a Slayer on Streets. Thankfully, the game is going to do the counting of the slays for me rather than my Excel worksheet. But here we are. We're back. I'm so excited, mate. Game 5 is going to be a banger.
So far, this has been, and this has also been a tale of who has the gut check You went to
Good
Texas. I'm so sorry you had to go there. I lived there for 20 years. You came back with knowledge of how the rest of the world is fighting. You did that last year as well, and it continues to show how EU is showing up. Top 2, Nemesis, Zero Tenacity. It's all about getting the slays done. I get called a slay sweat because this is pretty much my primary game type I love to play. But both these teams got to sweat it out. First to 50, let's get it.
Let's absolutely get it. Team Nemesis gonna be the first one on the board as well. Oh, Mighty just says no jumping in my house. Jimbo finds a back smack, and Zero Tenacity take an early lead. Seeker finds a camo, and he's gonna be seeking out some opponents. Yeah, we still got it.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I like that.
The repulse, good. I like it. Well, SLG and Wootum find some kills, and Team Nemesis take it. I'm not going to do this the whole time, otherwise it's going to get difficult.
Last time we had a Slayer, though, it was Solitude here into this matchup, and it was what, basically damn near the same. About what 1-2 kills of separation up until we hit that drastic 30. Apparently, your dirty 30s is where the arthritis kicks in, and it's about who's been taking the supplements and the nutrients to at least survive that crippling age. 6-5, Zero Tenacity welcomes Team Nemesis across the map, and both teams just setting up gang lines to separate themselves.
Yeah, Seeker finds death after he puts the Shroud Shield up. You hate to see it, you know, you put the smoke up and they die. But Snipe Drone not on the board yet. Wootum with 5 kills. Yeah, it's slow. Which is kind of the way NA plays in these Slayers as well. Kills going out all over the place. Zero Tenacity, the first one to double digits though, and Snipe Drone left wondering, where did all my friends go?
Mine all, graduated, did some other things. Team Nemesis, though, this is an interesting way that they've actually played both these Slayers. They send 3, and then they can let one kind of be the backman to control the spawners. Don't want to let them go across the map and get caught as they kind of come out of that flank. They feel like they need to play from the PD side forward into Tram, and then they kind of got caught the other direction. Zero Tenacity will see 3 fall. Glory has the camo coming up, and yeah, like you mentioned, this is much more meticulous of a matchup into our second version of Slayer.
That it is 13-12. Every slay really counts right here. Glory finds one, but not out here to ruin his life. A reversal as well. Snipe Drone with the nade into Jimbo, and Team Nemesis suddenly with a 5-kill lead. But that was super well done, right? For Glory right there. Like, didn't rush, not doing anything crazy. Those are some insane nades, by the way. Like, not doing anything crazy, not, like, rushing into it, like, using camo to his advantage. There's about 1 million targets on the board right there! An overkill for Snipe Drone! Oh, no. An overkill Exterm in the feed. You hate to see it.
Oh, I mean, I think that Team Nemesis loves to see it regardless.
Well, yeah, I mean, we hate that we don't see it. That's what I meant. Yeah.
But 8, yeah, I thought you had Meg's back. Can't believe it.
Can't believe it! Look, she's seen 2, missed 2, right? We're everything in balance.
So she's in her own best of 5 for overkills.
Yeah,
understood.
That's it. You know?
Well, currently, the end of this best of 5, Team Nemesis has really gained some ground. What was a 1 or 2 tiny lead has turned into 12 over the course of consistency. It began on this side of the map towards Cafe and Pink when they had that camo. They're not rushing when they have these major points of utility and power weps. They're forcing Zero Tenacity to come to them, which is what Zero Tenacity had actually done to start off this game. But ever since then, Team Nemesis has kind of changed everything about it. Now they've gotten a few back. I gotta see what Zero Tenacity is gonna accomplish across some of these fights. They're slowing that lead in that role.
Yeah, 28-20. Team Nemesis did have a larger lead. Man, they're dying every single time. Wootum does find Seeker though. 30-22. Getting shot in the back though. Trades going across. That little jump up almost saved Snipe Drone but Seeker gonna take him down. And it is going to be 31-24. Ah, a nice trade. All right, 7 kills the lead now. Yeah. Make that 8. Team Nemesis just got to keep the foot on the floor and not give up too many kills to allow Zero Tenacity to have a sniff. And they're just finding kills in untradeable positions. And it's back to 6, man. If I'm Nemesis, I'm a little worried. Look, they're just getting bullied off this map right now.
Yeah, they're definitely finding it difficult to have that multiple person kind of angle and advantage like they had before. They also had camo, they had the red gun, they had so many separate weapons that just didn't exist in the arsenal of Zero Tenacity. And now I'm seeing Zero Tenacity kind of extended a little bit too far. It was a 5-point diff. We've gone back out to 9. Looking to crest into that 40-point margin is Team Nemesis. They go from one fight to the next, a nice cycle, a nice flow, laying out damage across the entirety of streets. Team Nemesis was given a scare as it was Zero Tenacity that got match point unlocked first. But it ain't always what's done first, it's what's done last to throw this thing into the bin. 6-point diff, Arcade, big high scores. Zero Tenacity trying to catch up.
Yeah, it is going to be the slide in from Seeker. He gets punched in the face from Glory, though. But look at this chick finding the rotate. Knows where they're spawning as well. Does have the camo. Should be able to give some information with the ugliest commando skin of all time. Knows where they are. Speaking of Arcade. Man, 41-34. He's missing a little bit of the timing. Wootum goes down, though. And it's going to be a beautiful double kill. Oh, it's back to 5 kills now. This is stressful. This is European Halo, my friends. This gives me Na'Vi Quadrant vibes all over again. Jimbo gets taken down by Wootum. Mighty's is going to find a kill. The red gun. It's 44-38. 6 kills for Team Nemesis to find their way into the grand final. Oh, timing. A classic snipe drone. Finding shots with the red gun. Only gets 1. Knows that they're in subway. Seeker finds Wootum. Chick gets the trade. Red gun coming down. It's empty. Can he find the kill? Oh, they get a trade. Huge for Team Nemesis. 46-40. Trying to get this done. Mighties finds SLG though. 4 kills to go from Team Nemesis. And you still don't feel like they're quite out of the woods, Monkey Man. You can see the push here up into Cafe.
A very safe way to play. Wootum is getting the call. He knows that they're rotating around. He's aiming for this flank. He has no idea that someone's from Tram, and he's trying to check all his lines. And he does have Zero Tenacity on either side of him, and that means he's going to be caught at the door. You're down by 3. Zero Tenacity with 4 minutes to go. We're not going to hit timer. We're going to hit that 50-plus sum. They got 3 kills to go for Team Nemesis. They want to counterplay some momentum. Everyone has separated. It's a moment of calm. A breath to be taken. Zero Tenacity. They cannot let someone go for free. And Team Nemesis can afford a few trades. They see the pink street push. A nice check nade. And now they're going from mid. They come up by 2. James, they're starting to come back.
Oh, God, here it is. They're down by just 1 kill now. The retreat, a trade, but it's 48. Oh, my God, Team Nemesis. Oh, man, I said, you know, I don't think they were there, and they're going to move as a 4-0 Tenacity. It's going to be so difficult to isolate just one. There's 1 top tower in A. Glory, he's trying to work out where they are. The nades are coming through. This game is as slow as it's ever going to be. Red gun there as well. 48-48. The absolute cinema that is going to be the end of this game. You can see, look at all 4 members. There's nowhere you want to be. Snipe drone goes down. Seeker finds the kill. The red gun's coming out. There's no shields. Surely Z10 push off the back of this. They only need to find 1 more member of Team Nemesis out, and they're not really even moving as a group. Has Zero Tenacity really come back to take it? There's 1 left. Glory, he gets team struck as well. Can he get away? He's gonna find it, but it's Zero Tenacity that wins it. It's 50-48. What a comeback. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that Zero Tenacity has come back for that. Oh my god, the color's wrong. The color's wrong.
Turn that blue. Turn that blue.
Needs to be blue.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Down, but not out. They at one point were at a 12 kill deficit. Kept their cool, worked their way from out of tram to pink corner, and then it was Woodham who got that one sight line. There was one man, one Zero Tenacity player that was in tram. And then when they got caught, it was a snowball effect that eventually pushed towards that A plat. 5,000 damage from out of Chick, nearly the same from SLG, as close as you could muster. But Team Nemesis will be the ones that are falling to the lower finals to wait on the rest of the bracket. There it is in blue. Zero Tenacity. They're in the grand finals first.
Oh my god. What a best of 5 that was. Literally war. It was going to war right there. Oh man. Zero Tenacity, the first ones into the grand final. Like you said, Team Nemesis gonna have to sit down in that losers final. Gonna need a reverse bracket sweep. I can't even. The words.
Bracket reset?
Bracket reset. That's the one. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Guys, we are going to go to a break. We're going to recover. When we come back, it is going to be Seal and NPX to take you through some lower bracket action. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Whatever, where like people have like more like camaraderie and like support, like a support system. It was just like you were a female on the game. And we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like
so,
gunning for each other.
Right, because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were mad about it. And like I think that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean, we were like toxic. We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top, we were like entertaining the hate, and so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit because like we weren't going to take any shit like that.
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of Optic Gaming of the FPL.
No, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the Optic, quote-unquote, of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through the competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like as an e-girl coach, like that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. Like he has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows how to lead the e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite like moments of Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL, and who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen. Underpass one shot. Dude, they suck. Go now. 2v2, 1 shot, 1 shot.
Guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR, 2 in BR.
Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me out. Push me down basement.
Another one, Raptors. I'm watching us.
Hold this.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking.
Orange. Long haul.
Long call, guys.
Holy shit.
Let's go. Oh, what? My God.
Oh,
they're choking. Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL and asserted themselves as the most dominant female Halo 5 team in history, and in the league and in the tournament only dropping one map. Sadly, as time went on, Dreamy Dream would lead the team due to other commitments. The trio of Queen X3, Divine Damsel, and Monza would pick up Carandapus in the last FPL tournament, which they, once again unsurprisingly, won.
Yeah, but Divine Damsel is waiting. Carandapus knew her teammates had it. She had full trust that Thick Johns had it in the bag. That is going to be game number 4. A 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. Wow.
But this time not as dominantly, as they had to make a loser's bracket run to win it. Although they didn't win it like they did in the league, I don't believe this is due to them being worse, but actually the competition rising to the bar that they had set. As Halo Infinite came out, Monza would sadly slowly reduce her playtime as she had other life commitments as well. And to this day, the incredible duo of Queen and Divine Damsel still compete in numerous tournaments and are still on top and pioneers of the female Halo scene.
Probably not, because they only need one kill. If the other team wants it, they're gonna have to go out there and go get it, you know. And this could be it right here. Oh, Divine Damsel does grab it right here, and guess what? She ends it on a killing spree.
She does it.
Oh my gosh, she ends it on a killing spree, and Queen and Divine Damsel are your LVT Women of Halo 2v2 champs.
When you watch female competition today, you can really see high-level Halo being played, and I believe this is due to the bar that Riot Gaming had set. As of recent, we have seen some incredible talent come out of the female Halo scene at Infinite, and I believe there is more to come. Whether or not the ladies on Riot Gaming know it, they had the hunger and the drive and went out to dominate the scene in Halo 5, and the rest of the community followed in their footsteps and accepted their challenge. Thus, the competition within the space continuously grew and is still riding off the backbone of their incredible run within the FPL. Although Halo is a male-dominated scene, there is a space for females to meet, compete with, and against called Women of Halo. Please check out their socials, link in the description. They do fantastic work to give women in Halo a community and a scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you had enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button, and maybe even the sub button, and let me know. How far away are we from the first female to win a Halo event? Thank you for watching. Halo in the past has always been synonymous with montages, especially during the Halo 2, 3, and Reach period, with iconic montages such as Walsh's second Halo 2 montage, Straight Rippin's Team Taj, or Avengers, a lethal and formal dual Taj. Let's have a look back at the history of the rise and fall of the montage scene within Halo. Montages really started within Halo actually at the very beginning with Combat Evolved back in 2002.
Yeah, so Halo 1, there was a ton of different montages. I can't even remember like whose montage I was watching, but I just remember it was of Xbox Connect, which was like Xbox Live for Halo before Halo 2, obviously. So you could play Halo 1 online. But the lag was so terrible because like you had to lead your shot by a huge margin if you were on high ping. Like you would literally swipe your reticle with a sniper and shoot like 40 feet to the right of the guy, but it would still register the headshot. But like the guys that played on it all the time were like used to the lag and like doing that on purpose. And that was what we were watching in the video. I'm like, he's missing all of his shots. This isn't even real. Like that's why I thought they were cheating.
Although they started in Halo 1, the Halo's montage scene really started to blow up in Halo 2, with both online Halo being more prevalent with the introduction of Xbox Live, as well as the internet evolving to a point where it was way easier to share videos. Keeping in mind, YouTube didn't exist. These videos would be shared via forums and would require you to download them on a different site, such as Halo 2 Forum, which was run by Z, or GamingVids.com, or even the MLG Pro forums.
I was getting pretty good at Halo 2. One of my friends from high school also played, and he invited me over to his house. He was like, he played drums a lot, so I like to like watch him play drums. I don't know, he was really sick at that. And then he was like, bro, I want to watch you play Halo. You're so good at it. I was like, all right, like, sure. And he pops in like a VHS tape. Like, bro, this is really aging me, right? Like a VHS tape into the VCR and like hits record on it. And he's like, yeah, just play for a while so I want to be able to watch this later. And I was like, what? You want to just watch me play Halo? It's like the first time that anyone wanted to watch me play Halo. And it kind of like, I guess like clicked something in my mind. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So then I like try to show off a little bit more because it's being recorded. So then I like go for some 360 like stick for a kill tack or some crazy shit. And he was just like losing it the whole time. He's like, this is so sick. This is so awesome. And then I got home and I started doing some research about like how to record it. And I found it's called a Dazzle 90. It was like one of the original capture cards. And it was kind of cheap online. So I ordered it. I set it up myself. I had it hooked up to my computer that was in my room. I was on like halo2forum.com, I think at the time, and like the MLG forums. And I like made a post like, I'm an idiot, I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody help me set up my Dazzle 90, basically. And then like people knew I was kind of making waves in the pro scene, and somebody hit me up, showed me how to download a pirated version of Sony Vegas and like all these other things. I mean, I'm like 15 years old, so I could not afford like all the programs that I was using. But this guy just like sent me all this shit. He's like, yeah, just do this, use the CD key. And I was like, okay, cool. And all of a sudden I've got all the software to like record myself and then edit the montage. And then, yeah, I just started playing around with Sony Vegas. I just started putting like cool clips in there. And I made, my first montage was all just made by myself.
During this time, making montages were like sharing skate videos in the 90s. This was used almost like a display of creativity or talent and was usually edited by the montager himself, with the quality of editing improving as well as the clips either in MLG game types or social games.
Like we were all trying to, I guess, like one-up each other in a way. Like we wanted to make like cooler and cooler videos, but at the same time, everybody was super supportive and like just talked about how cool everybody else's montage was. You know, it was kind of a different atmosphere. BXR, double shot, all the button combos. People don't notice like the reload glitches that people were using. RRBX was like a mix between a double shot and a BXR. I just feel like there was a lot more individual skill expression in that game, even if maybe things like sniping were probably easier. Like it had such a high fire rate and was pretty generous with the bullet magnetism. But like the BR specifically just allowed for really creative montage clips.
People were constantly improving their videos despite the lack of resources. A big example of a step up in montages was Shook One's montage, Fragment Rights, where for the first time we saw the use of a third-person angle in a montage, which in today's standard is almost nothing, but a milestone nonetheless back in 2005 when it was first released. Although there was almost like a split between the montagers and the pro players, there were a few who did bridge a gap, one of them obviously being Eli.
I can't take all the credit for that because there was like It Was Luck was doing the same thing. It Was Luck was he played for Exit Wounds, so it was Luck and his brother Bonfire. It Was Luck was like making montages with pro scrims in it, and then Mikowski, of course, my duo, he was making lots of montages with like in FFAs with pro players.
As Halo 2 was coming to an end, Halo 2 left us with fantastic pioneers in the content creation space as a whole, with the likes of impactful montages such as Nakamura, Reed 18, Shook One, Eli the Ninja, and Varion, as well as many, many more. But as the release of Halo 3 was coming out, there was one montage that would be a turning point within Halo content creation as a whole. Walshy's second Halo 2 montage.
Yeah, I want to say it hit 1 million views in like 2 or 3 days. Like that's how big Halo montages were at the time. Like there was probably TV shows that were on like national television that didn't get 1 million views in 2 or 3 days. You know what I mean? But Walshy's montage was that huge at the time. Everybody was talking about it. I remember he like teased it for like a few days before, like Walshy montage drops on Tuesday, the whatever, you know, I forget what day it released, but no, everybody was watching it. We would like group up in voice chat and then like have it paused at 0 and then all hit play and watch it together. Like I'm pretty sure that's what we did at the time. Whoever my teammates were, and like whatever my online friends were, we would all get into a party on Halo 2, all have the video paused, and then all like count down like 3, 2, 1, play, and we all watched it and like reacted to it together. And we're just losing our minds the whole time.
With the release of a new game also meant a new generation of editors and montagers, and for the first time in Halo history, we were introduced to theater mode. With this tool, editors took montages to the next level.
You may know me as Muggsy. What I've done in this space, I mean, I've made probably way more videos than I should have, if you ask me, looking back. And I mean, that's pretty much it. I've been a Halo player since Halo 3, and I never looked back, so.
Theater within Halo really allowed montages to evolve to more than just a series of clips put together. It almost turned into a cinematic experience that took the viewer through the story the editor wanted to tell. This could range from amazing MLG clips as a farewell to Halo 3, like in Legacy edited by Zola, or even a way to show and remember the good times within Halo, like Honbomb's This Is Halo series. Either way, it became a new way to communicate to the audience and tell a story. Alongside being on a new generation of consoles, as well as the amazing art style Halo 3 produced with beautiful maps that all have different personalities and bright colors as well as different moods.
It's, to me, had like the best art style, and it's just a beautiful game, like so many different colored maps. Right, and in the editing as well, like, it's kind of fun to mess with like the color correction and color grading, and like that's a fun part for some people. And it's like when you start to do that in a montage and you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like on Construct with the purple lifts. Like, oh, this looks sick. It's like, I don't know. It's just, that was way more prevalent in Halo 3 because, as you said, each map kind of had its own personality.
Even though YouTube was out and people stopped downloading these montages onto their computer and were able to just stream it, all of this would still be communicated through the forums, and more specifically, the Halo 3 forums.
Halo 3 forum during my time, and it became the Halo forum. And then it like changed completely after like different people took control and everything. But when it was the Halo 3 forum, that was something special. Like, that place was, I missed that place. You had to be there to actually know why it was so special, but everyone there was just there for montages. I mean, there was other off-topic parts of the forum, but people were there for montages, and there were pages and pages of discussion of like just montages. So like, if a new one came out, you would make a new thread in the montages section or whatever, and you would post a link to your montage. You would talk about it. Here's a link to the YouTube where you can download it, and then people just comment on it, and like there'd be pages, and like I remember there was only like 10 responses per page or something, so like it was a big deal to be a comment on the front page of the montage thread. And so people would immediately, once a montage, like a good one got posted, they would immediately make a post that was EWD, edit when done. And so they would reserve their spot on that list, on that front page, and then watch the montage, come back, leave their feedback. Oh, this is amazing, this is whatever, just so that they could be on that front page. Because like, that's how much people cared back then. Like, you would have your, you could give reputation per post. So like, it encouraged people to talk and give feedback and just post. So like, someone has high rep, they probably know what they're talking about. You would ask someone with more clout than you to post your montage as a way to like vouch. Like, I remember asking Dutchy to, hey, can you post this montage that I edited? Because like, more people will click the thread if they see you posted it.
To add to this, during this time, MLG was also at its peak, which allowed for the showcase of some of the most insane plays along some of the best players, which also spawned the era of some of the best team tages in gaming history. With the likes of Frenetic Array to Straight Rippin' to the Status Quo montage, all very different in personality, yet all 100% MLG, and all against some of the best players in the world. Montages were at the height of its popularity, and insane projects were always in production, and naturally, this meant that some projects would sadly fall through.
It wasn't my project necessarily, it was going to be a bigger project. It was called Blacklist, and this was a project that Zola was putting together, and it was 10 different editors, all editing 1 minute, where every every part of the everyone's edit transitioned seamlessly into the person before and after them. And so I was one of those 10, and it just never, I don't know how it fell through. I definitely never finished my edit.
Around the release of Halo 3, YouTube would blow up in popularity, and this allowed people to share their montages much easier than before. This also led to the birth of possibly 2 of the most important channels in Halo history, FB Walshy FTW and Air Guitar 901. Nowadays, what they did would ironically be considered stealing content, but back then it was an honor to have your content on their channel. These channels would almost be like a time capsule to old school Halo today. As Halo 3 came to an end, the cross-section of both quality of clips as well as the skills of an editor was at an all-time high. Alongside the popularity of Halo just being out of the world is something I doubt we'll ever get to experience again, as the stars just align so well with the montage scene.
Like the height of the scene for me, I think it has to be like the tail end of Halo 3 into like early Reach days. But I think like if like I had to show someone one Halo montage to be like, hey, this is why Halo montages are fucking sick. Like you need to watch this one. It's probably something Zola made for sure, but probably Legacy. Halo 3 Legacy. Because that one, it's not only competitive, it's like some social stuff, but it like perfectly encapsulates like what a montage is and should and could be.
Halo Reach, although not the most popular game in the competitive sense, and by far the most dull-looking game when it came to MLG montages, as the maps were all grey, still had a very high quality and healthy montage scene, with MLG montages from a lot of the top pros who come in throughout its lifespan, such as all of Ninja's montage, Straight Second Prototype, as well as a new generation of montages coming in with the likes of Axillo, Cause of Hell, Trank, and your usual people such as your Dutchy or Campy, etc. Reach as a whole did a good job at writing off what Halo 3 gave it. As Halo Reach was nearing the end of its life, it did end with a bang. Avengers, a montage edited by Muggsy and CJ New for Formal and Lethal was released. The energy around this montage alone was comparable to the excitement of some movies' releases, and will forever be in contention as one of the best montages ever made. Sadly, the downfall of montages would start when Halo 4 was released. This could be a combination of the population just leaving Halo or other external factors. Nonetheless, we saw a major step back.
I think it really started declining when the Halo forum as we knew it changed. And I know that's probably a weird answer, and I have more answer, like another reason, but to me the first like, damn, this isn't what it was anymore, was when we were no longer like on the haloforum.com, when it like changed to I don't know, like it, the way it looked and everything changed, the way it worked kind of changed, and then in that transition I think a lot of members didn't go over either, so it kind of like just became a shell of what it was, and so people stopped like really posting their videos there. But that was also at the time when like Halo as a whole was losing popularity, which really sucks because making montages in that game I think was could have been really good because the theater mode was great. I think there's like green screens you can put into the like there's things like that was.
During the lifespan of Halo 4, a lot of montages will end up going back to Halo 3 and make content there, with brilliant montages such as Trank or Chris Q still producing content when Halo was at its most dead. We still have Ninja making montages, but the scene would find it hard to recover from this setback. Old Halo players being filtered out for new ones, or even online culture just being uninterested in making them as a whole. Not many people would pick up the mantle of montagers these days. As Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5, and Infinite would release, the population would continue to grow. We would still get gems from the pro scene, such as brilliant montages with Spartan the Dog, Ace, or even Frosty, but it's still sadly not as popular as it was to both watch and make montages.
I think it's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then like I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like So there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of Noob Slayer 343 releasing trailers for their newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed 18 making montages like it's 2006. Or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snipetality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I have linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG. Space Station.
No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember yet. I think it was SSG.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
SSG.
Space Station.
Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
Optic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase. Phase.
Phase plan.
Phase. Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it? It was a Phase didn't do a 3P or a 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station out of it. Optic. Was it Optic? Optic.
That was Optic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
SSG.
That one was SSG. The SSG Invitational was won by SSG.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it Phase?
We're gonna go with Phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it?
Phase? I'm gonna say Optic again. Oh no, Phase actually. Phase.
Optic.
Phase.
That was Phase.
Optic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that Optic?
No, it was Phase.
I believe Phase won that one as well. It was Phase, wasn't it?
That was Phase.
Phase.
Also
Phase again.
Phase.
Charlotte Major 2023.
Because I think Optic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
Optic.
That was Optic because they won the
For some reason that was Optic.
Optic.
Charlotte was Optic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was Optic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was Optic as well.
Optic. Easy enough.
That was Optic.
Optic as well.
Optic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been, was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs. Because Those were like the two big ones, and I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mind or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only two orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode. Barcode was on that, right? Yeah.
Mind Freak? No, was it Chiefs?
Mind Freak?
Chiefs. Mind Freak?
The Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tappy Button's team, I believe. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity?
Knights?
LG.
PK?
Luminosity.
LG?
The Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights? I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
No, it was Ascend. Quadrant.
Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend.
Ascend at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend.
Valencia, Ascend.
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 Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas City was won by FaZe.
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sen.
Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit odd. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, is this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9
was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9. Optic.
That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI Ship Administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop. I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just like rewatched those cutscenes like so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct.
The answer? Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's Holy City, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreigner key ship.
See, I knew this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that Q-ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
Alright, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer, the Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I never really looked at, to be honest. Man, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal Vector.
Hyperlethal? Hyperlethal. Yeah, let's go.
The answer? Hyper-lethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up by Cortana? I'm gonna get mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
He was sent on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh, come on. I've heard this one.
Was he born Stellar makes eternal lasting?
Why does the brain just go like into like overdrive when I ask a question? Like you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born. I actually can't remember. Was it meant to be Earth? I think. I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillian.
Okay. Maythrillian.
I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillian. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Guilty Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows, as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Janjir Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sanshayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the Halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was Zero, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Mayfield? I think they know if it was on Mayfield.
I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the Sanshayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
we all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and cons were like, oh, we're gonna go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter and Reaction and join half of Crackclan, MVP and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the two leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro Team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event would be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15-16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming
Well, hello. It's a nice day here in Europe, and we're here with some more Halo action. we've got an interesting one right now. We've got Hones versus I've just forgotten what they're called. Crows, that's the one. So two single syllables. I'm here with NPX. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm very good. Got double round bounced out, ready to cast some Halo for the first time in a long time, and excited that we get Europe's second biggest rivalry behind the top two teams in Warlord versus Baxter right here on stream today.
Well, I got a bye in losers round 1, so I didn't get double rounded technically. But we got the Crows, Baxter, Desire, Nemains, and Zove, 4 very preeminent players within our scene, all of whom sort of just poking their noses into that pro level. Meanwhile, Pantho, Ninja, Warlord, and Shock, another one of our top amateur teams here in Europe. I mean, just going to ask you straight away, who do you think is going to win here?
I'm going to put it to Desire and Baxter's team winning. I think they just have a bit more teamwork together. Obviously, they've been around for more, and looking at this map set that we have to start off with, you know, starting with a Streets oddball, I think it's just going to lend to their sort of like teamwork together a bit more compared to that kind of new build team with Shock coming into the mix with Warlord and Pantho and Ninja.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Shock is a player who we know is very talented just from the work he's done recently. You know, saw him beating Illy so badly that he rage quit Halo.
Losing money, I believe.
I thought he did very. Oh yeah, I forgot you were the
$800 is all he paid allegedly.
SMH. But yeah, we know he's very good at the game. Although I don't know if I've ever actually seen him in this sort of competitive 4v4 situation. Obviously, it's with players that he doesn't really know super well. So I'm interested to see how well he slots into this team.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're gonna jump straight in here past the fly through as you hear things going on, and we're into we're not into anything, so that'll be why the fly through took a while. Seal, one of the players, and it was Shock himself, didn't manage to connect somehow, so yeah, we're gonna have to wait to see how this starts. But as you said, obviously seeing how he fits into this 4v4. Now, he obviously has a bit of a Gears of War background. We know how some of the Gears of War players tend to lend themselves to this game. You know, if you look at the likes of Mental and that on complexity, they tend to be pretty up there in the skill and everything. But when it comes to 4v4, sometimes there's a couple of these game types, you know, where it's a little less I guess, kill heavy compared to what a Gears of War gameplay would be, and bringing in more of that objective with the ball and things like that maybe is a different pacing for him.
Yeah, it's truth be told, I don't know a huge amount about Gears of War competitive, but I have always been very interested to see these players coming in from other games and finding success in Halo. You know, we obviously have Wooten, you know, famously a very, very good split gate player, and as you mentioned, Mental. I think when it comes to Gears of War, though, something that I guess is a bit of an adjustment is that Gears of War, at least from what I've played, is quite a sort of flat game, you know, because of the way the cover system works and stuff. Whereas Halo, there's a lot of verticality to it, which I imagine is quite a big adjustment for these players, but probably not when you're someone at the top level.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing I'd take is looking to see Shock really be able to play his life, because, yeah, okay, in Gears you can shoot over things, you can shoot around things, but Gears was all about sitting behind something, playing your life, poking damage, and that teamwork. So I think, you know, coming into EU, yes, obviously he's got to adjust to a few of the pacings. It's definitely different to the North American style he's used to being playing on Halo, but can he convert with the success that he somewhat had in NA and take it forward into EU? And, you know, playing with Warlord, a very good player in his own right, along with Ninja and Panther, you know, who have both teamed at some point with sort of like top 3 players, top 4 players often, and been up there. You know, what's this ceiling for this pickup squad, as I guess you look at it right now? Can they beat the likes of Baxter, Nemanes, Desire, and Zove, who have teamed before, for example?
Yeah, it sort of puts me in mind of how at Blackpool, I believe, Wooten was teaming with Warlord. He was kind of he was new to the Halo scene, and obviously Shock isn't new to the Halo scene, but he is new to the European Halo scene. You know, Warlord sort of allowed Wooten to spread his wings and show how good he was, and he found his way onto, you know, that top team later on, and he's going to be looking to do the same here, although currently Shock not managing to pick up a kill off the rip.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is going to be his team with that initial OBJ time, and that'll be on the sands of Ninja. But Zove with a good couple of kills to start this off, and maybe here is where if he stays up, manages to get this camo, there's a chance that they can, you know, push forward and get some control on this map. But we're on board with Shock, the guy we were talking about, and he does get a lovely kill there, and opts to not grab the ball, knowing it's going to reset maybe off of a call from his teammate, and he's going to play for this A-side control. Does have that Stalker in hand, and coming from Gears, you like to think he's very good with precision weapons, and that is what this game basically is right now.
Yeah, speaking of Gears, when we were in that POV, I thought he was indulging in some of his old Gears habits with the camera angle. But it is going to be early time on the board for Pones. Warlord with the camo, playing it so sneakily. Can he find the kill? He does manage to trade out 1. It's going to be 4 dead for Crows. A very well played camo from Warlord there. As it's going to be time on the board and the setup on the side of Pones.
Yeah, and Shock just playing it smart, maybe getting the call, they're spawning back C. He knows, you know, playing with Baxter and the likes in your in your rank play, he knows they like to push this B street maybe because he was ready for them to push driveway, and, you know, Zove gets a kill, but Warlord trades it out in that kill feed, and there's Shock getting it with himself, and he's ready. Does he get the second? He does. That is a double kill, and still, you know, during that time while the gunfights were going down, his team maintained control, kept the A side of the map, and got all the kills, and they do it again. Shock getting the kill onto Baxter, and Baxter with a breadstick to start this one here.
Yeah, Crows just don't seem to have an answer right now for this setup from Pones. Warlord finally forced to move that ball, but he's still putting time on the board. 58 seconds on Ninja as well when it comes to that ball time, and there is still not a second on it from Crows. They just haven't managed to break through. They've got a slightly more awkward setup here with being held in Cafe, and the Slays are going to start going in the favour of Crows. This could finally be their opportunity here, but Ninja survived for so long. Finally, 4 go down for Pones, though. It will be an opportunity for the Crows to put their time on the board, but can they find as much success from their first setup as Pones found from theirs?
Yeah, and only the second death there for Shock, which, you know, at 8-2, the guy is popping off right now, and really kind of the factor as to why maybe this Pone side is up right now. But as you say, we have Crows with control, and they do have a really nice setup, and they have a good amount of damage just backing up that side of Pones. But Pones get 1 kill, they have a guy trapped bottom A, that's 2, and you know, now they have this control. It's just the ball guy to die, and he does. That's a double kill for Warlord, and now they're back in control. They have their favoured setup right now, and they're just killing and getting damage down, which is slowing down the Crows so much right now.
Yeah, right now, the Crows, you know, they just came off of a win against another team, whereas Pones has been sort of sat there for a while. You might have hoped that they'd come out a little bit hotter, but so far it seems like Pones are on fire. Meanwhile, the Crows just can't seem to get anything to happen. They do manage to escape from Warlord there, but there's another player looking to try and pinch them. Isn't going to manage to make it just yet. It might be an opportunity for the Crows to start putting some time on the board if they can win that fight, but they won't because the spawns have come through, and now A control is in the hand of Pones.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, Warlord with this camo again, like, I hate to break it to the Crows, but you're meant to be, you know, the one stealing things, and you'd like them to steal one of these camos away, but they do get the kill, and if they steal this kill, they do. Zove, again, the guy that's kind of been there for the Crows when they need him most, getting these 2 pieces. He was doing it in the last series they played, kind of helping just push these boys through maps. And you know, if Baxter playing a bit slow, you know, 3 and 10, kind of looking like me on the map right now in this lobby, you need someone like Zove to step up and prove why he has played on one of those top 3 rosters before, and kind of match the likes of Alec and Warlord here, because it's not looking pretty, as they are still down about 40 points. And yes, the ball's out mid-map, nobody's getting time, but you'd like to think here, with 2 kills down, there's the ball grab, and it could be, I'm tempted to call it right now, that could be game if they get these next couple of kills here for the Pones.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they can afford any more failed pushes here. Alex Shock does finally get taken down, but is it too little too late? Zove falling as well, as you said now, only 10 seconds. If there's not a really big swing here, then the Crows are going to be looking down the barrel of a 1-0 map lead. Well, not map lead, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Lead in this map. Rounds of oddball. 2 dead again for the Crows, I think, will seal the deal in the Pones' favour.
Absolutely, and I know what you mean. Sometimes oddball, each round can feel like a map in its own, you know. You flip these spawns now. Will Pones continue to have the success they just had round 1, or will the Crows be able to show that the A side is dominant? And, you know, you're looking for the likes of Shock, Ninja, Warlord to just stop them from that. And how has Ninja got through without a grenade or being spotted at all there? What? Well, that's 2 dead for either team, and Nemains has the ball here to start for the Crows, so we have a little chance for the Crows to prove that they have some worth in this game, and they are going to get the initial time here, Seal, and that's 3 dead, sorry, for Pones there.
Yeah, 3... Sorry. Sorry, I had a bit of a moment there.
Good.
Going to be still numbers advantage for the Crows. Finally, all of Pones has spawned up. Nemains looking to try and get some kills of his own on the board, maybe try and catch up with the insane stat line of Alex Shock right now. Will manage to trade out, but unfortunately it's going to be 3 dead for the Crows. The Pones still with 2 up. Can they find a trade? They cannot. That's going to be 2 up for the side of Pones, and ball time going in their favour once again, most likely.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, you know, we looked at the start, the initial ball hold for Pones when they were on that side was about 28 seconds, and the Crows barely even got 12, and now Pones are straight into this A-side setup. They know what they want. They're making the communications. They're going to be B-side. They're trying to control it now. And, oh, maybe a little too rogue there from Shock as he gets taken down by the mains. But a lovely play of the ball. And Ninja's still going to keep eyes on it and stops that player from getting too much time. I don't even think he got a second of ball time from that rotation. And, you know, he's just going to try and see them trade out here. They know they don't have to rush for this ball. They can get the damage, shoot over the ball because it's in a nice spot off of Pones for their spawn to, even if they're down numbers, keep that ball neutral until it resets here, and then the Crows can maybe get it. But as I say that, the Crows are looking to steal it away as they grab it now from benches, and it's going to be Nemains. He's missed a few shots and even gets a back smack. And is that Warlord letting him know there, or was Warlord trying to live up? I'm not sure. Might have been a bit of both, and now that's 2 dead for the Crows, and Warlord with camo again. It's another power up going into the hands of Pones, and Warlord, you gotta finish one of them. But Pantho with a trade seal, and they're still up 6 points, just slowly trickling away right now.
Yeah, this round has been a lot closer than the previous, but it's still, every time the Crows seem like they've got something going on, like one of the players on Pwn steps up and makes a play and completely shuts them down. You know, earlier we had 3 dead, and then Nins gets 3 on his own as the last man alive. It's heartbreaking to see for the Crows, but they are going to manage to equalise the scoreline here. The question is, can they keep the ball in their favour? Because the Pwn seem to always get at least 20 points of ball time every time they have it in their hands, whereas the Crows have struggled to even get more than 10.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the odd 6 here, maybe a maximum of about 10 or 11 on one time, and there's Pantho just trying to rotate that ball back, and you're going to see Zove getting a kill, and Zove trying to step it up, trying to get his team back into it. And it's actually going to be Baxter, you know, getting himself back in this game a little bit. Maybe getting some confidence down. Maybe he's shot a few shots into Warlord's body and got excited, because he is now 12 and 20 right now and really stepping up as his team get a bit closer. But you've got Zove just looking to cut off any spawners. Maybe he's aware those two are cafe, but he's going to get caught out, and he does manage to live up, and that's going to be huge here as we start to see the Crows build up a bit more of a lead finally and get more than 10 seconds at a time on this ball for once.
Yeah, 3 dead now on the side of Pones. That does mean that this will finally be an actually successful setup from the Crows. That player with the red gun lurking, ready for an attack, but it's Desire with the camo who will draw first blood of this team fight. He will get taken down eventually, can shot, find himself a kill on this player back A. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. It means we have a fight now across A. This shock rifle player has come from the trash to get into the fight, but Alex Shock wins it and finds a second one as well.
Absolutely, and Warlord there for the backup, you know, just in case. And Shock said, don't worry, buddy, you get some ball time on the board finally. I got these kills, you get to our teammate. And, you know, it's nice to see Warlord finally finding his OBJ shoes, and we're going to have, it looks like he's aware that they're cafe. He does catch one, and, you know, he's just going to sit it in PD here. He's not too fussed. He trusts in his team, and maybe that's a good idea to have, but that is 2 of them dead, and it's now just him and Ninja stuck inside this PD, but they work well together. That is 1-2 down. Unfortunately, they go dead, and Pones, you know, as much as they were looking to maybe make this little bit of a comeback in this round, looking like it's slowed down as Zove has finally answered back to Alex Shock and said, I'm here too, buddy. Our team are looking to take this round. And kind of, as you say, a bit of a slower round the way this one went round, but about the same scoreline the opposite way.
Yeah, it is a dangerous situation here for the Pones. They still have maybe one more push here, but maybe not actually, with all 4 of them going down at a somewhat inopportune time. Warlord really needs to try and make something happen here as a furthest player up, but he's going to go 4 shots down straight away. I don't think they're going to be able to make it. They're going to equalize this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And something to note, both these teams, you know, there was a few times when they get broken on this A setup, it's because the team's taken that extra time, those extra few seconds, and worked through that P side. Whereas you see all these teams, as soon as they go through B side, they're getting cut down. Both these teams so good at just slaying out the other team when they're pushing up that B lane. So it's going to be a case of who gets control of this cafe side on this round, I feel like, is going to win this game. Whether you can stop that enemy team pushing through that side. But as I say that, you know, it is 4 dead for the Crows. Ball control in the hands of Pones, and they're actually going to go and hold this back C. So we're going to see a little different setup. Pantho with the camo now. He's aware that this team are looking to push pink maybe, and he's caught one on the splits here. Down laundry. but he's aware of where... It looks like he's aware of where all these players are, and he does get one. Does he get the second? No. Seal, that's Zove again with a big kill to close out the camo, and then Desire to match him as they're now pushing in on this ball guy, and that is going to be 3 dead, 2 dead now for Pones.
Yeah, unfortunate situation to find yourself in there as the camo player, only managing to trade out 1 kill when you had 2 one-shots next to you. But the Crows are going to get the ball over into this C setup. He thought Warlord might have just lived long enough to prevent that, but not quite. Alex Shock, finding himself 1 shot, is going to have to back down. So much damage being done by Desire. He gets 1 player 1 shot, pushes another one back, and gets a kill on a third, and he's going to find another kill, letting that player know about it. 4 dead for Pones. Desire taking over during that team fight.
Absolutely, and something to note there, the teams were dead even on kills until those 2 kills right there by Desire. So now it's the Crows ever so slightly in the lead of the Slays, and also slightly in the lead of this ball time. And they're still just showing us a little bit something different, holding this ball seaside and showing why there is a dominance to these teams, why their individual skill is so high as they hold it back C and slowly rotate this through B. Maybe even trying to make that A play. They were, but it's going to be 3 dead. Is it going to go 4 dead now down for the Crows? And ball in control for Pones. Desire still somewhere living his life away. You know, getting away, being sneaky. But Pones with this camo on to Shock. He's aware of where the players are. Knows he's pushing up mid now. Doesn't see a mid, he's going to call out to his team, all 4B, and this is where you look to see the collapse with Shock. Play smart with his camo. Not been spotted yet. He did get spotted by Baxter, but a teammate shooting over him with red gun, I believe. And that's going to be 2 dead, 1 dead momentarily, and now the Crows looking to get some more time on the ball.
Yeah, that play almost worked out perfectly. I feel like Pones just needed to commit to the collapse there with their camo player. Instead, he didn't really have the anvil with which to strike using that hammer of the camo. And instead, he gets taken down. 2 fall individually. They've got a much closer round on our hands here off the back of that setup break from the Crows. It's going to be 3 dead now for them, though. This last player stuck on the ATMs, but the spawns have come in before that player died, and I don't think they have the information on it. Fantho finally having to run away from those C spawners. Luckily for him, they are spawning in A. He should have an opportunity to put some time on the board here as these 2 players come up to Pink Street, but a huge stick there from Shock is going to keep the Crows 2 dead. Zove, now the last man standing. Can he kill the ball carrier? No, he can't. This should be a significant lead in the hand of Pones, but there is still plenty of time for the Crows to answer back.
Absolutely, and I'm going to be looking for Ninja here to maybe make this play for his team, make the comms, and you know, they're going to be stacking Pink Street. They might, yeah, here you go, Ninja making the play, just aware that he knows exactly where he needs to be, and Warlord going to be the one going tires this time for his team. And how is this one going to work out as Ninja just getting some damage down? He knows Warlord's now going for the flank, but it's going to be Zove getting traded, and then Desire picking off Warlord down in that kill feed, but Ninja here defending his ball carrier gets 1. And unfortunately, that's going to be it for now for the Crows. No way to get this ball at the minute, as you're going to see maybe Pones get the spawns here that they want to watch over this ball. And they do, as it is currently a 3 versus 4. But the Crows just flocking together, pushing for this ball. And Baxter working his way around it. But he gets back smacked by Ninja. Ninja ready there, gets the call from Warlord, gets the back smack on Baxter, and now it's going to be a 2 versus 2 as this ball resets, and looks like perhaps the Crows with the camo, yes, we're on Desire, and control of this ball. Are they going to be able to keep a hold of this and make this comeback?
Yeah, with ball in their hands and camo as well, like you say, they should really have this opportunity, but the camo runs out before Desire has a chance to make a play with it. The players on Pones sticking together so well denies the opportunity, really, for them to make much happen there. But it is going to still be 3 dead for them. They commit so hard to chasing down the camo player, they get taken down by the others. Now this game is getting very close. Alex Shock has to survive in PD here. If Alex Shock gets taken down, and he will, then it could spell disaster for the side of Pones. 2 dead compared to only 1 on the side of Crows. It's going to be 2v2 on the map here. The fight around A will decide it, as Baxter also gets taken down. Zove tries to get the ball away. He's gotten it towards the pink, but not close enough for those C spawners to watch it. And even if they could, Pantho has the shroud screen. He's going to get it around the corner, and that might be the map in favor of Bones.
Yeah, 92-92. Pantho living, getting that kill, and then securing the win. That has to be said. So huge there, living up on tower. Able to make that play. Kill the guy trying to rotate ball down. And then with that shroud screen that he picked up, pop it, pick up the ball, get it back to safety. And there you go. Pones up 2-1 in the Streets oddball. They're going to take that 1-0 map count going into a recharge Slayer seal.
Yeah, I mean, what a map that was to start with. Off the back of that first round, I thought this might be a bit one-sided in the favour of Pones, but then Crows answered right back and we had a very, very close round 3. I'm quite excited to see what these two teams get up to as we go forward. Looking at the stats here, though, Alex Shock is probably the standout player, although Zove is well hot on his heels in the kills department. Really big stat lines from them and very strong from multiple other people in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say it was almost looking even, but that damage there, you know, Baxter maybe looking a little bit off from his team, you know, about a 2k difference between everyone there. And then you look at the side of Panther, Ninja, Warlord, Shock, all kind of close, within 900 or 1,000 between Panther and the second highest on his team. But Alex Shock, almost 10k, same as Desire there in these lobbies, is insane. Zove obviously right up there with Nemains and Seal. We're going to go into Recharge Slayer after this, and looking at that, looking at how Shock was playing, how are your thoughts and feelings going into map 2?
I think Recharge is an interesting one because it is such a rigid map in terms of structures. Like, if you can get control of the correct spots, it's so hard to break out. It feels like there's sometimes less room for an individual to just take over. You need your whole team to be firing on all cylinders. But with how Shock was playing that previous map, I wouldn't be surprised if he still manages to take over, because he had a very strong showing then.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, I'm excited to see, you know, this camo control again. How pivotal is it going to be, you know, across all of these maps, the power-ups, right? We get 3 camos off the rip for the first 3 maps, and then 2 overshields for the second 2. What is that? Overshields? Hello? There isn't one on Origin. And then we get an overshield on that CTF. What going into these next 3 maps is going to change? Will we see the Crows get some power-up control? Can they get this shock rifle in their hands, the camo in their hands, and make a difference? Because we saw when they had it, when they got it on Streets, they were great with it. But that first round and second round, it felt like it was all Pone's control.
Yeah, I agree, but I do think something we saw from the Crows that I found interesting was when they had a setup over an A, they quite like to send a player over down towards that trash side to try and watch the cross. And that's not as effective on Streets because it's such a small map, so linear. On Recharge, strats like that are a lot more effective because of how sort of triangular the map is, even though it's, you know, it's obviously not actually a triangle. You have those kind of 3 important points of glass, top A and C, and controlling 2 of them at once really puts the other team in an awkward spot because they have to push both of them simultaneously, otherwise one of them, you'll be killed by one whilst trying to attack the other. So I'm glad to see that strat coming in from that side of the Crows, and I think it will be more effective on Recharge than it was for them on Streets.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be Baxter that we start on board with here, you know, just sitting on top of his triple stacks, you know, maybe making this a little bit of a nest for himself as he starts the game. And it's going to be immediately, as I spoke to him, getting control of this camo. And you see this game, you know, alright, okay, it's the start, but about 25 seconds off the clock, no kills made, and just a nice slow pace in between them. Teams really showing each other the respect that they deserve, knowing exactly what other grueler they just went through. But it's going to be Baxter maybe with his play. Is he going to get caught out? He does not. Manages to live up, but it's a straight trade 1-for-1 off the rip. And Baxter maybe getting caught out by his teammate Shroud here. But he does catch Warlord off, and he's going to shoot those nades out, looking for damage as his camo runs out. And now he's going to get to the fight with the guy top gold.
Yeah, I am glad to see that Pones did manage to pick up that shock rifle. It was a little concerning to see them completely give up the camo off of spawn without even fighting for it at all. But even so, the shock rifle is going to get taken out of their hands. It's a really good start for the Crows here. They had the camo, now they have the shock as well. They've still got one dead on the side of Pones. That could be an opportunity to collapse on this spawner if they can get there before the reinforcements come in from top A. But Shock manages to avoid the shot and survive as Ninja comes in with the help. They are going to manage to stabilize a little bit, but it is still a somewhat significant lead for the Crows.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be a 4-kill lead to start off with here, and you know, not too dissimilar to how I guess we saw the start of the oddball.Maybe obviously starting with the different team, but you know, bit of even kills, one player on either side. Well, yeah, one player on either side. Looking a little bit slow to start here, and it's gonna be Warlord actually in the Slayer. You know, maybe looking a bit slow to start compared to his counterpart in Baxter. You know, that is the storyline in this: a Warlord versus Baxter, and you know, finally his team are looking to get a little bit more control. Only down 2 as we're still on board with Alex Shock here. This camo coming up here very shortly, and they're just looking to stay alive, get control, and you see it is up actually, and no team currently able to gain control or get it, and that camo's been up for about 25 seconds, and this is how important the power-ups are going to be for these matches. As you see Warlord get one, but 2 players immediately from the Crows straight down. Desire with this camo in control, but he does get eagle-eyed out, and is he going to get away with this? No, it's going to be Shock who catches him and gets the kill. And now only 3 down currently as we go in to the next few moments. Back blue, it's another kill for Shock. And maybe he's aware this player's pushing long. I'm not sure how, but he is waiting for this push.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there, I guess, from the Crows there. They managed to get away with their second camo of the game, but don't manage to make a whole lot happen with it. It's going to lead to a tied scoreline despite a very good start from them. And we're looking at a bit of a stalemate as both teams trying to shoot cross-map, trying to find themselves some sort of advantage. The cross-map shots are going to trap Nemesis, though. He's in a really bad position here. He doesn't want to be here if he can avoid it. He's going to get forced out with grenades and taken down, but the scoreline will immediately not only be evened, but be overtaken as the players from the Crows answer back, taking down 2. But the spawners have come in. But Panther gets taken down again on the other side of the map. It seems like the Pones just can't all stay alive at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But you say that, the Crows are now down 2, and it's even at 18 apiece at the bottom of that scoreboard. 8 minutes to go on the clock, but the teams are finally back to this even playing field. As you maybe see here, our Pone's going to take a lead. No, but they're going to get this camo. But Warlord immediately spotted out by Baxter, and that's a 2-piece from him there, and that's 2 dead. As we move on board with Zove, he's spotted the players, he's heard the gunfire, he gets the kill onto Shock, and does he secure the second one? No, but his teammates are there. That's 1 kill down, that's 2 from Desire. Shock rifle in his hands, 8 shots, so he's got about 3 headshots in this gun here, and if he does that, it's going to be a nice swing for his team. But as I say that, he's going to miss the first one, but allows his teammate to push up onto C plat, and now they're going to make this collapse. The grapple in their hands, the 1 shot, does he get a stick? He does, but it's going to be Shock pushing him and getting the kill off of the damage from the grenade there, Seal.
Yeah, I mean, it's still only 1 kill to separate these 2 teams. Warlord going to tie it up at 25 apiece, and one of a very, very close Slayer so far. And the stats on both teams reflect that. No one really significantly positive or negative. Just trying to keep their heads above the line. Can Warlord find that kill? Yes, he can. Now he has to stay alive from this second player. He should have some help coming in. Can he find it? No, he can't. It is going to be a trade coming in. It's going to be 3 dead. Make that 4 for the Crows. Desire first spawner spawning up in C. And you can bet that the Pones know exactly where he is.
Absolutely, and if I'm a member of the Pones, that's the swing that I wanted right there. That taking the Crows down 4 dead. Does he get that kill with a nade? No, but he's going to get out with a grapple, and you know, he spots this player down by camo, and if he lives up here, you got to say, this is one of the greatest pieces of Halo I've seen today, because I've not watched much, but he's not. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, and you know, we're on board with Zove, and Zove just sneaking around. He knows they're going to be long haul, going to be back C, and he's just got to work his way slowly around, get to his team, cut off these angles, and just build the teamwork. But he gets the camo, but gets spotted out immediately. And does he get away from this? Did he spot that guy above him? It seems like Ninja does catch him out though. And Ninja, you know, with that Eagle Eye, 3 dead again. They now have the largest lead we've seen so far in this Slayer at 5 kills. And it's gonna be Pones looking to just close this one out by getting aggressive on these players and keeping up the damage that they are laying down here.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be an absolutely disastrous collapse there from Pones onto the Crows in gold. They do manage to trade out a couple of them. It's not the end of the world. A 6-kill lead is recoverable, but they're going to have to start doing something about it soon because Ninja's going to find 2. And now that 6-kill lead has ballooned up to an 8-kill lead, and you've got to start to worry about the Crows, whether or not they'll manage to make it back in the series.
Yeah, and all I'm thinking if I'm Pones right now is I just need to trade out. A 1-for-1 trade is good for me at the moment, you know. And are they going to do it? Pantho with 1, and he does get the trade. So this is fine. They need 7. But the Crows ever so slowly making this crawl back, you know, as they get 2-for-1s. They're now only 4 down. They were about 7 or 8 down at one point. Now down 4 and looking to trap the Pones inside gold themselves here potentially. And if they can get 4 dead here, we're back at an even game, Seal, and the game is looking like it's going to be on with 4:20 left on the time.
Yeah, I need the Crows here to show us that they also have that clutch factor. We saw when the chips were down, when things were really close in that oddball, it was the side of Pones that were the ones who made the play they needed in order to win. We got to see now, can the Crows do the same? They're backing away from these gold players. They don't want to try and collapse on this. I guess they don't think it's worth the risk. But they got to do something here. They trade out 1. There's a one-shot player in glass, but can they find him? It feels like they decided not to try and collapse there, and it seems to have cost them majorly because they weren't early enough on the they weren't fast enough on the rotation to sneak the camo out whilst the Pones were still trapped in gold, and it means that they've just lost their opportunity. In both senses, they've lost their opportunity, unfortunately, and the camo, I think, is probably in the hands of Pones right now. They're hunting down these players one by one. It is going to be a win for the Pones, and it felt like the Crows had a chance there, and I don't know why they didn't take it. Like, it might not have worked out, but I think they needed to try and do something instead of backing away when they had the whole team trapped in gold.
Absolutely, and I mean, as we're going to pull up the scoreboard here slowly, you know, we mentioned in that map 1, you know, it was Zove keeping up with Shock, and then if you look at it here, Shock, 12 kills, 14 assists, only 8 deaths, and then you look at Zove, you know, his counterpart from that oddball, only 9 kills, unfortunately, here, with the 13 deaths. So you're going to see, yes, it was an 8-kill difference, but look at that damage between the whole teams. Again, very even. And that is why that game was so close, Seal.
Yeah, it really was. You know, that scoreline doesn't exactly do justice to how close it was, because you have to bear in mind that these top teams, they are very, very good at playing off of momentum. They're very, very good at keeping on pushing. Once they have that advantage, they will keep on taking it and keep on keep the pressure on until they win. So that says 50-42, but what you have to bear in mind is they were basically tied up around, you know, up until about the 30-kill mark, and then you had these big swings back and forth for a while where it looked like either team might be able to fall into the lead, and then towards the end, Pones just ran away with it. But it really was a very, very good showing from the Crows up until that point, and I think they still have the chance to maybe try and reverse sweep this.
Yeah, absolutely. But if I'm a member of the Crows going into this, I'm a little bit happier about the way that I was getting some of those camos on that map. However, that final one, you mentioned it, Seal, they weren't able to sneak it out from underneath the Pones, and the Pones got themselves out of gold, got themselves through long haul and onto that C plat, and literally stopped the Crows from being able to get it. And that was when they got that first kill. And then they did get that camo. They got through to A, killed another guy who got trapped on his own, and that's where they took that lead in that game by the absolute scruff of its neck, and just kind of went away with it. And going into this live fire here, I believe it's a Strongholds, it's going to be, again, another camo on the map. And I want to see this sniper and camo go into the hands of the Crows and then really make sure they make use of it. Because when they had the shock rifle, they didn't get too much done with it on that last map.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's one of those cases where they had to commit one way or the other, I think. I think the idea was we trap them in gold and then we sneak out the camo and then we figure out what we're going to do. But, you know, credit to Pones, they weren't going to just sit there and let the other team decide what they were going to do in that play. They made the play themselves and broke out. They had the deaths to play with. Meanwhile, we've got at the start of this game, Pones capping 2 points right off the rip. It's always interesting to me whether or not teams go for that, just go B and cap the point. Because obviously, you know, it's only a few seconds, it's not that big of a deal, but sometimes it really sets the tone for how they intend to play this Strongholds game, whether or not they're going to go for the kills or go for the camo, or whether they're just going to say, hey, if we capture these points and we hold on to them, we're going to win no matter what else you manage to do. It's going to be now a 20-point lead in favor of opponents off the rip because they decided that what was most important was starting to get those points on the board straight away, and they're going to keep themselves in control as this first camo comes up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Ninja with camo and the snipe, and he's even bagged himself a repulsor, you know, just to make sure if any rogue nades come into his way, he can maybe just repulse them out of the way and keep himself safe for a little bit extra. And if not, when that camo runs out, if he can just repulse someone away and get a beat down, get whatever damage it is, but he's going to make the play here to just slow himself down, repulse it, make it sound like he's gone elsewhere. But as his camo runs out, he gets the no-scope onto Zove, and he's now going to make the play behind. There's the repulse pancake Nemains onto that pillar, and it's going to continue to be points ticking up for Pones. But as I say that, the Crows are able to get a couple dead, are able to get control of A and B, whilst the Pones are trying to take over C. But Pones are also taking over A here. If I speak too soon, I may get in trouble. But no, it's going to be the save from a guy on A. I think that was Baxter or Desire, just saving the A point, allowing his team to slowly tick these points back up. And now they're collapsing on these players A, looking to just continue this time, build up themselves a nice strong set of points here, Seal.
Yeah, they are going to manage to equalise this scoreline. These two players spawning back B, there's just really nothing they can do. But the player C can do something. He charges across top mid, takes down the player A plat, and it's 4 dead for the Crows. Even though they did just manage to equalise the scoreline, Pones have answered right back.
Yeah, absolutely. And Desire looking to start a bit slow on this one. That's probably not what you want to see, but this is a game mode where you can get away with being a little bit less efficient in the kills department. If you're still good on the objective, you're going to be ticking up them points. But I say that, the team that's looking good on objective right now is the Pones, as they enter themselves into a trip cap. And it's going to be 1 dead either side, but looking like full control to the Pones of A and B, as Warlord working around. You see on Pantho's screen, that dummy side may be looking to push C, and now Pantho gets the call to go. Yes, Warlord goes down off cam, but Pantho's here, and Pantho goes down, does not get himself any of those kills, and now you're just looking like you're cycling if you're the Pones, maybe getting a bit panicky, just trying to make a kill or two to slow down the team of the Crows, as the Crows now get themselves the CB, and a beautiful snipe from Zove, just asserting himself back on the map and back in the game.
Yeah, perfect timing there. Zove to catch out Warlord as he's trying to get out of the line of fire. Oh, but really nice chow there from the players top mid. Both of them shouting together saying, you can't snipe both of us. And you know what? They were right. You couldn't, because they do manage to take down the top tower player with the sniper. Do they know the sniper is there, though? They really could do with picking it up if they can. Ninja is going to find 2 kills whilst he caps that point, but there's still another player and he didn't know about it. He's going to be forced to back down. And the Crows, what looked like a situation where Pones were going to start scoring again, have managed to prevent that. But the dummy spawn comes in at the perfect time. This player isn't ready for both of these players to be there. Now they're looking to collapse towards this B position, and they are going to start putting time onto that capture, taking down the player on Nest as well. Ninja, having an incredible life here, is finally taken down, but not before they get the triple cap. They're now doubling up the score of the Crows. Can they take him down? That was 4 dead again for the Crows. The spawners coming in A, and Alex Shock with excellent use of the QT there, getting damage and staying alive.
Yeah, and you know, the Crows able to slow it down, able to get A in their control. But if I'm a member of the Pones, I'm happy with that. I have my CB set up. I know right now where I'm confident. I've got a sniper, back B, just waiting, watching our cross, and I've got everybody else controlling top tower and that. But as I say that, it looks like they gave it up. And they gave it up maybe because a player died and got that spawn on A. But they're gonna maybe stop C here. Are they able to do it? It looks like they are. They're going for this trip cap. They're trying to put an exclamation mark on this game and say, hey, we are the better team. You guys need to maybe go back to the drawing board, reset it, because we're here to play and we're here to challenge the big dogs today.
Yeah, I really like the way Pantho played that live top mid. He finds a double kill. He is A plat. Most players just go A in that situation, but he says, no, I'm going to go back to C. I'm going to make sure that we're controlling the map that we already have control over, instead of giving that up to try and capture a different point. And that is a huge reason why they've got the lead that they have. 3 of them are finally going to get taken down, and it looks like the Crows will be able to start scoring, hopefully. Alex Shock is taken down, and now they do have an opportunity to try and break back into this game, but it is a very steep hill to climb.
Absolutely, as you say, a steep hill for these players to climb. 100 odd points out of the mark right now, and Ninja just in control of that repulsor. It feels like for the whole game, but it's gonna get cut short. That's 2 dead for Pones. Now a sniper into the hands of Desire. He's gonna opt not to use it right now in this gunfight. Gets Warlord and then is ready with the sniper immediately, just in case a player's pushing him, and he's gonna die to Shock. And now it's Shock with the sniper, and Shock for once not being the guy with the kills right now, you know. He's just slowly pushing, controlling with the team, getting his assists up, and he now has this snipe in hand, and I'm gonna look to see him rip some heads here, and he does exactly that, right on cue for me, doesn't let me down. And hopefully this is going to be the moment where Pones push forward again in this game. As you see, is Shock aware that a player has snuck round him here screens? I don't think he is, and now he's going to be aware as he touches the 8-point seal.
But is this screens player aware that Shock might be able to come? It doesn't even matter, because I think Ninja manages to take him down first. It's going to be Desire now, looking to try and take down Shock and capture A. And even though they did manage to break through this setup, it's going to be Crows regaining control of the map, maybe threatening the triple cap. C split back in their favour, but Pantho finds a double kill just when Crows looked like they might have this opportunity to keep putting points on the board, to find their way back into this map. Another massive play from a player on Pones, even though we didn't catch it on stream, was for Pantho to find that double kill, completely destroying the control of the map that the Crows had. It's going to be a triple cap now for Pones. If these players in C die, it's basically, I mean, I don't want to say it's basically over, but it's an absolute disaster for them, and they will have very few mistakes left.
It felt like a moment where if they stopped C, where I felt like screaming, stop, they're already dead. But you're going to see the side of Crows get A as well. So they are still fighting tooth and nail in this game, not letting them get this so fast. And they have slowly trickled a few points. They might be losing C, but now they're on B, and Zove is ready for these players to push. His teammates are spawning on him. They have 1 player down, and the Crows are trying to fight back.
The problem for the Crows here is that Pones have the time. Like, they have time to take it slow, to get their picks, to play this right. They don't have to force themselves into these situations, which means that, you know, they might get 10 to 15 to 20 points off these selves, but Pones have proven that they are very much capable of breaking out when they need to. So the Crows need to start making something bigger happen. They can't really afford to be satisfying themselves with these 2 caps, because as we've just seen, the Pones will strike back. They will maybe find this kill onto the B player, and they have. It's going to be 240 points now for Pones. 2 dead again on the side of the Crows. Make that 3, and I think that might be game.
Yeah, and I'm going to say here, much like the oddball, it just looks like the side of Pones were more comfortable in setups. They were happy to hold the 2 cap. They knew when to push for that 3rd, and maybe the Crows are a little bit out of sync with each other, you know, not teamed with each other for a little while now. Desire's been off kind of doing his thing with a few other teams, you know, and now he's back with Baxter in the mains. Looks like maybe they didn't have that cohesion they used to have as, when it came to getting setups, they did not look strong seal, and that's going to be a hot 3-0 for the side of Pones. And, you know, look at these kills. Very, very even again. Okay, you know, you go over to the assists, the side of Crows with more double-digit assists, but it was those individual plays that you noted. Ninja with a big kill, Pantho with 2 pieces off screen, and it's gonna be an... Oh, if I'm the mains, I'm a little bit upset with that damage, but, you know, what can you do when players like Pantho are dropping 5.5 and Ninja's dropping a crisp 5k on your forehead?
Yeah, as you say, I think it's not really about the kills, it's about when the kills are happening and where and how. You know, it's one thing to trade out one when you're the last guy alive, that's great, but at the end of the day, it doesn't stop the fact that you've already lost the fight, basically. And it felt like every single time it really mattered, it was Pones that found the kills that were super important. And so that is going to be it for the tournament run of the Crows, but it has been a good run for them. Managing to take down the Finnish team just before this, and it will be Pones moving on in the bracket to face BH3 in our next game.
And that is going to be a heater seal. And I believe we're going to cut to a short commercial break while the teams get in the lobbies, while we sort out our observer getting in there, and we will see you after this break.
3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
We just knew we just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, we'll be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much in ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to beat SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16, while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes, there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
One more. Let's go! This is mine! All mine! That's what you're there.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' gaming house for a boot camp, or a pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how it came about. I think we basically posted. I think it was either we posted on the pro forums because we had access to the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. So It's like we're either like posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said like we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events like coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just I think we got told like, yeah, there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and like if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but like obviously it's big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and like they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at the time like Snipe Down was like in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's like we never like, even though like we played against pro teams and good teams all the time.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We told you it'd be a short commercial break, and we are going to be in with another banger series for you, as we're going to be underway with BH3 Esport versus the Pones. And Seal, going into this, we've just seen Pones obviously pick up a big win against one of their players' arch rivals, but now they've got to go against the side of BH3, which is Septic, Moze, Bastos, and Sunriz.
Yeah, I mean, Moze and his teams basically always find themselves as our third best European team. Our top three has been kind of set in stone now for quite a while, and I suppose the question is, with the pickup of Shock and also Panther, who used to be on this third place team not very long ago, will Pones be able to break that ceiling? Will they be able to find themselves in that third place spot? Will Panther be able to get revenge after being dropped after Arlington? Those are the questions that we're going to be looking to answer today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're going to start. We've just watched the live fire strongholds, but now we're going to jump into a King of the Hill. And if I'm a player on the side of Pones, I'm kind of excited to go straight back into this map. It's a map that we've just worked out. Some of the points are very similar. They had a great hold on that B stronghold. Are they going to be able to transfer that into this first hill? And their start as well. A very strong start from them. We're able to make the kills, get the sniper and camo into Ninja's hands. And if they can do that against BH3, they're on to a good start on this first map.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think live fire, maybe not our most sandbox focused map, but it's one of the more sandbox focused maps. Snipe and camo is such a deadly combination. It is terrifying to deal with in the hands of any of the players in this lobby. They are all very, very good at what they do. I think we're likely to see, though, BH3 looking pretty ready to go. They're not going to have their eyes on this match. This is one that they're expecting to tick off the board nice and quick, and then they'll be after the match against Nemesis. But that might be an opportunity for Pones to catch these guys flat-footed. So they think that this is just a quick little warm-up, but actually they find more than they bargained for.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, maybe BH3, yes, they won't step their foot off the gas. They're going to be looking forward to that next matchup. But if I'm them, I'm still being aware, as you said, they've had Panther on their roster. They've faced these guys like Warlord, like your Ninja before, and they've had close matches. And if I'm looking at this, with the pickup of Alex Shock, like you said, maybe I'm thinking, this is a little bit closer. Yes, we're still comfortable, we're still confident, but maybe this is a little bit closer. If Sunrise comes out of the blocks a little too cold, this gives an opportunity for maybe the Pones to keep up their momentum that they had from that last map and maybe get the first hill, chain that onto the second hill, and then does that set in some panic, a little bit of arguments between the players on BH3 where they're a little bit upset that they're down against these players, Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, these guys on BH3, they're very good at what they do. They've been to all of the LAN events recently. They know how to handle pressure. But that being said, we also know that they can bleed. They're not invincible. And this might be an opportunity, especially with a new player, kind of an unknown entity in the European scene. kind of coming in, it shakes up the power dynamics a little bit. We don't know where this team might land. So far, they looked really, really good against the Crows. We might see an upset here.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing to note is Septic coming back. He's had some time off before the qualifiers for the last major we just had over, the Optic major. He came back. He started to play more. And now he's here today on his M&K playing with the third best roster in Europe historically and looking to cement himself back up there. Every time he's come back, he's always top 4 without a doubt. Yes, it's a part of the teams he gets on, but it's also a testament to his skill and qualities as a player to transition from controller to M&K and still maintain at the top of the EU scene. That takes some doing. I don't think there's many more players up there other than maybe Wutom if you chucked him on controller that could do it.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Wutom, it's easy to sort of overlook Septic and the sort of history of our M&K players, but for a long time he was probably the best M&K player in Europe. He was on those top teams, and this was before there were any other M&K players on those top teams. This was before Wutom made his historic runs last year. So I think we do need to bear in mind that this guy is the real deal, and even though he's been away for a while, he wouldn't be back if he didn't mean business.
Absolutely, and he's going to start off, sat with this team as Sunrise. I said, if he starts off a little bit cold, maybe it's going to be a problem. But he comes out, he nets himself too, but then it's going to be Alex, Shock, and Ninja together. And then you've got Septic on the sniper, showing off a little bit of M&K prowess here, maybe, with the ability to snap with that aim. Getting snipe in his hands, being trusted by this team to get it. As his team have almost captured the first hill, he's gonna miss that kill. It's gonna be Warlord to take him out, and now some time on to the hands of Pones. And Warlord with the camo, with sniper, sees 2, maybe 3 players on him, is able to hit the leg shot there. Not able to. Oh, he did hit the body. I was gonna say not able to line that one up, but he did. And now it's gonna be 2, maybe 3 dead here for BH3. And it's going to be the side of Pones getting an equal amount of time straight back onto Hill 1. And they now have Snipe and Nest Control ready for the next hill, Seal.
Yeah, I do want to... I think we might have seen Septic kill his teammate then, with that nade into cuts. Because it made the kill sound, but it didn't, it didn't give him, a hit marker, which I'm pretty sure usually means a cheeky little team nade, finishing off a kill from someone else. But whilst I'm saying that, Pones have just managed to sneak the first hill away from BH3, proving exactly what you were suggesting at the start, that if they come out hot, they can sneak these hills away. BH3 being as good as they are, maybe not expecting such a scrappy fight for that first hill, and they got taken flat-footed. Now they're going to be getting early time on this hill again, but they got early time on the last one, and it didn't do them that much good.
Yeah, absolutely. And Warlord showing another weapon of the sandbox there with a green gun, and able to keep on the map there with the boxes. We can't understate, knowing how to traverse the air as you're getting repulsed a little bit. You can give yourself that slight movement so you don't just get flung for free. Able to just be caught on that box. And, now his team are in control again. And it's going to be Panther getting himself on the board. He started 0-4, but he's playing with confidence. He's not letting his slow start let himself, be pulled down, be pulled into a funk. He's still confident, challenging, jumping and pre-nading, being ready for this camo. And he does get the trade onto Bastos there. And he's right back in the game. And Pones also right back on this hill again. BH3 get the initial time, Pones come in, get a set of kills, and then match that time and still maintain somewhat control around the power positions for the hill.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that Pantho had a bit of a slow start. Who's someone who absolutely has not had a slow start is Alex Shock. He's 8-2 right now at the start of this game, although despite that scoreline and him getting taken down, BH3 have managed to find their way back into this hill. It's a much better showing from them than we saw in that first one, where once they got broken, they never really even got there. It's going to be Mose now with the sniper in his hand, one of our most prolific players in Europe, kind of always been left out of those top 2 teams, but very firmly usually been on the 3rd. They are going to manage to answer back by capturing that hill. It's going to be Pones with the early rotation to this one, but they aren't quite ready to get into it yet. They don't want to give away their position by jumping in the hill too early, and that has paid off for them. Mose gets taken down. That was 4 dead, I think, for a second on BH3. Septic and Sunriz now spawned up. Bastos as well. Looks like they're going to be around the B side of the map. At least that's what Warlord seems to think. But now he's changed his mind. They're bottom mid. Both of them not ready for the player. He's so, I don't want to say lucky, but he's very fortunate that they weren't both looking at him, because if they were, that would have been a different story. But, you know, luck comes to those who prepare themselves for it, and Warlord takes advantage massively. That's going to be 3 kills for the side of Pones off the back of Warlord finding that body shot. Massive hill time now for them. BH3 with probably one more chance to break this hill if they can keep putting time on the board.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was down to Warlord being lucky or if it's down to Pantho just being a nuisance out Kedor. I said he started 0-4. He's now 7-8. He has just picked himself back up. 8-8. He is even now, and he is somebody that now he's back in. He looks to try and keep this confidence on this Pones roster, and they are, with that kill, looking to solidify this hill, and they are now up 2-1, and 2 players were just down on BH3, but that's a camo grabbed for Sunriz. He's got away with it, and I did say if a player like Sunriz starts slow, there is a chance for this Pones roster. And as you've stated, it's Alex Shock leading the lines. Ninja right there with him though for the Pones roster, just trying to will them through it. But I say that, 4 dead, hill in control of BH3. We've seen this before. They get the initial, they get control. Can they hold it this time? Because if I'm BH3, I'm thinking I need a clean hill on this one and a smooth rotate into the top middle hill.
Yeah, I think what we see there from them is kind of a symptom of the fact that this team has been together for so long, you know, scrimming for major events. They have those hill rotations. They know exactly how they want to play them. But then we're seeing from Pones the ability to break that slaying power, that kind of scrappiness that you often get from these sort of new feisty rosters. And you know, so far that seems to be the case again. The Pones has managed to equalise the time on this hill. Ninja now dropping out to help Alex Shock with this fight. Towers, another player, C-player, Alex Shock, putting down so much damage here. It does get taken down though by Septic. 3 players on the side of BH3 all combining to take him down. Sunrise taken down in kind though. Mose putting that sniper rifle to work to tag up a player, and now it's going to be BH3 again, answering back. As you said, can they manage to keep control of these hills? They didn't manage to hold on to it, they have managed to retake it. Hill time going in favour of BH3 now. A really smart play from Bastos here. Waste some of that ammo. There's no sense in risking it going over to the other side. The push is coming in on the far side of the map now though. Bastos needs to be ready with that sniper. He will be. He will find 2, a kill and an assist. Can he find a third? This player isn't going to have much chance to chow the hill here. It's going to be the hill in favour of BH3. They will tie up the score in this map number 1.
Absolutely, and it is 2-2 with 2 minutes 22 on the clock. We got all the 2s right now, and as you say, it is, I say that, it's 2 dead for BH3 as well. We really are being treated. As we see, it's going to be the side of Pones getting the initial here, but BH3, 2 dead, Pantho in control of the tower, and you just kind of want to hold this tower if you're Pantho. Get a bit of knowledge, get a bit of a map sense for his teammates, call out where these players are, a little bit of damage down when he needs to, and he needs to, needs to stay alive and get this kill here, but I believe he got pinched out by Septic and another player on the stairs there, and now it's going to be BH3 taking control of the hill and looking to rack up time themselves. But I was going to say, I believe that is Ninja or one of the blue players on Pones with that camo just sneaking around, and that's exactly who it is. Ninja just sneaking around this guy tower, gets the kill, opts not to go for the back smack and just shoot him there, and then push forward. Unfortunately not able to get it, and he's going to die, but his teammates are there and they are very close to capturing this hill. But BH3 also there. BH3 fighting, not wanting to give this one up for free. And as I say that, it's going to be those guys who get 3 dead. but a massive kill by Ninja to give his team a chance here. Unfortunately, does go down, but as 3 players come back up, there is a chance here that they can stop this hill if Warlord can get in and stay alive for a second, but he does not. And BH3 looking like they're going to take this hill and take a 3-2 lead now as we're going on to potentially the final hill in green.
Yeah, what a back and forth hill there we saw from the side of both BH3 and Pones. That kill on the player top tower without trading, absolutely crucial. If Pones had managed to get away with the camo and had still been in control of tower, that hill would have been over. But BH3 manages to clear it out, manages to take the hill. Now, this is a vital moment for Pones. We saw in that round, in that oddball game, Warlord takes down the QT, by the way. But we saw Pones making the clutch plays when they needed to in that oddball game. Will we see that again here? They have to capture this hill, but they have time. They do not need to desperate for this. They've got a minute and a half on the clock. That is way too much time for BH3 to even consider, running down the clock with, really. So it's going to be a question of whether or not Pones can clutch up here. 2 players going to on the side of Bastos. Warlord missing the snipe. He needs to waste some of this ammo before he dies, probably. Unless he takes out them all out, in which case he doesn't have to waste it at all. He is going to probably throw the sniper off the map. Yes, he does. But he makes them bleed a little bit. Taking down 2 means that these first wave of spawners should have a chance at taking down the hill, especially with Pantho finding the first pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm Bastos right now, I am just calling out everything, shooting everything, begging my teammates to... there he goes with the QE to keep himself alive, but he's gonna still get taken out as 3 go down for BH3. I was gonna say, just looking to get some hype, get some callouts, get this damage down on the map, but it's again Alec Shock on the side of Pones, trying to keep up, keeping his team in it. He does go down, but he's 22-16. Bastos 24-15. And it's going to be Sunrise, a little bit lackluster right now. But he's not going to care. His team are winning. He is happy. He is in it. And it's going to be Septic looking now as we're only about 20 seconds left. Just trying to live up and do damage back green. And that's exactly what he does right up until Ninja gets there and gets a double kill and allows his team a chance seal. They're on this hill. They have the time ticking up. Can they cap this and send this to a C-plat hill?
Yeah, we're entering the danger zone now, though. If a break comes in from BH3 before this hill gets capped, then Pones are in a very difficult situation. We said earlier that a minute and a half was too much time to be playing time with, and that is exactly what they have not been able to do. It's going to be a 3-3 scoreline here, and you got to wonder, maybe BH3 were trying to play time a bit there. Would they have been more successful if they just gotten in the hill? They burnt off, a minute and 10 seconds, and it only takes 30 seconds to capture a hill, so it might have been the better shout not to do that. However, it is going to be BH3 finding their way to this hill first. It's going to be a double kill probably coming in. It wasn't a double kill, it's just a kill and an assist, but 4 dead nonetheless for Pones. But we know that they can break this hill, and they have to. It's already going to be almost halfway capped by BH3. Once again, we got to ask, what is the clutch factor from Pones? Can they make it happen when it really, really counts?
Yeah, absolutely. And you say that as 2 from Pantho, but I believe that is Ninja pushing this guy back tower. Bastos gets the body shot. We are into overtime right now. Next hill wins. It's crucial for Bastos to get this kill on Ninja, and that's exactly what he is able to do. And now Pantho with 1, Warlord with 1. They're looking to press, they're looking to push on. Okay, BH3 don't have to be in this hill. There's time they can burn off, but they get the kills. They get the time on the hill, and they secure a win on this map. But Seal, that was very back and forth. And going into a Slayer, if the teams stay like that, it could be closer than I think BH3 want.
Yeah, I mean, that, I think... I'm saying this very sensitively because I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every single Halo match ever played, but I think that is the closest a team has played one of our top 3 teams who, and outside of top 3 has played one of our top 3 teams in quite a long time. And I hope we will continue seeing that. And, I'm feeling pretty good about saying that there could very much be an upset here. That was so close. It was down to the absolute wire. Frankly, it literally could have gone so differently. If Bastos hits one fewer snipe, if Warlord hits one more shot at the end there, and looking at the damage across the board as well, like fantastic damage from basically the whole lobby, really evenly distributed. It shows that these teams, even though, for example, we were saying Alex Shock, really good performance from him, they weren't leaning on him, they weren't relying on him to do well. It was the whole team playing well, and that gave them this opportunity to take down BH3. And maybe, part of it is because BH3 are playing with a couple new players, but it's also a big part of it is just because they played really well.
Absolutely, and we're going in to a Slayer Solitude here, and it's going to be another shock rifle camo map on a Slayer for the side of Pones. Pones were able to make a 5-kill deficit into a 5-kill net positive for them against the Crows. Are they going to be able to do that against BH3? Probably not. But if they get this camo and shock rifle control, they can maybe squeak out a 50-48 win, a 50-47 win. And that's exactly what we're going to do, is start off on the side of the Pones with Pantho, and it's going to be Shock trying to run and get that camo, but Warlord goes dead. Sorry, it's Shock not going for camo. It's going to be Sunrise that gets it, and now Sunrise is going to go and get this shock rifle, and let's see what he can get off to at the start of this game with the power weapon and power up combo, as he looks to line up some headshots. Does get caught out by the eagle-eyed Warlord, but he's still alive, just playing this pillar of posters very well. Gets the jump, does miss, and it's going to be Warlord to take him out, but Mose takes out Shock, and they have a 2-kill lead going into this starting moments of the game.
Yeah, taking down that camo shock player, probably the most important kill of the game, at least so far. But you can't really start much worse than giving the other team camo and shock rifle on this map. It could have been an absolutely disastrous situation, but instead, 5-7, 2-kill lead at this point of the game, not really a particularly big deal. And, got to be said as well, for the side of BH3, you'd have hoped for a lot more off of such a good start.
Yeah, but if I'm Sunrise, I'm personally happy with the start. I'm saying, hey guys, I'm not getting slammed right now. I'm here, I'm present, and that's what you love. I know James, if he's watching that, he's going, Sunrizzler, come on! He's praying for him, but it's still quite tight. It's only a 6-kill deficit. As I say, we saw Pones make one of these comebacks on the recharge map. Yes, okay, this map is different, but it's the same power-ups, same power weapons. As it's a 7-kill, 8-kill maybe right now difference. And it's going to be the side of BH3. Maybe go in, guys, let's lock in. Let's focus up. Okay, we gave them a nice close map 1. But now it's time to show that we are the third best team for a reason. And we want to go and face Nemesis and give them a really, really good go right now. And it's going to be Warlord getting caught out. I thought he saw that player U-turn, but maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I thought I'd hallucinated that for a second. I was like, what? I know I did not just see some guy stanced up in U-bend in that situation. And Warlord did a double take as well. He was like, what the hell is going on there? But he manages to take down that player, and he will get taken down himself. Meanwhile, we did see the lead start to shrink a little bit out of BH3's favour, but unfortunately for Pones, it has reasserted itself. Ninja here looking to try and make some use of this top tower position. The problem is it's so hard to break out of the cycle on this map, especially if you manage to get spawned in blue. Fortunately for for Pones, sorry, they're not in too bad of a situation now on paper. They just need to start finding those kills. They brought it down to a 4-kill, make that a 3-kill lead. 2 dead on BH3. Do they know where they are? Ninja here, not wanting to commit to a fight, but he's got to be careful here because he knows that they'll call that out. What a stick, though! A fantastic play from him. He predicts their every move in that situation. It's almost as if he attacked that player in dip in order to bait in the player from LR. What a next level play from Ninja. That will tie up the game. As you said, we have seen this comeback happen before, and now we've just seen it again.
Yeah, and it's off the back of Ninja. He lived up so well S4, transferred that to living up around the back end of posters and cinema steps, and then made that absolutely textbook two-piece that he did with that grenade and then into another kill. And now his team are only 2 kills down. Yes, they are even for a moment, but even still, I'm happy. I'm going, yo, we've got this. We can make this. And I'm saying that they might even get it to even Stevens again. But no, Bastos going to be able to take a player out. But it is 2 dead on BH3. And Camo into Septic's hands. What is the M&K King, apart from Wutum maybe, able to do in this? I jinxed him. Okay,
Yeah,
but it's fine because they're still in the lead. But Pones are now trying to make this comeback again, Seal.
Yeah, cheeky little caster's curse there, as you do. But as you say, Pones making the comeback, a 2-kill difference here. You know, you don't want to be at a 2-kill deficit, although you won't be for long with Alex Shock winning the pivs like that, taking down that player despite being one-shot himself. Is going to put them in a much better position now. Only 1 kill deficit, trading their unfortunate since it was a 2v1, but 1 kill here is not that big of a deal. And now we got to see what they can do. Septic putting that M&K to use as he manages to jump up, but Warlord on the other side we see picking up those 2 kills, make that 3. Alex Shock stealing his overkill, unfortunately. I'm not even sure where that was, though. He might not have been able to get it either way. But Warlord having a fantastic game. This is the sort of game that you can generally rely on Warlord to do well in, because he's got that experience. This close slayer is exactly when you want these players, you know, the veterans of the scene, the ones who've been there, done that. They don't get nervous in these situations, and that has given Pones a 2-kill lead now, their first one of this map, and not their first one of the day. But can they maintain it, unlike the King of the Hill?
Yeah, and very lucky for Warlord there as he was pushing into Cafe. He backs out just in time before that guy that was hiding in a corner was able to backsmack him, and that has kept his team currently in this lead. But BH3 have control of what they want. They have the camo, they have control of gold, they have a guy in LR. And that's not gonna matter right now as 1 player goes down, 2 players now go down for Pones, and they still have a 1-kill lead. But it looks like they're aware there's a player trapped in Tram, but they're just going to make a beautiful bait and switch between Bastos and the other player there onto Warlord. And now Bastos again sneaks through. He has this camo, he has Shock, gets another one, just baits his teammate and gets the double with that shock rifle and that camo in hand. And that are the kind of plays you want to see happen from a player of this caliber. And he has now got his team back into a 2-kill lead.
Yeah, I mean, Bastos having a great game, 16-5 here. No, sorry, 16-9. I was going to say 16-5 would have been insane, but still a really good game for Bastos. Probably going to find this kill as well, but it is still only a 1-kill lead. Pones managing to keep this close, but they need to do better than close. They need to get themselves into a lead before we hit 50 kills. Bastos taken down by Warlord. Once again, a brilliant play from him to take down that shock rifle player. He doesn't seem to be trying to pick up the shock. I think it did still have some ammo in it. But that being said, it's 4 dead anyway for the side of BH3. 2 spawners now coming up over towards Tram. Alex Shock going to be the first pick. That will turn this into a tied game from a 1-kill lead for Pones. Who has the ice? It doesn't look like it's Pantho, though. He chows into 3 people, gets taken down immediately. It's still 48-48, though. Those players in Yard looking to run away. Bastos does not want to die here. 18-10, but now the 2 most important kills of the game. And who will be able to find them right now?
Absolutely, and I'm kind of getting flashbacks to what we saw in the winners finals right now. As you know, it was a 48-48, and then obviously you saw Z10 make it, and now it's 49-49, and it's gonna be Pones! It's Pones! A 50-49 seal! I don't know what to say.
Who else but the new player, Alex Shock, to bring it to bring us to our tied series here, 50-49 Slayer. I asked who had the ice, and the question was answered. But it's got to be said, I mean, that was a really bad situation at the end there for BH3. They were all trapped inside next to that box, and you heard that plasma grenade about to go off. But it was Alex Shock who manages to find the player who was flushed out by that grenade. I mean, really well done from them, Pones. It's hard enough to play those situations well when you're a team with, you know, hundreds of hours of scrims and LAN experience and all of that. And I know there is plenty of LAN experience on this team, but, you know, for a team that hasn't played together a huge amount, that is fantastic work by them to win that match and tie up our series.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, we're going to go into an Aquarius neutral bomb next. And we are in for a treat here. You know, yes, we don't have any power weapons on this map, you know, with Heatwave not being used anymore. But we still have that camo. It is still popping. And I've just realised this whole series we have camo in every map. And camo on neutral bomb for these teams is going to be so crucial with the plays you can make. Whether you're going for slays, whether you're trying to carry that ball in and get a sneaky cap. Will we see a quick cap? Will we see what happened between Nemesis and Z10, where a team goes for that cap and then gets eked out at like 0.5 seconds off? It was crazy, Seal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that I'm always sort of... I can never predict what's going to happen on it, to be honest, because it's like... It feels simultaneously like, you know, Bomb in general is a very structured mode, like you have to do things right, otherwise they're not going to happen. But also it's like a scrappy map by Bomb standards, you know? Like, it is a map that you can sneak them in. The camo plays can be very impactful, and it's like these teams, I can't imagine either of them will, you know, make the diamond matchmaking mistake that I'm sure you and I have seen plenty of, where a team manages to just like picks up the bomb and walks it in. You know, I think they've got all their wits about them a bit more than that. But as you say, that camo can be so oppressive. You really have to make sure, though, that you're controlling that util side, because if you spawn in util, you have eyes directly onto the bomb straight away. You cannot afford to let the other team spawn there. But after that, it's kind of just a case of killing everyone enough to get that bomb in. And we've seen that both of these teams have that capability, so it's just going to come down to who scraps it away. The fact that it's a newer game type might favor Pones a little bit, but I think we'll just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Septic getting taken down, Bastos getting taken down, and you're going to see 3 dead momentarily for BH3 Esport as Pones starting off where they left that map to, you know, currently winning the Battle of the Slays, but then straight away it's going to be BH3 back up, grabbing camo, in the lead here momentarily, and taking that, and now looking to advance this ball forward with the plays that they can make. And as you said, not really going to see somebody grab ball with this camo, because obviously those particles will follow behind the camo player, but he's going to make the space and try and he does make the kill to get his team forward pressure on the map and then through into this base. But Pones turtling up. Is it going to work out for them? No, as they go 2, maybe 3 dead here, and now the ball is in, the ball is getting planted, they make this kill, and that's probably the first one in. And Seal, we might be in for a quick map here if it happens like that every time.
We very much might be. BH3, obviously, as we've mentioned, the more practiced roster here. 2 going down again for Pones. This is the scariest thing about Bomb, is that CTF forces you to break your own setup whilst you're running it, because you have to have one of the players actually moving the flag, sorry. In Bomb, you don't. You can just stay there because you just controlling the enemy side of the base. If Pones wants to get out of this setup by BH3, they have to make it happen. They have to break it. And so far, it's not looking like they're going to be able to. They have finally managed to take down everyone on BH3, which is great news for them, because it means they have the opportunity to play normally off spawn for a second. But the damage has kind of already been done. A 2-0 lead now for BH3. That is a mountain to climb if you're on the side of Pones.
Yeah, and Okay, they're pushing forward. They might be able to get BH3 trapped in here. But even still, if BH3 just get a series of kills, that's Shock dead for the first one. Pantho now down. If they can just get a third kill on the board here, they can push that ball out and they can make their way back up that map to try and strengthen their current 2-0 lead. And with only needing 3 in here, you'd like to think if BH3 get another 2 dead, they're probably going to get that ball through into Pone's half and then probably up toward the base. And that is what we're going to see Mose try and do, but he's going to get taken down. Doing my favourite stat line, 2 and 7. Go on the boy. And now Pantho unable to make that kill, as now BH3 get the 2 players dead they wanted and slowly move that ball forward again.
Yeah, I mean, we've at least seen a slightly more even situation on the map here, but that might just be because BH3 knows they don't really have to force anything. Like, this player, just hanging around there, like, you know, normally that's, you know, you're not really achieving a whole lot there. But the thing is, that's a few seconds now that Pones is never going to get back. They need to make progress on the map, and every single time someone on BH3 is being annoying, is getting in the way, it's diminishing the time that Pones has to strike back in this game. Not that the time is going to be too much of a factor right now, because the BH3 have the bomb towards the enemy base. 3 dead. Waller is the last man standing. He has to find this kill, and he will find that kill. A game-saving play maybe from Warlord, but it might not be enough.
Yeah, and it's just the knowledge on this BH3 roster. When they touch the ball, when they drop the ball, they're just pre-aimed, they're ready. They have the initial shots out before the team is even around the corner, it feels like. But Pones, they get a player down, they get out of their base. Can they get this ball moving? There is a chance here for them to get some progress up on the map. But we're on board with Bastos. His team is in the enemy util. His team is in the base as one goes down. He is now that player to make the play, but he's not going to be able to. 3 go dead, and it's Alex Shock as we jump on board with him, who's able to put him down and get his team back in business and moving up on the map themselves.
Yeah, really important plays here from several members of Pones, keeping them in this game despite everything that has been going wrong. You know, a couple crucial kills from Warlord, including taking down that camo player with that trade. You know, kills that show up the same as all the others on the scoreline, but mean so much more. It's going to be 3 dead now for BH3. Can Septic find the kill with the grenades? No, he can't. He's just going to have to hang around here, though. These players, they should know where he is, but they don't. And this player's now going to get caught out, and what seemed like an opportunity for Pones is instead going to go the other way as Septic wins the 1v1 as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that Septic just living up around mid-map, rotating around perfectly, getting the damage down onto the players, but he's not able to get the ball out with his team. It is still Pones keeping that ball across about the 75-yard mark. They've now got it into utility, and they're looking to get these kills and get themselves pushed up even further and make a reply, but they're now 2 dead. It's BH3 again, making this push, making the collapse, and you see that's Bastos with a trade, 3 versus 3, but they're still walking the ball. But it's Alex Shock again. He does go down to Mose this time, and now it's Septic and Mose working together as Mose does get traded out. But Septic with the camo, he knows he doesn't have to do anything crazy. 6 minutes, they're 2-0 up. Ball is in a good neutral position for them, and I was going to say he just needs to make the kills, but he does make the damage, making Sunrise's job 10 times easier on that final kill there, and Mose immediately backing him up, and they now have control of Pone's base again. And Seal, it looks like they're getting ready to push this ball forward and put that nail in the coffin and get that 3rd plant down.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen much stronger defensive play from Pones coming in since those first 2 bombs were captured. But the thing is, BH3 has kind of earned themselves some missed pushes here, because it doesn't really matter. You know, as long as the bomb stays on this side of the map, there's really nothing Pones can do all they can ever do is fight out of their base, and they are never going to win by doing that. So they need to regain control of the map. A really big kill there from Panther, but it's not going to be enough to actually get them very far. It's Bastos now, maybe going to be trying to move that bomb, but it's Warlord playing Guardian of the bomb, keeping them off it, but keeping them off it isn't good enough. They have to move it, and it is going to go on its own back to that side of the map, but the question isn't whether the bomb can go back to that middle of the map. The question is whether Pones can get to the middle of the map.
Yeah, and with 2 dead, you like to think if they can back this guy, and well, the 2 guys down car side, you know, and get pushed up a little bit, they can finally make this play. As Panther gonna make that jump, gonna get, not get this kill over in the gen side. I was gonna say, gonna get damage down and hopefully get this kill, but it's going to be BH3 Esports. They get 3 dead while only 2 players went down for them. And Septic again, back-to-back camos. And again, he's not desperate in the ball. He's being aware. He's not desperate in kills. He's waiting, letting his team get damage, and then capitalising on it. And that's exactly what he does. Lives up, gets damage, puts a few bullets in, calls out to his teammates, and now he's using the camo to walk this ball up into the base of Pones and initially start a capture.
Yeah, you see there, he kind of takes a bit of a second to route himself over towards the util side, making sure they don't spawn there. And that's going to pay off massively because they didn't spawn there. They didn't have eyes onto the bomb site. Pones is going to go down 2-1 in this series. And even though they put up a better fight than it looked like they might from the start, it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, and as you say, that stutter step right there from Septic, like he's taking a penalty, just calm, composed, stops the enemies from spawning behind him, and then he goes in there, his team's up on the map, and they are just there. Sunrise leading the way with 22 kills and 10 deaths. 10 deaths? 14 deaths and 10 assists for his team. Septic right up there. M&K on a small map, just getting damage. May as well have been stood there doing a 360 with camo sometimes, because he was just looking around, getting the comms composed and getting the damage down. And it's even across the board pretty much. As we say, Bastos almost with 6k damage, and maybe Ninja falling a little bit slightly lower than you'd like at 4140. But going into map 3, Seal, there is still a chance for Pones. They're not going to be too disheartened by that as they move into oddball recharge.
Yeah, it's hard really to pin that that map defeat on any one person on the side of Pones. I think it's just a case of the H3 knew exactly how they wanted to play that map, and they played it to perfection off the rip. Maybe not quite perfection, otherwise they would have won 3-0 straight away. But going 2-0 up like that is pretty devastating. Capping bombs at all can be difficult at this level of play. Capping 2 in a row is massive, and it just meant that Pones really never had a chance of getting back into it. But we're going to be kicking things off with Sunrise, as they're going to be looking to try and get their hands on this camo.
Yeah, absolutely, and kicking on board, as you say, with Sunrise, but it's Ninja who gets the camo, and he's not able to get that kill. It's Septic that takes him down, and still gets good damage down on the Shock. But it's Shock again, the guy for this Pones roster coming into the EU scene. Not often do we see him play, but he is putting out for this Pones team, trying to keep him in it. But Bastos with a ball, getting the time, and it's going to be BH3 Esports bringing the ball into top gold and milking 12 seconds to begin, as they are just looking to get damage down. An immediate Septic, the ball knowledge, throws it out, knows he doesn't have to take the gunfights, can play it out, can do a bit of damage, and his teammates are going to be with him.
Yeah, and we're looking now, Alex Shock with the Shock in Alex's hands, as they're going to be trying to defend this ball carrier, not quite able to take them down, but the ball player manages to do it as well. Not going to be able to hold on to it though, as the second opposing gamer swoops in, not aware of Alex Shock with the sneaky little rotation. Mose is going to get taken down, but the ball back in the hands of BH3. Not a particularly big lead for them yet, but they need to find these kills. Is a really nice shot there from Alec, not managing to actually find the kill, but doing enough damage that they can be cleaned up with just one cheeky little shot from their teammate.
Yeah, and the Ninja with that grapple play in to get the trade on the ball carrier, try and buy his team a little bit of time, but unfortunately it's 4 dead. It's BH3 ticking up more time on that clock, and they know the positions where everybody's at. They know exactly where this Pones roster is spawning. It's gonna be back blue pipes. They're gonna have to push through long haul. Maybe a guy can come through this bottom tower, but they're just gonna trap them long haul, get the damage down, get the assists down, and look, they're immediately aware, okay, we've only seen 2 of them. They're gonna be on us. Bottom control here. And yes, they get camo, but this camo guy is now stuck on his own, and oh, okay, they get the kill. Warlord's still going to be alive. I was going to say, and maybe get taken out, but no, he stays alive. He's now cutting players off, and he gets the 1 kill there onto Bastos and lives up again, playing that pillar to perfection. But, as I say that, BH3 doing exactly what they needed to do, just milking the time. They're now up by 38 points, Seal, and they're rotating that ball to back C as far away from the camo player as they could, but Warlord and his teammate are now collapsing on them.
Yeah, I don't think Warlord has been capable of making a bad play this series. Like, everything he does, it just seems to work. You know, getting away with that camo, finding the kill, and then just escaping. The player shooting at him just doesn't shoot the grenades, which he probably should have done, really, in order to take down Warlord. It's just so many clutch plays from him. It's not been enough, though, unfortunately, for them to find themselves in the lead so far this series. Well, this map, anyway. It's going to be a 40-point lead now for BH3. That's very surmountable if BH3 makes some mistakes, but unfortunately they are not doing so far. The ball is going to get played off the map, and Pones not really in a position to get on it off spawn.
Yeah, absolutely, as you say, not able to get in it, but it's a 3v3 on the map momentarily, a 3v3 again now as they take down Septic, and you're just going to see the side of Pones trying to get some numbers into their favour again, because every time they've done that, obviously they get more advantage on this ball, but it's just going to be confidence for them, you know, building things up together, especially when they are currently, looks like they're outslaying, but losing on the time. So they're going to want to get these kills, going to want to get pushed forward onto the ball. But I say that, they're going to go 2 down. BH3 are going to be back in control of the ball. And they're going to be confident, trapping the side of Pones bottom A, knowing that they can only play A through red pipes or B through that tower again. And Seal, it's Sunrise, it's Bastos, whoever on this team you put with a sniper or a shock rifle, they seem to be hitting shots, whether it's bodies, heads, anything, and keeping their team in control as they tick over the 80-point mark.
Yeah, and I respect that player on top gold there, just choosing not to. Like, he knew that Panther was weak there, very easily could have ego-challenged that despite the green gun, but just decided he didn't have to. His job there wasn't really to stay alive or win that fight, it was just to buy a bit of time, because when you're so close to winning the round, when you only need a few seconds, all you have to do is just burn as much time as possible by staying alive, and that's exactly what he does. Bastos finds those remaining seconds of ball time, and Pones now, their backs very well and truly against the wall here. They have to win this round if they want to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to look for them to get a strong start here, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. If they take down Bastos, they do. So it's 2 dead on either side, but Shock is going to go down. Camo going to go into the hands of Sunrise as Sunrise and Septic combine for the final 2. Sunrise knowing he just has to get this shock rifle, he has camo, and get the exact thing I spoke about toward the end of the last round. Whenever they have these shock rifles or snipers in their hands, they are so good at just hitting their shots with it right now, and they do it again, and he still has camo. And he's going to use that right now to just defend the ball carrier, wait for these players to push in, and even when it runs out in just a second here, he's going to have that shock, and he doesn't take the head of the first one or the second, but he does hit them both. But the player's working well. There's a third guy coming in for Pones, and they now have 4 dead on BH3. And this is a chance here, Seal, for Pones to get themselves some good time on the ball.
Yeah, but I'm slightly worried about that player over towards the A side. Do they know that that is where the push is coming in? It seems like this long haul fight is not going in Pones' favour. They need to start trying to stabilise here. Warlord getting challenged by 2 people, make that 3 pushing through C-Plat. The grenades are going to buy them a second in which they can play the ball. Now, the good thing is, these spawners should be coming up over on the far side of the map. That means that they should have an opportunity to play for this ball off spawn whilst these players in C keep wasting their time. Mose does manage to take down that one player, isn't going to manage to take down both, but unfortunately the fight for the ball has also gone out of Pones' favour, and despite them tying up the game, it's not going to last very long as BH3 gets the ball in their hands once more and starts scoring again.
Yeah, and it was 4 dead momentarily for the Pwn side, which you saw allowed BH3 to get control of that ball again. You know, they didn't juice up too much time, but it's now going to be Pwns answering back with 3 dead of their own, and now they take this lead, and they have tripled their points that they got in the last round, and they're looking to try and build a healthy lead going into this. And if they get this kill, Red Pipes, they may have dropped the ball for now to get these kills, but they are making them. They're getting the damage, and that's 3 dead. Septic alone again, but Septic playing very sneaky on these batteries, knows where he's got to cut off, but he's gonna get cut down. And now, if you're BH3, you don't want to cycle too much. You want to let Septic live up, but Mose goes down. I was going to say, you want to let Septic get spawned up and then make your push. But unfortunately, Mose goes down, but it's answered, and Warlord now goes down for Pwns. And Seal, yes, the Pwns have a 19-second, 29-second lead, whatever it is. But can they maintain this? Or will they get slayed out and BH3 answer back?
Yeah, getting taken down there is rough for that that player in the Red Pipes. They would have been hoping to trade with Sunrise, didn't quite manage to. That's going to mean Shock is in the hands of BH3. BH3 looking like they're okay to take this a little bit patient. There's 3 minutes on the game clock, not really worth worrying about just yet. The 3 players over in tower now, they are going to have to cross through someone's sight lines in order to get it. Sunrise, with a rare miss with that shock rifle onto the player Gold Steps, is going to keep Pwn's hopes alive. Alex Shock finding the first kill, and he's going to find the melee onto Sunrise. That is an absolute disaster for BH3, but the grenades are good. They will take down Sunrise. Warlord putting so much time on the board there, no matter what. Mose with a triple kill. Ninja, though, still alive. Can't survive, though. And it is going to be time on the board now for BH3. For a second there, it looked like that fight might go in favour of Pwns off of the massive plays from Alex Shot. But him getting taken down again is going to stagger his spawn. It's going to mean that BH3 will probably be in a position to get time on the board, but the stick is vital.
And who is it that gets it? It's your typical culprit, Warlord himself with the stick, and that might be the entry point to help his team get back in, you know. As they were getting cycled, they weren't able to get any trades, but Warlord gets that trade with a sticky, and now his team are pushing for a little bit of map control, and it's going to be Warlord trying to make that play again. Gold Stairs, he needs help from somebody, unless, is it going to be this guy sneaking through Whirlpool? And that's exactly what happens. I think it's Ninja or Shock that's got through Whirlpool. It is Shock with a kill on the guy, I believe, top gold, and then Panther again, but the ball's rotated. It's in Mangler, and they're now going to try and pinch these guys, and Green Gun may hit Warlord, but his shots are hitting with his teammate. And now if they get this kill, that's 2 dead. There's a slight cycle on this BH3 roster, and there's a chance if they get this ball back into A that Pwns can keep ticking up the vital seconds they need to try and take this round over BH3 and take us to a 3rd round in this map 4.
Yeah, Alex Shock now going to be looking to rotate that ball into somewhere a little bit safer. Problem is, I think he was getting shot from gold there, and if this player up in gold, Panther, gets taken down, then the gold will have a rotation into Whirlpool. But Panther is going to win the fight. Warlord will win one of his own. That's going to be a significant lead now for the side of Pwns, but Warlord unfortunately finds himself in an awkward spot, gets taken down. That's the first pick now of this new team fight. Make that 2. Panther getting taken down by Septic. He says it's good to be back and takes down his fellow M&K Demon. ball does not get played. Septic still alive here in A. Can he find this player as well? Yes, he can. Massive plays from Septic here, getting BH3 back into it just when it looked like Bones were going to run away.
Absolutely, but it's a 2v2, but we said Bastos, we said Sunrise, we said any member of this BH3 roster with that shock rifle in hand is just gonna be hitting shots, and that's exactly what Bastos showed us. 2 members, 1 member down on either side, 2 down for Pones. Ball looking like it's going to be in control of BH3 here. It's going to be Bastos with that shock rifle who picks it up. Now gets the reload off, and he's going to play forward a little bit. Look for his teammates. They have the crosses. They have the communication to each other, but Warlord slides through. His teammate slides through with him. Pantho's going to get the trade. Then he's going to die. So there's just a guy bottom mid that you're looking for, and a guy who may have just snuck through Whirlpool. Is he going to be able to get this and then break the time?
Warlord! How does he win that? You can't win that. How? Against Bastos as well, he manages to win the fight in a situation where no one should win it. I hope he realizes that there isn't actually any ammo in that shock rifle, it was lying. But that was one of the biggest kills we have seen today from Warlord, taking down Bastos. I can't believe it, but Bastos answering right back. It isn't an overkill. Unfortunately for Bastos, it gets stolen away because his teammates hate him. But I think that will be the game stolen away for the side of Pones, despite the unbelievable kill there on Warlord using the Instasplode, but he's back at it again. I know this is Alex shot, but he might just about be able to get this ball. Yeah, you managed to stop it. 99 seconds, they managed to stop it.
And there's a chance here. They just probably need 1 kill, and they can just keep milking it. And it's the guy that's red pipes or gold stairs now on them. And they might actually do this, Seal. They are just holding it a 2-man army right now. 1-man army, sorry, even. Whoa, there's the second guy comes in, and oh my god, Seal, we have a map 4 as it's 1-1 right now.
We have a round 3.
Yes.
Yes, of map 4. Yes. Okay. Wow. Right. What
wow.
I mean, hero plays there from Pones. I thought it was over. I was getting ready to say, right, time for a break. I'm gonna go grab a drink, but evidently I am not, because we may, in fact, still have a map 5 on our hands. Pantho with the camo now. This is the first time this game we have seen Pones come away with the camo off spawn. Is that an indication of how much more warmed up they are now? 3 dead for the side of Pones, but Pantho still alive, hanging around, daring someone to come after this shock rifle. He will take them down.
Yeah, and as you say, this is the strongest start Pones has had. And yes, Pantho may not have done much with that camo until he gets this trade, but he's lived up. He stopped the side of BH3 from being able to get any seconds on that ball. And now it's 3 dead for Pones, but it's 2 dead again for BH3. And there is still no time on the clock. A minute down, Seal. This is the slowest, most tight start to a round we've seen, as both teams just slaying back and forth to begin this one here.
Yeah, as you say, it's Panther staying alive there. You can't really pick up ball whilst you know there's a camo player somewhere on the map. But BH3, you know, despite the strong start from Pones, have managed to reassert themselves now, holding the ball. 8 seconds, not a huge lead currently, but with 4 going down for Pones and the ball in the position that BH3 wants it, it is going to be a setup now for them.
Yeah, and they're going to start. They have 12 seconds on the board. They're slowly cycling these players' opponents. Just 2 dead momentarily. Just literally. Oh, hello. That's not what you want.
That was a team nade?
You do not want to grapple yourself into a team nade. Absolutely not. And now that is 2 dead on the side of BH3. Momentarily, and Pones have a chance here as they are looking to cycle the players of BH3 and get this ball into their hands, which obviously they do, and just keep control of it. But BH3, we've seen them before. They get confident, they get together, they make the kills, and it's going to be on the side of Ninja, and whoever that is bottom white, that's Warlord to make them. Can Warlord make this other one? No, unfortunately not. But Pantho just milking the time. They now have a small 1 second lead, and they're going to continue getting this time as they're getting collapsed on. Can he get this kill? Unfortunately not. And as it's 2 down for either side right now, you're going to see BH3 in control of the ball, Seal.
Yeah, but we do see, despite, both teams really kind of having strong starts in different ways. For Pones, after they've always gotten slammed off the rip on this this map so far, managing to get themselves those power-ups in their control and stopping any early ball time from BH3. Meanwhile, BH3 did manage to get the first setup, but we saw Pones answer back. It's only a 6-point lead. The ball is now played down towards the C side. They will be probably starting to try and move that. The question is, where are the spawns going to come in for either team? Will the players on BH3 manage to sneak that ball away over towards the back C and maybe hold it for a while, or maybe not? Warlord, a really important kill from him then, managing to take down that player, preventing the gold C setup, which is what you really want in this situation. He takes down another one. Warlord with the shock rifle, absolutely crucial here, forces the play ball. The player in tower, will he get taken down once again? Warlord on a killing spree now, but that hasn't stopped BH3 from establishing themselves in the lead of this game. But Pones has the ball now. They're taking it through to gold, I think. Can Warlord find this kill onto this player? He's going to opt to stay alive instead. Unfortunately, Bastos swinging through. Can he get... Yes, he has found the shock rifle. 3 dead now for Pones. BH3 once again looking to answer back after a strong sequence from Pones.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's BH3 with 2 members down on Pones. And they are looking strong. They're holding the setup they want. They have players in white. Unfortunately, that player does get taken down. But here you go. It's the shock rifle player. He lets a guy through, turns, burns that one guy, but does get taken out. And now it's going to be Pones who don't let that ball drop. They pick it up, and they have 3 dead on BH3 and ball control right now, and potentially a really strong back hydro setup. But who is it other than Septic or Sunrise, sorry, to just stop it straight away with Mose? And now Mose is just going to milk this time, as they are only 30 points away from taking this map 4.
Yeah, and you got to wonder if maybe the jitters after that second round, or a bit of the pressure, started to get to Pones a little bit, because they just didn't seem to be. They seem to keep making these small mistakes that have cost them so much. Not playing the ball then has given BH3 such a big lead, but it isn't over. They still have this opportunity now to get back into the game. Pantho unfortunately can't win the 1v1 though. A very important win there from Mose, in order to keep Pones on the spawn screen, using that shroud to try and help with the ball rotation. But can Mose now defeat this Mangler player? He manages to trade Warlord. An important trade from Warlord, but it's not going to be good enough. You need untraded kills to break these setups.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's going to be Shock looking to do just that. Unfortunately, not able to do it. And it's Mose, man on a mission to keep one of these players cycled off on his own. He does enough damage to just back him up. And he knows he doesn't have to do much more than that. His team in control of this ball. And it's looking like if they can keep this setup with Bastos on the camo, that they'll be able to take it. But it's Pones with 3 dead now, and Pones are pushing forward onto this last guy. If they get this kill, it's going to be a small cycle on BH3. And Pones edging themselves closer, but no! It's Sunrise with a huge double, as you say, Seal. Alex Shock cannot die there. And it looks like, unfortunately now, BH3 might find their way in control of this.
Yeah, Ninja with an important ball rotation there, though. He gets it over towards the new spawners, but the spawners get taken down already, and the ball is back in the hands of BH3. It might, in fact, be over. It's only one more push now for Pones if they want to try and get themselves back into this game. But all the angles are being watched. This bottom tower player barely even shooting back for some reason. The ball player does get taken down. The ball gets played. And there is a player now up towards the goal. Ninja has to survive here, has to prevent them from getting too many hands on this ball, but he's getting his ankles broken.
No.
He doesn't manage to kill the player in time, and it's going to be a 3-1 win for BH3, but boy, did it not feel like it.
Absolutely not. And it has to be said, that oddball, that King of the Hill, a few small things going in the favour of Pones, and there's a chance they take either one of them and we're going to a Game 5 here. But unfortunately, they don't. BH3 showing out strong, showing they are here. They want to be the third best team. They are the third best team for a reason. And they are pushing on to face Nemesis Seal in this next loser bracket final.
Yeah, I hope everyone on Pones can really hold their head high of how well they did there. Like, it can't be overstated how firm of a grip BH3 has had on that third place. Unfortunately for them, in both directions, but really they haven't really been seriously threatened for quite a long time. And at least not that I'm aware of. Maybe I've missed something, because I don't think I watched the previous couple of these opens. But they really have always looked to me very firmly in that position. So it's fantastic work from Pones to make such good progress there, to do so much damage, to rattle BH3. Like, they were probably pretty nervous there. That very easily could have been a 3-1 in favor of Pones, and it definitely could have gone to a Game 5. They just got pipped at the post a couple times, but they'll be back next week, and I'm really excited. I hope this roster stays together, because I want to see what they're going to cook up as we go forward.
Absolutely, and that is going to obviously be it for me on the casting desk. But after this break, we're going to have the man next to me, Seal, along with his fellow animal casting duo, Hail Monkey Man, for the lower finals between Nemesis and BH3 Esport.
And we're really comfortable. Like, some matches were really close and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of, even though we're one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of like the movement and spawns and like teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost like you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be like, what the hell just went on? Like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day, and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month, but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, I am Walshy. Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'll be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, like that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and DeBay, like, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. Like, I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. Like, I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event, because they kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. Like, it wasn't just like we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into champ bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Ribbon.
I thought maybe they were just... I think they're just saying that.
Go one more.
One more then.
One more. That's it.
12. Oh, okay.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into some good old EU HCS. I'm Hail Monkey Man. I'm back as I had to take over for NPX. Seal, it's fantastic to be back with you. You guys just enjoyed what we all got to watch. I was enjoying it from my couch to be able to see some awesome cinema. And wow, it felt so close. Just this close from being a game number 5 situation. But BH3, is that a wake-up call, do you think, for Seal? Or rather, Seal, do you think it's a wake-up call for them as they have to now face off against Nemesis?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be interested to see, right? Because I suppose the question is, were that Pwn team, were they looking really, really good? Or were BH3 looking a little shaky? And I think recently we have seen this BH3 team. Like, I think we saw them take a series off of what was at the time Pippa and is now Z10 a few weeks back. So we are starting to see them maybe looking like they could break into the, they've previously their ceiling has been this top 3, and their floor has also been this top 3. But they've been looking like they could potentially try and break into somewhere else. But I suppose the question is, was that team playing really well, or were these guys looking a bit shaky? Because you can't afford to look a bit shaky against Nemesis. They are very, very dangerous, and Nemesis is gonna be looking for some revenge on Z10, but they've got to go through BH3 first.
The good news is that they've been shown to be, at minimum, vulnerable. They are mortal. They can be a nemesis to anyone out here, but they have to be able to get through this. And BH3, they've brought in Septic today. The MNK Demon is looking like he's added a hot charge into this team overall. So we'll see how things will end up working out. We actually will be resetting this lobby, question mark? Yep, we had one that did not make it in for BH3. So we get to conversate for just a little bit longer. So let's talk about our maps setup going into this matchup. It is our lower finals. So winner of this one will go and face off against Z10. I got to say it for the first time ever. Awesome. And this is going to be Recharge Stronghold. So pretty clinical. One of my favorites. I had mentioned it before. You have Slorigin. That will be the Slayer Origin in map number 2, where everything started kind of spinning around, especially in favor of Z10. So now going into Aquarius CTF thereafter, feels like this is kind of home ground for a lot of what Nemesis likes to do. But BH3, they have to be very fast off the rip to be able to, catch themselves in the right footing going against Nemesis.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And then the good news for this BH3 roster is that we did just see Solitude and Recharge in the previous series. We know they're pretty strong on them. They did drop the Solitude Slayer, but we also saw that they know their way around these maps. These teams know their way around all the maps, but it's nice to go into a map that you just played in a previous series, because it means you're a little warmed up. You're a little more kind of loosey goosey with it. I know where I'm going. I was just doing this, just following on. Especially when it's a map you just won, which obviously it will be if you won the previous series.
Very well. And, both these teams, they have to be able to usurp Zero Tenacity in a not just a grand final, but a bracket reset. So kind of looking at what we have witnessed today and the way that Z10 is finding ways to win, you're looking at BH3, you're looking at Nemesis. Did Nemesis leave something behind? Was that Z10 finding their final form? Is this just a weird day seal? Is it because it's the end of April and May Madness is right around the corner? What's your vibe? Does Z10 pull it out today, or is winner of this one, regardless of who it is, able to undo them?
Yeah, I think when it comes to this BH3 roster, I really want to see them come out hot. Nemesis has just been, looks like we're resetting the lobby again, based on the sound effects that we're hearing. But we know that BH3, they've just come out of a fairly close series. They're warmed up. They should be raring to go. Nemesis, they've been, sat on their hands for the past, I don't even know how many hours, but a good while, basically, for 2 series at least. That's plenty of time to start to get a little bit unlocked in, I suppose you could say. These players on BH3, though, they are, seasoned professionals of our scene, especially Mose. He was on that top EU team for a very long time during Halo 5, and the others, whilst they're maybe a little bit newer, they're still very, very good at what they do, and I fully expect to see them coming out hot this game. Meanwhile, Team Nemesis, we all know what they're capable of. We were the witness to their shenanigans in Arlington, where they defeated Optic, but then unfortunately fell short of them in their second encounter. But it's not too bad to fall short of Optic when they go on to win the whole event. I feel like you can hold your head high a little bit and say that the only team you lost to was the best team.
Yeah, that's true, and I think that
also FaZe.
And FaZe, and I think that's what I had brought up a point like way earlier in the broadcast that there's a want for obvious depth for Europe, and we're seeing it, the third and the fourth, kind of in that fifth layer, which is great. And they want to be able to take out the best that is cross-regional when it comes to those big majors. So, and when they have to, they have the number of Optic, but they have to be able to deal with others like FaZe, like your Shopify's, like your Complexities, and really diversify the pot, stir it, if you will. Even the Cloud9s of old and new. But we're going to go over to King of the Hill. Rather, we're going to go over to Strongholds. My apologies. As we go into the A, B, and C cycle, go into your typical A, B setup is really nice and easy to go from Whirlpool into that mid-batteries collection, and then otherwise set things up. Oh, remote detonation. Goodbye, Snipe Drone.
Indeed. We were saying that we wanted to see a hot start from BH3. They did start out quite nicely, but the question is, can they actually continue that going? It seems like Nemesis has answered back very quickly here. Wootum and Snipe Drone picking up some big kills, but Mose somehow manages not to trade with Wootum there. Very, very important for him. It should give them an opportunity here to fight out a little bit from this situation, but the Nemesis players, they want revenge for their fallen comrade, and they will get it. The NA should flip over in the favor of Nemesis now. BH3 got to find themselves some kind of window back to break into this setup.
It's very difficult to have to do, especially whenever you eventually get into basically a 3-cap cycle. You can keep to A and B. That's pretty much where kind of recharge is its strongest for strongholds. But then if you force the hand, then you get a lot of basically bait and switch. And if there's something that I've witnessed by Team Nemesis over the course of this current year, is that they're fantastic at baiting other teams into doing what they want. Double kill acquired by Wootum. Again, flank position, catching them from behind. BH3 fall 4 down, and they fall nearly 40 back of the lead.
And when you're up against Team Nemesis, you can't afford to go into a deficit like this, because they will strike back so aggressively. They just keep on going. I always described it like the quadrant death roll, like a crocodile, is that once they start winning, they would just grab you and keep on squeezing until you couldn't escape anymore. And unfortunately, for the side of BH3, Nemesis has continued that grand tradition. all the way since the days of Season 2 Quadrant, where once they get that lead, they just cling on for dear life. But that being said, we did see Z10 manage to break out of some of that Nemesis death roll, so we might see a similar opportunity coming in for them, but it's not going to happen so far. We're looking at an 80-point lead now for Nemesis.
From death roll to death rattle, and that's the roar, or rather the squeak, that we're getting out of the wheels from BH3 so far. Even with that hot start 18 points ago, it's now been 80 plus against them by Team Nemesis. BH3 does unlock one of the more wonky setups of an AC, a lot of traversal that has to happen through a control room. You have some skirmishing that's over in that whirlpool section, and SLG wants to find some of his bullets to go through those corridors. BH3 working as best as they can, but A gets flipped. We're back to kosher.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I watch Wootsum's POV, I'm always amazed by how he can turn around the way he does. Because the thing is, I play on M&K, and if you have your sensitivity high enough to turn like that, it is not easy to be precise. This guy is insanely good at what he does, and it's paying off very well for Nemesis right now. He was 10-2 until just a second ago, and it is a 100-point lead now for Nemesis. BH3 really haven't looked like they've had any chance since Nemesis started their ascendancy.
And you're looking at this camo run as well. They're trying to just take on that duel. It's going to go over to Snipe Drone. I think he burned through some of it. It actually may still be available for pickup, so maybe something that they end up using yet as another bait. C is getting flipped, and it will be complete. Another trip cap. A on that turn by BH3. But again, you go to these trip cap states here, Seal, and it's a matter of, all right, well, now I have to go for not just one, but two targets. And even when you kind of force the handle on A, B, or C of that trip cap, now you've just given a lot of time for your opponent to be able to rotate around this map for free. So 175 and climbing as they are sprinting towards the end of this map number 1 for Nemesis.
Yeah, and for BH3, I mean, what do you do in this situation? I think we need to see them try and stabilize. We need to see them, like, take a second, not even worry too much about the objectives for a moment, just make sure they're alive on the map, and that's finally seems to be what we've seen them do. They did manage to get 2 down on the side of Nemesis, but unfortunately, Mose falls already. That being said, they're in 2 hills. They should be able to start scoring again soon, provided this B player survives, which they will. That means that DH3 now getting points on the board. It's a very big deficit to make up for, but it is achievable. Glory getting taken down there is the first step towards doing that.
Camo up. Gotta be able to go and get that here in a little bit. Doesn't matter, though, for the time being, as they need to keep crosshairs and sight lines. You're getting a duel that's happening, and Snipe Drone going down. They will weaken at least one, but they've kept to B and C. That means they must advance towards A. They probably left at least one man behind to kind of chill with it, because B is one of the weakest to hold singularly. A does B, or A is where BH3 is able to at least fold that direction. So they go back to scoring some points. They only allow a couple to acquire in the old basket. So right now, the difficulty is BH3, they have not had, like, the surplus of numbers. I talk about 1vx all the time, and that's where your greatest strength lies, is in your teammates here for Halo. And it's been mostly BH3. They get B and C back, and now they're 25 points away.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a concerning thing with BH3 that we're seeing, that they seem to just keep getting caught out. You know, we had that player holding C earlier, gets pushed by 2 players and didn't seem to have any idea they were going to be there. Wootum finding that stick as well, even when something looks like they might be going in BH3's favor, it just doesn't. Snipe Drone winning another crucial 1v1, and this map is already over.
Clinical. Team Nemesis. They got down and they scrapped a little bit, but BH3, they kind of left their wrist supports at home, so they don't bring the strong hand this time. Nemesis surely did. 250 to 64. Now, okay, you know, the first map, Team Nemesis is often very strong at the beginning of these series. We go into Slayer Origin, and that's where I'm going to be very curious as to how they're going to be consistent, because they've been practicing that map a heck ton. Wootum 17 and 7, doing what damagers do, and that's putting DPS down in distance.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Mose was very good at Halo 5. We should be able to see some of that, hopefully, in his Origin gameplay. But that being said, it's not as if these Nemesis players, well, apart from Wooten, are strangers to that game either. I'm not sure about Glory either, actually. I know he was a rookie for Infinite at one point. But I'm sure he did play some Halo 5 at some point. Anyway, point is, I'm hoping to see a bit of an answer back from BH3. We know that the Slayers, they're kind of your wild card mode. They're the mode that the underdog team, at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is who plays better on each individual moment rather than any sort of strats or preparation. Obviously, those things matter, but not to the same extent. So I do really hope we can see BH3 answering back a little bit here. Maybe bring us to a tied series. Maybe even start to threaten a Game 5. But so far, based on that first map, it's not looking likely.
Nemesis is one of those teams that doesn't mess around when it comes to basically handling business against third and fourth place. They don't really mess around at all, and they're very businesslike, just very calm. There's this very strange sense of dominant poise and control that comes out of every single player. We saw it at LAN. They're not chirping over, and then when you kind of come to them, then they look at you and they seem like the most wholesome dudes ever. You're like, oh, okay, this guy just murdered all these Spartans, but he's actually just pretty chill, pretty awesome guy. So when they come out and they face off against teams like Pones, teams like BH3, they're gonna just lay it on the table and they're gonna put you back. So when it comes to Origin, you need to get to your key power weapons. You're separated all the way across the map by both your sniper and your rocks. See if you can be able to take control of those lanes. More often than not, they're heading over towards snipe because Rocket's got 2 rockets. You're gonna lay out a lot more Spartans when you get that 50 cal, and that's exactly why they're splitting out their forces right now.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to be at the top of the esports scene without knowing how to network a little bit. I'm sure they're all very personable, but we're going to see Wooten now. Interesting to see that Wooten went for the rockets instead of the sniper. I mean, if I was on Nemesis, I'd want that sniper rifle in this Finnish Phenom's fingers, but it's not really going to matter because I think the rockets are just as deadly as the sniper rifle. He finds both of them. You might have thought you got the drop on the rockets, but you forgot which player you were looking at. Mose, though, is going to take down Wooten over in the red cave. It's a 2-kill lead now for Nemesis, But the problem is this map is so snowbally. You can collapse so easily because of all the routes, because of the nice positions that you can curb slide off of. But does Glory know he has a little sneaky wizard behind him? He doesn't know. Sunrise takes him down, picks up the sniper and the thrust. Sunrise now probably VIP on the map here for BH3. They need to make sure that he can get the value that he needs out of these power-ups. And how are they going to do that?
Miniature King of the Mountain moment on top of that pyramid, and if you do not see them coming from that outside bench, you basically are going to get caught from behind. Exactly what we saw. They're going to zone them away with that plasma nade, come streaking back by, and then winning that fight. Magical to get right back into that. Woodham will run off with it. So 2, now 3-kill lead here by Nemesis. This is about how they've been playing these Slayers today. And the key thing that me and James had seen earlier, you need to know when to really put the foot down and keep on just sprinting with it around that 30 mark. So BH3 not too far gone.
Yeah, it's still a relatively close game here, and it will be an even closer one if SLG loses this 1v1, but he doesn't because SLG doesn't lose those. Septic now, our M&K player on the other side. What can he do here? Snipe drone, watching that angle, being a bit sneaky himself up to the side, positioning himself somewhere where you're probably not going to be looking directly at, trying to get first shot, hiding outside of bounds. Can Snipe drone win the fight? Yes, he can, because Snipe drone doesn't lose those either.
Oh my goodness. Even when he's just kind of fading away on the backside of that pyramid, I swore he was basically going to jump off, but he actually had the clamber to get himself back in and can just win those gunfights. A 2 versus 1. Glory maybe having to separate himself via some good old blasts. He gets peeked at from around the bend. Peekaboo, ICU, and rockets for a double kill. Woodham primarily going after the big boomstick. He's got a triple. No one else is going to go into his feed, but now we're starting to see the tiniest bit of separation by Nemesis from BH3.
You know, we hear a lot about Sniper on MNK being cheating, but I don't think we've considered the fact that Rockets on MNK might be even more overpowered, because how are you going to catch him out? He doesn't even have to like hit you directly. You can't sneak up on him because he'll just turn around so fast and always get those kills. It's now a 6-kill lead for Nemesis. Make that 7 as 4 go down for BH3. Nemesis now, Sniper in their hands, total map control. If Mose goes down first here, you know that it's going to be a bad day to be on BH3, but Mose backs Glory down. A really important play from him to force Glory into retreating over towards the silver side. Can he find the kill though? Yes, he can. Bastos ninja'd Wootum apparently, which is a pretty big play for him.
Considering the way that he can spin right around, being able to do that means he just caught him completely off guard. So good looks, Glory. Even if he's back down, he's not out. Eventually falls. Snipe will be available with a couple bullets at minimum into the old feed. So H3, remember, they've been playing from this deficit and it's becoming greater. The good news for them, there is recency of a 12-point deficit being erased. Can they do the exact same thing? It was about the same mark. They have to start really kind of reforming and getting together to take on these Nemesis members. But every Nemesis man is about good for at least 1.5 of BH3 at this point.
Yeah, you really need to start finding these untraded kills, and unfortunately that just isn't what is happening right now, and you can't be finding untraded deaths in that situation. Mose chelling that so aggressively, and he just doesn't manage to find the kill. And unfortunately, you really can't afford to take those kinds of fights in this situation. They are now 12 kills down against Nemesis. Nemesis only need 9 in order to close out the game. They can trade as long as they like. Mose did manage to find that kill untraded. Should be able to take down Glory as well with the flanking maneuver. Takes down SLG as well. That's 3 dead for Nemesis. 4 dead now. Can they find a way to snowball off of these kills, though? Can they take these guys out off spawn? Doesn't seem like it, though. Mose is the furthest up on the map. He's finding loads of damage, but he needs teammates up there. Septic finds a kill with the Rockets, but Sunrise and Bastos both go down. That isn't what you need. You can't afford to have 4 dead and a collapse like that with Rockets and only trade evenly. That is a really unfortunate play for BH3.
But 5 points, make it 6. This is about where they've been. This is the same point margin that had the Slayer go the way of Z10 just a little bit ago. They can't complete the kill. Try for some nades. That's a fantastic killing spree completion. Septic is caught in the corner, though. He's trying to use his MNK buddy bag as well. He gets caught from behind as they all go away into the cave. This might be enough separation by Team Nemesis to really push BH3 into an 0-2 hole. Top side of pyramid. Now I say that. Sidekick comes out. A little bit of spray and pray. Using on the final bullet in the old mag. Oh, that's going to be 1 away. Team Nemesis just going to trade it out. And BH3, hell of a fight. But now they've got to hold it either way out of and seal. That's going to complete the run.
Yeah, Sunrise, there's really nowhere for him to go there. It was a rough game from him, but to be honest, it did just look like Nemesis were in the driving seat the whole time. So I wouldn't really pin that on him so much as just Nemesis being a stronger team in general. They're going to have one more chance, though. BH3 will have to win this Aqua CCF. We saw that they were very strong on Aqua Bomb. That was the mode that they were by far the most dominant in their previous series, with the side opponent never really looking like they had a chance in it. Hopefully they can bring some of that energy to this Aqua flag against Nemesis, otherwise their tournament lives will be over.
You know what? It's still a good look for this first open of the second split. That's some good looks. Well, it depends on, I guess, what you're calling splits and whatever. But either way, the road to Dallas for that Dreamhack Dallas land is going to be really, really cool, with basically Europe taking all lessons learned, and everyone has seemingly improved here, Seal. I love that we've taken all that progress from Arlington. And guess what? You're going back to North Dallas, no matter who you are in that top 3. So I hope you like the heat, because it's about to be frisky out there in May. So, got BH3, kept it about yay close. It got hit 10 a time or two, so it was about that kind of that big damage stretch that we typically get out of Nemesis. But Seal, now it's all holds bar for BH3 to play survival, and Aqua CTF is something that they are just so good at.
Yeah, it really is. I think, as we said, BH3 looked pretty good on Aqua Bomb, but we know how good Nemesis is at Aqua Flag. It's always been a really good mode for them. It's going to be a good mode for Glory and Snipe Drone all the way back to the Na'Vi days. And so I really struggle to see... I mean, I don't want to say I struggle to see a world where BH3 wins this, but I think we're going to have to see something special if they want to come out on top here.
I mean, I'll say it. I do. I mean, that particular Slayer was really supposed to be the pivot point. If you're going to get them into an elongated series, it's got to start there. Now, can it start here? Of course it can. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But BH3's got a ton of work to do. They brought in a Wrinkle with a separate fourth man to try some things out. But Team Nemesis, they brought the iron, and it's hot. And they put all Wrinkles into a much cleaner looking shirt away. So, we'll get the camo first. And we'll be moving over the midway part of this map. But BH3 is trying to shut the door.
Yeah, BH3 now currently up in players on the map. This play here from SLG, though, is going to rectify the situation in short order, but gets taken down by Bastos across the map. Not nearly as decisive of a start as we might have seen previously on these maps. It's going to be pretty even, but the flag is now getting run. It is being run by BH3, but unfortunately the runner does get taken down. That's 2 dead now for BH3. They're going to need to find some slays in response, and unfortunately their own flag is getting pulled. And the fact that their own flag is getting pulled means that 2 of the players on BH3 were only needed to fight 1 of their opponents, but weren't able to take him down. But that being said, it has been a great start from BH3 here. They've got the flag across the map. They've got it into their own base. Bastos here will punch it in, but the question is, can the counter-attack come through for Nemesis? We know that they're very good at this sort of thing. Snipe Drone takes down 1. It's 2 dead for BH3. The players over on Nemesis are stuck in the util. That grenade, it could have been perfect. It wasn't quite. Snipe Drone loses the fight to Bastos. SLG will trade, and it's going to be Bastos now in a position to maybe strike back. Misses that player, but the 2 in the base. Will Bastos be able to take them both down? He can. That's a killing spree for him just before he gets taken down. The trade is huge there. It resets the situation on the map. SLG, last one alive now, gets taken down as well, and we could be in the midst of a BH3 resurgence.
Wow, okay. First 2 minutes, you get camo picked up 1 time by Nemesis. Now BH3 gets their own look at it, and it's been just twinsies being completely put back in the cradle and then spun to the other side of the map for Nemesis. They had that pull. Remember, they had that when BH3 was still trying to escort their flag from the midpoint of top mid. And when they then got that kill, it forced a complete half of their team to just wait about 10 seconds before anything could start. And BH3 was unpunished from that portion topside hill. So good looks by BH3. Glory's been, I think it's been like Glory and Snipe Drone that have been addicted to this little plasma pistol. Something about it. We will get at least a tied up game as they made a quick run about it.
Yeah, I think even though BH3, they started out so well, it looked like they might have an opportunity to get another flag on the board there, but it wasn't enough. That being said, though, 3 go down for Nemesis, and this is what we haven't seen so far from BH3 against Nemesis. We haven't seen these counters coming in. We haven't seen the counterattacks. We haven't seen them even when Nemesis is going into the lead. We haven't seen them force them to bleed for it, and that has meant that they haven't really had a chance to get back into it. Now 4 have gone down for BH3. Nemesis is going to return this flag, but I'm still really happy that we see that counter pull, we see that counter attack, we see the slays going in. It means that BH3 still has some fight in them.
Spark has not gone out. The fire may be dim, but the coals are hot. That means you can restart that entire fire. So Bastos waiting to kill someone that was dropping to the bottom side of pyramid, but they're just not coming down. So he's got to keep 1 eye in the back of his head going about. Maybe tell Cortana to help him as they're recovering this flag. 3 down for Nemesis. Now they can start advancing. They're moving over into this yellow util. They're going to use that fantastic thrust, and they got a 2v1 combination on the old zip and pull. So with that flag before them, they need to at least get one of these slays to make it work. They've got a decoy player in the back of the base. He ends up falling down. They don't know where in the world Bastos went to. They get at least an idea of it. That's a fantastic kill, but they can't get the flag pull.
3 dead on either side here, but it was 3 dead on Nemesis's half of the map. That means that BH3 should have the opportunity here to reignite this pressure off of spawn. They should have the opportunity to try again here. Nemesis are going to have to fight out of their own half of the map.
Den deep in that util. That's a vent. That's great follow-up on that splash with the grenade. And use that threat sensor, and they knew someone was tracking just behind. They got the radar onto them. They have no idea that they know. They know. And oh, hey, a two-man pinata hugging it out in the ceiling. So that one's outside of base. It is too. And you've got a lot of damage that's being put onto Nemesis members as they're trying to infiltrate into BH3 territory.
Yeah, Mo's there. Really important win. It looked like he was trapped in his back base, but he said that I'm not trapped in with you. You're trapped in here with me. He manages to find 2 kills in that situation, one of them being a trade. But that means he's going to be fighting out now from their own side of the map, getting damage down across. The game is still tied, but we are past the halfway point.
Over 5 minutes here, pushed into our game number 3. Remember, BH3 has to reverse sweep to have a semblance of a chance of getting into that grand final. You have Zero Tenacity looking onward and thinking perhaps maybe their region rival could trip at the door. They've gotten at least one big pull. Blue flag will get pulled yet again. BH3 has been living in the back line. 3 down for Team Nemesis. Only Snipe Drone left to try and go and track this flag down. And they're going to actually be seen by Septic. Septic, MK Demon, now gets sandwiched between 2. And that'll be a second score for BH3. See, are you believing what you're seeing?
I'm seeing is believing. And BH3 are making us watch. They have now managed to take the lead in this map yet again. Nemesis looking for a potential opportunity to answer back here. Mose might have come out of that one a little bit better if he hadn't been hit by 2 grenades from one of his teammates. But it's still not a bad situation for them at all. Nemesis there, 2 dead again. BH3 all up on the map, looking for another opportunity to push in. They're going to be pulling this flag already. I really like that. They don't wait for like some perfect opportunity that's never really going to happen. They grab the flag and they say, come chase us down and retrieve it, and they don't manage to do it. Glory gets taken down. Mo's here taking the 1v1 top yellow, but he doesn't have to kill that player. He just has to get that player to back away, and that's exactly what he does. Now BH3 are about to put their 3rd flag on the board. 5 minutes left in this game. Is this the start of a BH3 comeback?
I mean, hey, you know what? You don't say comeback till it's a comeback, but still, you said it yourself. It's not a matter of needing the perfect moment. It's creating micro moments that are chain linked together, and a string of them have found success for BH3. Team Nemesis, they're acting a little bit scared. They're consistently finding themselves, instead of being played out in zone, they're getting manned on, and they're getting bodied at times. Nemesis trying to be able to set up, it would be a cheeky kind of turnabout as they do at least get 1 pull, but the flags are going in either direction. BH3 should be able to lock at least this one in. They're going to play it from fridge, play it cool for a moment. Team Nemesis needs to get this point. 4.5 minutes. We could actually see time on this. It's a ceiling. You know what? Just put a band-aid on it. Should be fine. We'll be 3-2.
Yeah, BH3 there, unfortunately not managing to punish Nemesis for that run quite as much as we saw previously. Maybe Nemesis giving them a little bit more respect, making sure they take things a little bit slower. But Septic, speaking of Septic, 20 kills, 13 assists, and 13 deaths. The guy is playing out of his mind, but Snipe Drone manages to shut him down on that occasion. But it is, I do think, we're currently seeing BH3 outslaying by quite a bit, which is surprising given the level of player we always see on Nemesis. Usually slays are their biggest advantage. Glory there getting taken down as well. That's 3 dead for BH3. This is an opportunity for Nemesis to tie the game maybe, but there's no one in a position to pull the flag, so SLG is just going to have to satisfy himself with staying alive.
In terms of total slays above and below, they're somewhere around the range of 4 to 6 kills up. That's been at least a measurable amount. They're going to use this extra jump from the outside of base. They're going to see if anyone is nearby. They're going to use that thrust. They get past 1. Good decoy play. There's going to be at least a pull, and they're doing it just as they get their own tagged out. So, going to have a bit of a base race in opposite. They throw it to where they want to go eventually. Nice kill from out of Sunrise. Now he's going to go to the opposite utility route. He is getting challenged from out and low mid. Do they bring this right back to the fight? They know they want to meet them in that utility, and they go for the double up. So it's going to be a 2-1, but both go down in the doorway. 3 down for Nemesis as well. It's about who can get that final flagpole.
That flag is still down in a relatively good position for BH3 here. The Nemesis spawners are coming up on this on the fridge side of the map. That should mean that they have an opportunity to pull it. There seems to be a fight happening in util. Mose gets a touch on the flag, but this flank from SLG, it could spell disaster for BH3. That means that they are going to have to go through SLG, but this player is playing for that kill. SLG is going to pull the flag now. They want to be able to have these flags in a position where they can fight for both of them at once. Bastos, I think that was getting taken down, but a huge kill there. SLG gets taken down, but the flag is going to get returned. However, it doesn't seem like anyone in Nemesis is going to be in a position to run this one. It is still a lead for BH3. They can afford the stalemate because they're ahead.
2 minutes to go. Playing 1 point up. Fast caps have been a moniker for Team Nemesis, but BH3 has not strayed nor been scared. Bastos with camo. He burns through at least the minimum of it, so he will see 3 again go down. Team Nemesis is getting hard reset faster than an N64 game cartridge being blown on. You've seen BH3 just consistently having all of this vision. They've got information. Their top side, no one can get through the doorway. You do have him finally going down. You've served his purpose. You have 75 seconds to go. Team Nemesis looking for a pull. Snipe drone the one to do it.
Yeah, Bastos there falling victim to the controller aim assist. He was trying to shoot the grenades, and the aim assist kept pulling his reticle away from it. Unfortunately, then that means that he did get taken down. It's an opportunity here for a flag run from Team Nemesis. They might be able to get this in, but there is a player in their base. This player has the opportunity to make the game-winning play here, and Mose taking down Snipe Drone bottom mid might seal the deal. Wootum is the last man standing. The flag is getting pulled. Can they win this fight? Can Mose defeat Wootum? Yes, he can. It is a trade, but the flag is on the move. It's gotten so far already. SLG takes down the flag runner. There's 30 seconds left. SLG will probably get this return, but the question is, can he get a flag pull before the players from BH3 can shut him down?
Just waiting for the cap to happen.
A counter cap.
Oh, yeah. So they're able to get one. They toss the flag out. Half the team down now for Nemesis. They at least get rid of that. It should be able to get a return. You're going to have a trade. BH3 getting their flag back to their own base. I hope that you guys like storybook endings, because BH3 is trying to write some extra bonus chapters here into this narrative. We're going overtime into this. BH3 wanting to extend the series. Nemesis. A day at the office has become chaotic, a stack of paperwork, and it's from the hands of BH3.
Yeah, I think... I mean, one thing you got to be a little worried about with BH3 is that they are outslaying by quite a bit. Most of the slays across the board are even, apart from Glory and Bastos, who are ahead, and Septic as well, actually. But they don't seem to have been able to convert that into a significant lead here. That being said, though, the kills have come through. 3 dead now for BH3. Where is Septic? Septic gets taken down as well. That's going to be an opportunity here for Nemesis. But look at how SLG is playing this. You know, I feel like most of the time you see SLG get 3 dead or even 4 dead. In that situation, he's going, screw this flag. I'm just going to run towards the enemy base. But he is treating these BH3 players with respect. He's making sure that flag return goes through. And now 4 dead for Nemesis shows you why SLG is playing so carefully.
I mean, 75% of the entire lobby just died. Everyone having a be full reset. BH3 had 2 members come up. Team Nemesis, when they went to at least go get an answer, they were left with echoes of silence. As we go back to Aquarius and Fulbright and Kindle for Nemesis and BH3, that's 3 down. Team Nemesis has all of SLG onto that otherwise very foreboding backline. Mose is trying to find some damage to get out. He's going to use that thrust to get away from at least that first point of contact and keep getting some information, and an assist comes through. So as BH3 gives 1, Nemesis gives 2, they're going to go for this pull. They just want to get some information. It becomes one big melee. He uses that thrust. Oh, wow, he's playing the doorman. Is he going to stick? Nice double kill! Mose has a chance to bring this out. He's going to let his teammate do it. That might have put Nemesis in the bin.
Yeah, 4 dead there for Nemesis, one of them dying off spawn. That's 10 seconds before that player gets back. This flag could be capped by then. It's already almost there. Mose finds another one, or at least an assist. Bastos actually being the one to pick up the kill there. Bastos finds the camo, but it doesn't even matter because BH3 are on the board in this series.
not to be washed away, not to be forgotten, and not to be ones that will not challenge this European throne, contenders to it, as they take it in overtime, 4-3. That wrinkle comes back. It becomes a nod to that and to the just urgency that we're getting out of Nemesis. Nemesis plays fast. Once they trip, they slide. Let's look at the overall kill spread. And I mean, you're talking about the Slay differential. Yeah, that's painting a much more overt picture. They were taking the fight to Nemesis over and over, and more often than not, they were resetting them aplenty.
Yeah, it's really strange to see Nemesis not actually winning the Slays department in our EU lobbies. And to be fair, they still did really well considering how bad of a deficit they were at. You know, if you add all that up, there's probably over a minute of time there where Nemesis had a player dead that BH3 didn't, at least, you know, on paper.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going into the Solitude Koth now. We did see BH3 lose this map, not this mode, earlier. We saw them win the mode, but both King of the Hill and Solitude separately looked like slightly shaky modes of BH3, but can they change that narrative? Can they keep this momentum up? They're going to be feeling good after winning that map. After winning that map in such a dominant fashion, really. Like, I know the score was 4-3, but they were outslaying them very heavily, and that is something that you can carry forward to a different map.
I really do hope that they carry that level of confidence into this, because you come out of a big win like that, you have to, especially into an overtime, you have a big sigh, and you don't want to let it get to you, and you don't want to be exhausted. It's such a marathon to run through so many different game types. You get a couple that are the same, but different maps, different modes, different means, different methods to try and take these matches. We go to some King of the Hill, Solitude. I like the King of the Hill on this one. The first one is so wide open and so just kind of devil-may-care. Shock rifle, of course, with camo. So it's a matter of these long sight lines, and then you start squeezing all of our Spartans into different corners of the map. Which one is just kind of your more favorite play, having to do King of the Hill on this map?
I mean, I think for me personally, I always just like to see teams prioritizing the power-ups. I think it's... Oh.
Okay.
Well, looks like we're going to have more time to discuss opening strats. Maybe the teams themselves wanted more time to discuss some opening strats. But I think an opening strat that I see quite a lot that I don't 100% understand is going out through underpass. Through tram out to bottom mid, and I understand that a little bit in King of the Hill, but I see it in basically every mode, and I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of it is. So maybe someone in Twitch chat can tell me that one. Because you also see a lot of the time people will fly out truck and then they'll watch the underpass because they're expecting the player to be there, and there often is. But I don't really know what they're doing there unless they're playing for the truck player who's playing for them. So in that case, who's playing for who in that situation? It's like, maybe what if neither of them went there? Then they're both just like, one of them.
The chicken and the egg. Who came first? The underpass man or the truck man?
Who's predicting who's strat there? I guess the point is that if you just fly straight across, to get to camo, you'll get tagged up, and then someone might be posters to kill you. Yeah, that might be the play. But then you send two people, and one of them stays and shoots, and the other one goes across to get the shock rifle. I don't know. I'm yapping now.
No, it makes a lot of sense, because it's like, that sounds like players that have been hurt before. They're jaded because they've been flying across to just kind of go to that key utility or weapon, and then they were tagged. So now they formed this weird little like stutter step of doing that thing, and it became a play to go truck or underpass. They're like, oh wait, I need to wait for a second because they've died in that manner. Repetition and different ways of having to navigate the map early. So completely understand. That makes a lot of sense. It's PTSD, but Halo.
According to Wonderboy, you need to see how many cross for snipe, my dude. I never thought of it like that, but you're actually playing for information then, instead of you're not actually playing necessarily for the kills or even the damage, but you're playing for the info for the players who do go posters, because obviously that entirely determines how you actually want to play that situation. You need to, because if you're 1v1 or even 1v0 for that initial situation, then you got to be. Wait a second, Wonderboy, you shouldn't be watching the stream. You're coaching.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah,
we don't
what are you
need
doing?
you here.
Anyway,
Well,
he does still seem to be doing his job though, because Snipedrone has managed to get that camo. Unfortunately, he has died. Bastos though got away with the shock rifle with no camo on the side of Nemesis. This could be a repeat of what we saw earlier with BH3 looking so strong, managing to get this power up in their hands. Can Bastos make it sing? Is the question. Yes, he can.
Yeah. You know, never thought that electricity could sing. Well, you need to play the guitar a little bit more. That's exactly what it's doing. Bastos with a shock rifle to start off things on Solitude. Naming a more iconic duo. You're going to see people trying to move up from that yard position, but I love the way that they're making the spawners happen. There is not a single foot that's been set until now. Able to land so much chain lightning damage. They're getting at least a little bit out there against Nemesis, but Nemesis is going to back them on up, and now here becomes the problem. BH3 is locked in the corner, and Nemesis is ready with some paddles.
Yeah, Bastos there, managing to get that player one-shot using the repulsor to stay alive. A really good play from him there. That's a great example of a situation where even though no kills actually come in, well, a kill did come in there, but even before that, that's such a valuable play because him being there is so inconvenient. Firstly, because Nemesis likely didn't know whether or not he was out of shock rifle ammo. He was still an important player to kill on the map there, but 4 players finally go down for BH3. The difference in that team fight was a single headshot.
Remember that Moe's had 9,000 damage in their previous CTF. Dude was laying out bullets like it's his job. And in this matchup...
if this was the 2010s, we'd make an over 9,000 joke right now.
I mean, but, we can still do that. You want to do that? No? Okay, we'll wait till later. We'll wait till game
if
5.
it happens again. We'll wait till game 5. Speaking of game 5, Bastos, 6-1 off the rip in this game, has managed to give them a 1-hill lead. Moving now towards this yard hill. Going to be watching this push, but it doesn't look like they've actually spawned there. Glory might be in blue, but the rest of them seem to be over on the snipe side, which means he's going to be playing it a little bit slow, most likely. And BH3 seems to have figured out that Glory was alone there because they played towards him, but Glory got the stick. SLG finds a kill of his own, and even though Snipedrone gets taken down, this should be an opportunity for Nemesis to push in, but it's now 2v2 on the map. Wootum finds the first kill, but unfortunately they're not far enough up to stop the spawners from BH3. However, Wootum, already prepared for that situation, swings around the back, picks up that kill. 3 dead for BH3 for a second there, and Wootum is going to be looking to fight these players and loot.
Oh, he's very weak, and Window is basically very strong. Not just getting information, but you have that free sight line whenever they do get that respawn, and it almost feels unfair because you're locking in from that corner, and you can basically walk them towards either that blue or all the way into that corner. So Nemesis forces BH3 to get bullied backwards. Woodham eventually goes down after doing a ton of extra damage. You're seeing it 7-3 right now for Bastos. Key Slayer out here for his squad, trying to be able to use that repulsor, and they know that pretty much that one's done. So, gonna reset here for the dip hill, and that's why they're already bringing some big damage. Gotta wonder about jumping out. Look, I know people love to rechow whenever they have low shield and trying to get that final tap, but you know, I like also preserving life. But that's also trust that your teammates are right behind you to help clean up.
Yeah, you do have to have that faith, though. When you're playing at this level, you know, these guys, they're calming all the time. They're playing 8s constantly. They get used to having teammates they can rely on, and that's why you see them playing in that manner. And the first pick, though, has gone in favor of Team Nemesis. They're going to be looking to cross into blue. Snipedrone, though, falling on the side of Nemesis, might give the opportunity here for an even fight. Glory doesn't seem to be able to find anyone. Finally manages to find this player, but he isn't going to be able to take him down. Septic staying alive so well there, making himself such a nuisance, but unfortunately it's not enough because SLG will find an overkill using the camo and the nice chunk of hill time as well.
Good old extermination in the kill feed. SLG at 10 and 7 off of that. That means he was at 6 for just a little bit. So finding the multiple when they absolutely need to. Hill number 3 of any King of the Hill seems to be such a just pivotal moment to just get some change happening on the map. You're going to see all the damage being flung out by SLG. He was a demon on land, and he continues to be, well, needed to be killed out. And as he just lays down the law with this BR, eventually he gets smacked. And it'll be Bastos that does the work. So BH3 has a chance to get to this hill. You're going to have it from off of that turn as well. But most of Team Nemesis is starting to gather, and the storm is coming.
And we see these players now getting taken down in the dip. 2 dead now for Team Nemesis. Bastos potentially with an opportunity to put some time on the board if he can take out Glory, but the repulse and the grenade were good. He manages to get him down to 1 shot, but not enough to kill him just yet. Sunrise finally takes the player down, but Glory getting 1 player dead and another player 1 shot is a lot more than you would really want from a player trapped on such a distant part of the map.
I do like the setup that we had out of Septic. He was on the low side of this footing, just kind of waiting for the cross to happen. And then you had a couple players that did come through, 3 players down out of Team Nemesis briefly. They'll be respawning out. There's a chance to get this second hill. Shock Rifle in the hands of Septic. He'll be providing some overwatch as they want to push up from this dip lane. Now they'll get that second hill. Hill number 4. All the way out in the corner. And you got to take away, and you got to do some extra slaying right now because you do not want to allow them to have that flanking sightline. Shock Rifle goes to the Invisible Man, and SLG, that is a dangerous Spartan to give it to.
Yeah, we see Shock Rifle and Camo now in the hands of SLG. This is a very, very bad situation for BH3, but they do have the lead. That means that they can kind of afford to play a little bit annoyingly here. They can just try and hunt down this shot camo player. They can make sure they stick together and don't get caught out alone instead of having to force this hill just yet. They're now pushing their way through yard. SLG not really in the ideal situation to have this shock rifle because he doesn't have great sightlines onto anyone. However, this player pushing bottom mid is going to bait out the shot from SLG. He will get taken down. It's 2 dead on either side now, but the shock and camo player dying is so important.
2 minutes to go for this as well, and I mean this could come down to just some late term team slaying and getting at least the power weapons and utility out. He created so much just nonsense and chaos, especially for the spawn. You have to walk through him as a phantom, and that as BH3 recognizes that there's just no way for them to be able to break Nemesis off that hill. They're prepping for what could be the final step. This could end up just being a 5 hill to completion map. Remember, BH3 is trying to force the game number 5, trying to force the reverse sweep. If they can do so, Nemesis would be stunned, but they would still have another game to have to play. 10 seconds until that camo becomes necessary, but BH3 is in a very strong position on Hill 5.
You know, we see BH3 with a really good early rotation here. This is one of the hardest hills to break in the game. It's probably the easiest to completely lock down on this map. It's probably the one we see the most 0 to 100 caps on. And this is exactly why. It's just so hard to find yourself a way to get to this hill without getting tagged out from various places. That being said, though, Nemesis has managed it. They've broken this setup with about 10% left. If BH3 manages to break this setup from Nemesis at all, it will be the hill for them, and they will be threatening to take us to a game 5. But right now, it's Nemesis in control.
Minute 54 in neutral time. Gotta wonder if we'll get there. Hill number 5, if it's unlocked, can BH3 be able to assure them that Hill 6? Nemesis, they're proving your words to be very, very true. BH3 struggled to kind of keep with it. They put out some damage from this upper nest position. 2 will fall out for Nemesis, but that's just the guys that are lurking away. They're going to start rushing out, and they don't get there in time. That push up was just a half-second boot tip away. And now it's up to BH3. They've got to work on our original hill and force us to go the distance.
Unfortunately, if you're BH3, that is the one thing you didn't want to happen, because they've given up their position. They've given up being in good positions for the next hill. They haven't made an early rotation, but they also didn't manage to capture the hill, which means that they're now in a bad position for this one, and it's Nemesis who have the start on this one. They're not going to be trying to play time. They're going to be getting into this hill and fighting for it. You don't really want to try and play time with a minute and a half and only 1 hill ahead. But it's such a bad situation for BH3 here. But they have the time. They can still break this hill. They won this one the first time around. But they need to find some picks first. They can't afford to start panicking.
The problem is that the last time they played from it, they had tower control. They had the shock rifle. They had Mose looking like he was just untouchable. And I don't know if that's the exact same way that we're going to get back to it. Sunrise is going to play from this upper bridge position. They know someone's over towards truck. They see multiple. They want to be able to get this camo. They're going to have that utility burned. So now, where in the world do they go? Gargoyling here up on top bridge. information for their teammates. They know there's at least 2 towards the truck side of things. They don't want to give up their position. That's Bastos that takes care of Snipe Drone. He wants to take this long stroll. He sees a Spartan, he sees damage, and he sees a hill now available for himself. They want to tie this up. They have a minute of neutral. Nemesis has the lead. And now they've got to get through this ghostly phantom that's called Sunrise. Is able to get rid of the thrusting opponent, but now they've got to get back to this hill.
It was a great kill there from Sunrise, but I'm a little bit worried about his decision to take that 1v1 in that situation with the camo. He might have had the opportunity to really help with the team fight, and instead, though he did win the 1v1, it ended up just being a trade. Now, Nemesis have this opportunity, but BH3 are still scoring, and Sunrise getting taken down there is bad, but it means that they did have a little bit more time. And now Nemesis, though, with the clock having been burnt quite a lot, they might be okay to let it burn more, but they're not going to be. They are going to jump in the hill.
30 seconds to go. They're going to go on the hill. They recognize that they have the advantage either way that it happens. BH3, they've got to stop this. They've got to get in there, and every time they do, they basically get themselves up as a known target. Glory from the top rope. He RKOs right in there. Big box about it. That's going to be one falling out. As soon as these fights happen, oh man, you just have one man to beat. SLG, no one else to doubt him. Can anyone uncrown him? You've got too many Spartans. No, you got Nemesis that's able to get this done. BH3, they were able to challenge up, but they had to punch up a belt too far. Nemesis will be going back to the grand finals, rest assured, to take on Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, similar to the previous one, you got to put some respect on BH3's name for giving them such a good game, especially in those last 2 maps. They really, really fought for that. That Koth Solitude definitely could have gone either way. And, you know, we could be talking about going to a Game 5 now. Unfortunately for them, that isn't going to be the case. But it's still a good sign for us, I think, here in Europe. It means that we're seeing more competition. We're seeing some competition from outside of the top 3. And we're also seeing a little more competition inside the top 3, you know?
Yeah. No, that's very true. And you know what? Sometimes SLG, when I've been looking at this Nemesis roster, I've been like, okay, he seems to be just kind of letting Glory and Woodham and Snipe Drone just kind of lead the charge. Love seeing the confidence, not only that we're getting across what was kind of the end point of the previous major qualifier, but from LAN, he looks so good. From today, looking like he has to take charge and get things going again. So everyone from Team Nemesis seems to be in a much stronger position, both mechanically and mentally. They took down BH3, and BH3, I see them being able to take all that film that just happened for us in real time and really observe it, see what they can do just a little bit better, some different plays. But hey, they took a map off them, and that was the only team that did that in the last split was Pippa, now Z10. So that's something to really kind of look at as an accomplishment.
Yeah, it's a great achievement, and I think, you know, even though I'm not going to be casting the next one, I'm going to be eagerly watching to see whether or not Z10 can repeat their success, or whether Nemesis was figured out what went wrong last time and will answer back.
Well, Zero Tenacity and Nemesis, they're meeting all over again. Fated rivals will be in the grand finals. Can Nemesis force the bracket reset, or does Z10 get it done? You guys can find out with more EU HCS right after this short break.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, like, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team, or a bit of a mismatch of a team, like, they were going to be good. Well, literally from game 1, I felt like we were just really confident and really calm around what we did. Like, I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training. I'm just going to say this there. It's custom. What time's custom? 47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin, which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video, as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find, so thank you for watching, and peace.
Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like 16 years old, and I randomly found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like, this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like, kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matching her, matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember, it's been so long ago, but because when all this came out, like, all these girls were like, oh, free agents, like, all these lists came about, and, like, I was a free agent or whatever, I just remember that. But I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch, like, didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was, like, a team of 2 with Domino, and that, like, got me, my feelings were hurt, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like, I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with Haley. And Haley, like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember, like, I don't know who it was, but it came up like in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a 4th. And who would they decide? A lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I don't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because they were all individually good. And then Katie and Jen had, like, been playing together for a little bit and had, like, this, like, duo-ship, basically. So they already had, like, some sort of teamwork, so it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams, I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just, like, plow through us? Like, I was like, I had my message prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know? But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they'll be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say,
Yeah, so can I just say we had the best org and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by like these badass chicks, and like
Yeah, it was like
whenever
an
we had to
all-female owned org.
yeah, and they were like European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't like a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
So,
we're
like,
just
for-
like competitive, you know.
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like, that's why I said earlier, like, we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive. And there was this group of women finally forming together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've swapped sides. Look at this. Monkey Man's now over here. Nope.
Oh, wait.
That way.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ruined it.
There you
Boom. Guys, it is
Wait, hold
grand
on.
final. Wait. Oh. Yeah.
There you go. Okay, that worked.
Nailed it. It's grand final time. It is. Who else? Team Nemesis versus Z10 Zero Tenacity. Team Nemesis, you just saw him get the 3-1 win. SLG, Glory, Wootum, Snipe Drone. SLG with an overkill on that final map as well. That was pretty nasty. And Zero Tenacity, they've been waiting a long time. Jimbo, Seeker, Chick, and Mighties, of course, they've been sitting there just chilling, shooting bots, doing MM, whatever it is. People who make it to grand finals first do. And let's have a look at some maps. A first for today for us, I think. Forbidden CTF. Woo! Recharge Slayer. Also haven't seen one of those. Live Fire Strongholds. We've seen a few of those. Streets Oddball. And a Slorigin to finish. And hey, who knows? There might even be a grand final reset at the end of all this. Who knows?
Oof.
It is
If that's
EU.
gonna happen. It definitely could happen, and I kind of expect it to happen with the way that this matchup has gone. It went to Game 5, a very fast start in the first map. The Slayer is what kind of spun things around. That third map got us with a lead for Zero Tenacity, and then it was a fight all the way to that final marker of 50-48. Remember, it was such a cinema moment. But let's go to Forbidden, and we've seen this actually become like more favored than what some other folks are looking for. Some of these other CTFs, I think that people are just like hella hating on Fortress, which is fine, but also because we should get sniper duels and we get a kind of long distance and we get the good jumps that go up towards mid, kind of change the game, make it a bit quicker.
Yeah. Although I don't know about you, Monkey Man, but I've never seen a person use that with the flag.
Well, not the flag.
Okay.
I don't think you make it with the flag. You're fat with the flag, right?
I don't think so.
Can you make it with the flag?
I think you can. No one does because it's such an exposed position. All right, we're gonna have to go test this afterwards. But
yeah,
it is grand final time. I was about to say I don't hear any sound, but I hear sound. There's sound. Yeah, here we go. Map 1, Forbidden CTF, of course. Zero Tenacity in the blue with the lead as well. Proverbial lead, as in, if they win, it's done. If Nemesis win, we're going to a grand final reset. Chick gets the beat down. And early kills, 2 apiece. That's the jump up there. Just chilling on the branch.
It's like just a bird. You know, we had crows earlier, so yeah. It's a murder of crows and a conspiracy of ravens? Am I wrong? That's how that works, right?
I think it's a conspiracy. Yeah. It's definitely a murder of crows.
Yeah. Well, I think there's also a congregation. No, I think that's like baboons. Oh! Chick! Trying to add 2 to this one as they've got that early pull. Of course, running around that low ground. So this one will come up and it's looking like Zero Tenacity.
Oh, okay.
Man, they came out fast.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. All right, 1-0. I see it. Double kill for Seeker as well. Snipe drone, last one left alive. But yeah, man, just Jimbo finding one as well, and Seeker getting the steal. And yeah, that looks. Oh my god, are they really just gonna like insta 2-0, Monkey Man? Is this happening? Are we watching the same game? Because yeah.
Wow. That was what, the 35 seconds after the previous cap. It was at 10:50 and then it was at 10:15. That's bananas. Okay, so Zero Tenacity has been improving, watching film for the last 3 hours. SLG has an overshield, so maybe something will begin to change, but Zero Tenacity clearly likes himself some Forbidden, has been doing some old film watching, and ready to get this one going again.
Yep. Ooh, okay. Oh. Can the flag can bounce, right? Like, it can bounce off the wall, or does it not have that much bounce?
No, it does. Yeah,
okay.
It can definitely bounce off the wall. Yeah.
I just never see people running it that riskily. Flag should go in, unless everyone dies, which is also a distinct possibility. Given how dominant Zero Tenacity have been. Where is that flag?
It kind of landed... oh, they're tossing it. Yeah, they went
around.
around.
We went around the back. Okay, that's not great. Especially with that trade. I guess this is getting returned. This is probably going to be 3-0 in a matter of... Okay,
well, the other one only got...
Yeah, I thought they'd gone a lot further. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
They did that as a defensive effort, but did they do... Okay, you have to take that path if you're getting basically shot down, which means they had someone from Zero Tenacity really just kind of down that ramp. So far, Zero Tenacity has not really given Team Nemesis any quarter to do much. So 10 is going to see this one popped again as Team Nemesis seems to finally have their boots on the ground.
Yeah, speaking of boots, Mighties and Chick the only ones with them at the moment. Trying to find... Oh my god, finds a great kill. Does get sniped off to the side, but Wootum going to go down as well, and I don't think anyone's on that flag. Great shot from SL Jesus. Just going to find it. Yeah, that flag's going to come back, I think, gents. And ladies. Uh-oh. Oh no, okay. I think he knew he was going to die, so he took the sniper off. Respect it.
Yeah, that's smart.
Respect it.
Strategic.
Hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. 2-1. We got a game on our hands, Monkey Man.
Yeah, it was looking like it was a dictation, a walkthrough of the game for a while out of Z10, but Team Nemesis does get one back, a double kill, 3 out. Suddenly, Team Nemesis recognizes game. They know this is their main rival here in the European region. So they gotta kind of take on what they're being given, and this is a re-navigation of the map, and this actually may be a just as quick of a 2 score. They're gonna try and bring this down just as fast. He will be launched off the rest of these ancient runes for the most part. And that's 3 out for Nemesis, with at least a couple down for Z10 to try and keep these spawns kosher.
That was SLG's first kill, by the way.
What? But he's had like the snipe and the overshield. What?
Yep, he's had 4 assists, but that was his first kill.
Okay.
That is uber bizarre. I was like, even saying like SO Jesus, like damn, but apparently the guy had no kills.
I mean, you put out damage, it's basically the same, right?
Yeah. You know, look, sometimes you're just the assist king, you know, and your teammates, they're the ones cleaning up after you, like a maid with a mop and bucket, you know, but... but hey, it's going to be 1 player on each team in the double digits at the moment. Sneaky movement from Seeker, staying up the top. It is going to be another returned flag. So yeah, just a bit of an odd game at the moment. Halfway through, 2-1, and neither team seems to be able to run that flag kind of properly near the end. SLG is on fraud watch apparently.
Oh no!
I thought Snipe Drone was on fraud watch earlier. I'm getting confused who's on fraud watch.
It's
too much
Frugal
fraud watch.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Jimbo has overshield and might be able to run this exactly where he wants. No, he tosses it ramp, even if that's all of, you know, just to make Team Nemesis kind of run at them in an awkward fashion. Jimbo's actually, he doesn't recognize he just ran by one, and now they see each other. Oh, fresh fiends in the night. And they both end up killing each other where opposite of where everything else is happening.
Oh! Oh, good night. Hot diggity. Okay. I thought that was a snipe, but that was an insane nade kill. Oh, please. Oh. Oh, I thought he was going to get that as well. He had it lined up and everything. 2 alive. And this flag still being run. Glory is going to go down to a nade. Is this flag going to come back, or can Team Nemesis put this in to tie it up 2 apiece? They find one up in the hut. They are going to push him back. Flag's been grabbed by Snipe Drone, though. Maybe they can score off this, and they will. It's 2 apiece, and Monkey Man, Zero Tenacity scored twice in 2 minutes. But Team Nemesis have grinded this back. And here we are, 2 apiece.
Showing that hot starts do not overcome better finishes, but Team Nemesis is taking a long time to really peel Zero Tenacity off of this board. Zika, lone man alive for his team. He takes a couple off for Team Nemesis, and so he's going to navigate away. This is actually so smart. You're going from a lesser pressure point, especially with all kind of eyes onto the top mid, and he's just winning his fights. This is fantastic work right now to Zika.
Bro beat a commando by firing 3 bullets and getting a melee. That's
nice.
That's kind of nuts. Yeah, man, 2 apiece, less than 4 minutes to go. Seeker just being an absolute nuisance in back base. Wootum finally putting him down, gets traded out. So fun fact, by the way, when this map first came out, these jumps were different for each side, and one you could make and one you couldn't. Did you know that?
Yeah, did they make it like longer, or did they make it like?
Yeah, so one had to be like made the exact same because you couldn't make one jump, but you could only make the other one.
Yeah,
it was very, very weird. Oh my god, how did he not get that? Okay, assist cleans up. Glory has 18 kills, by the way, and SLG has 2. But flag's been taken. Oh, and he will make it round as well. We'll make it exceptionally round. Perfect from Jimbo onto the tomb. Oh, wait, hold on. Jimbo goes down. It's 2 left. It's just Chick. This should be it. Team Nemesis. Oh, my God. Okay.
Well,
that was nuts. Yeah, put 2 flags in 2 minutes and then get reverse swept in a flag map.
Well, gotta bring the fight the whole time.
Oh man!
So a hot start for Zero Tenacity, but then they hit the brakes hit them instead.
Team Nemesis had to finish the fight.
Yeah, and they do it in 3. That's how trilogies work. So
boom.
You got 1, and you know what? SLG existed, had 10 assists, and that's what. Is able to help out Glory. I want to see that damage meter as well. But we talk about Zero Tenacity a lot. And I already talked about, we talked with you about the bracket reset. Very possible with happening with the way these 2 squads are hitting. Okay, so SLG did kind of damage. All right, he was out there. But
he was out there. He got a lot of assists.
Does that mentally boom you, considering you were up 2-0 in that CTF?
I don't know. Like, I think to go 2-0 up in 2 minutes and then kind of been unable to close, I think probably doesn't help the mental, I think. Oh my god, he's got the flower glass.
You guys like it?
Doesn't help the mental. But, you know, if I'm Nemesis, I'm like super jacked right now. Right? Like, you were there, they finished the fight, right? Like, you know, you go 2-0 down super early, you really have to like work your way back into the game, you hold strong. A couple of times Zero Tenacity grabbed the flag, never really looked like capping those, so yeah, I think huge resilience for Nemesis. I think for Zero Tenacity, you did the start well, like you said, but you just, you didn't quite get the fundamentals correct to finish, and And maybe that's just a lack of concentration, or I don't really know. But look, I think if you have a hot start here as well as Zero Tenacity, and then you lose again, I think Nemesis have all the mental on you.
I can see that. It's also like, we like a player, so we're gonna be resetting again. But it's also one of those where we've seen. So let's lend it both to flag pulls and to oddball throws, right? You have objective, you got to hold, you got to move somewhere, you got to be able to kind of send it. I don't count into bomb and assault because that's just a weird game type. Kind of send it. You have to make that mental decision as to when you're going to kind of go for the ultimate play, or you have to kind of get someone off your back. And then because both of these teams are so well accustomed to when you have to get the handoff or be able to kind of play into that objective, they also know when they're going to make a no play, right? You're going to throw ball, you're going to throw the flag away, but it's not really to do anything with it. And then they're playing that step ahead. It's like when you break the shield to be able to make someone back off, just to be able to kind of zone them out. And some of that, I feel like you got to have that killer mentality to kind of be able to find those moments. I mean, we saw one with Jimbo. He had overshield. He was making that big pull, but he had no one around him as well. So he had to kind of play off and away from it. So they had the hot start, and they really had them just, hey, welcome to the grand finals, bozo. But then they couldn't do anything with the rest of the joke.
Yeah. And maybe the joke's on them for recharge. Who knows? I think this one's gonna be great. I would actually love to see the outside of this recharge map. Like, you see it through the window and you're like, man, this is curious.
On the side of a mountain?
Yeah, I think so. I guess so. Someone hit us up with the lore. But tell us the lore.
What are they recharging? That's what I want to know.
Oh yeah. I don't know. They're using water though. I know that much. Oh. I can tell you. That's going. Look, Slayer recharge. Haven't seen one of these today. I'm excited to get it going. Jimbo has killed himself. Okay, we're gonna get a reset.
Yep.
Oh.
-3.
Oh my god, Team Nemesis didn't even have to do anything.
Just Jedi mind tricks from a distance.
Yeah. Look, anyone out there, by the way, who is thinking about going and seeing Revenge of the Sith 20th Anniversary Edition in the cinema, go watch it. It's so awesome.
Is it out right now?
Yeah, I watched it on Saturday, and book your tickets, my friend. It's so great. I was in like the 4D chairs, so like the ones that like move with the opening scene, like when they're flying, the chairs moving, and the lightsaber combat, and mwah. Highly recommend.
Okay. I just looked that up. Okay, I may be going with the fam now to go see this.
Yeah,
that's super cool.
Lock it in, Eddie. Go and book it.
Lock it in. Okay, I need to get. It's like where you get the 4D, not just the chairs, but you get the smells. You get to smell the Empire. Okay?
Smell the burning of Anakin's flesh. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if they did episode 3, you could smell younglings barbecue.
It is episode 3. You can smell the younglings.
Oh, so it is youngling. Oh, okay, then yeah. So, look, youngling barbecue.
You get to smell Anakin burning and youngling barbecue. It's like a double whammy. Boom. An assault of the senses, if you will.
Yeah, they hit you with the little gas canisters for all the jet propulsions.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm down.
Padme losing the will to live. Yeah.
Yeah, you really get to smell the loss of living.
Yeah.
And the will leaving the body.
When cinemas go too far. Yeah. That's oh dear.
Yep. They hit the local morgue for that one, gang. All right, so we go into game number 2. We're waiting for Recharge to be kind to us. We've gone into 2, 3, 7 lobbies at this point, and I blame that little wet floor sign right there. I saw a Spartan trip over one in a previous series today, so clearly that's what's holding us back.
Yeah, you know, you gotta watch out for these signs, man. They're there for a reason. You know, there's a lot of water in here. There's a whole whirlpool and a turbine.
Yeah, but it's
and
like
batteries.
It's like under metal, though.
That's true.
Fluid.
It's glass, maybe?
Is it? Oh, wait.
Bulletproof reinforced glass?
True. It's got to be that space age stuff they use whenever they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna be on spaceship, and you definitely have to see space. I want to let you guys know that is not real. Like, you don't really see that. Yeah. It's like submarines. They don't have windows. You can't see out there. There's too much water pressure. So.
Yeah, but like the space station has windows.
Yeah, but it's like.
Like they're super reinforced and like, like.
I don't know about it. Would you trust it? I wouldn't.
They have windows.
I don't know about that.
They look at the. What do you mean? All right.
If you can see through a window, is it real?
Shun the non-believer. Shun. Team Nemesis. Everyone's got 1 kill. Until Wooten ruined it. But look, good start from them. But as you said, it's not how you start games; it's how you finish them.
That's what I was always told, and that's why I just sat in the outfield. So far, so good here for Team Nemesis. The pack goes hunting, and then they get slammed in the corner. Was that a stick? No, it was a shock rifle. 3 fall out for either side. So it was a stick. Okay, cool. Yeah. That was a heck of a stick from distance.
Look, sometimes you get good sticks, man. And other times you get leaves.
Ah, yeah. I one time had a stick that looked like Gandalf's stick.
Ah.
Yeah.
Did you find a hobbit friend as well? Like a little short person friend?
I mean, yes, but I don't think we're allowed to call them that.
Just because your daughter's not that tall, all right? Just
yeah, she's same height as my wife. Regardless, we are seeing the same heights and now higher from out of Team Nemesis. Remember how the first couple Slayers, very, very close. I mean, they had an extension of what, like 12? They're already up to +8 here in the first minute and 40.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go, if I'm honest. Like, if Zero Tenacity can come back. Maybe, that first map really affected their mental, like, losing like that. Like, who knows? They are 10 kills down right now. There's no way, like, that they continue to get slammed? Question mark?
Oh, this is a good response. They cut the distance. Okay, so Woodham at least is able to get taken down, but they're still down by 10. It's not unfeasible that Zero Tenacity may have difficulty with the way that Team Nemesis was kind of basically running shop, full sprint, uncaring as to the challenge that may be in their face. But 11, nearly 12, depending on if Mighty's gets tracked down. He will win that? Okay. Nice killjoy. Reversal with the little plasma pistol. And they will stop the camo from, I believe, getting picked up.
Yeah, 23-12. This is, like, if this keeps going, by the way, like, if Zero Tenacity really get, like, wiped off the board or staked or something, like, I don't see how they recover the mental. Like, oh my god. Well, yeah, when Wootam's doing that kind of stuff to you, like, I'm not sure there is a way to recover the mental. God damn. That's insane.
That's where the coach comes in. That's where...
Oh, brother.
That's where the scrimming, that's where the, like, overall, the team cohesion comes in.
Nice.
When you fall into these giant gaps, it becomes hard. But, again, they went down -12 against Nemesis in that previous Slayer, and then slowly brought it back. We've seen a pause in terms of kills being acquired between these two. This map just split in half, and someone looking for an alleyway to begin. It's a 2-man effort here in control room.
Oh my god.
We'll at least get a trade on Mighties.
Bro, Seeker is 0 and 9. Like, the guy's just getting non-existented on this map right now. Like, every time he spawns, he just goes there. It's 31-14. Like, it's not even remotely close at the moment. And, not even for this map, but, like, even if they're gonna lose, like, Zero Tenacity, you gotta put in some fight. Like, I've gotta put up something. So at the end, you can say, look, we started out rough, but the finish was okay, or You know, like we worked our way back into it, like something. Like for Seeker, like got to find a kill, just literally a kill. Here we go, 0 and 10 right now with 4 assists. Can he find one? There he can't. Oh my god.
We're on baguette watch, gang.
Oh no, we're on donut watch, mate.
Well, we're hoping for the baguette.
Oh yeah,
that's what we're. Yeah,
the breadstick. Yeah, baguette. Yeah, nice. I like it.
He's got two baguettes just in the wrong column. Unfortunate for Sika. He's still seeking for that first slay. And Team Nemesis at this point may be treating that like a meme. They may be saying, you know what? Everyone dogpile Sika and just ruin this squad on the mental using a remote detonation.
Oh, that's a stick.
I think he got a stick. That's fantastic. So, oh boy. Nemesis, 42. Not 0 and 12 is Sika.
Oh,
this
no.
steak is going to be well done.
Oh dear. Yeah, look. You know, Zero Tenacity have come back, but they ain't coming back from this. Like, Nemesis need only 6 kills, and Seeker is 0 and 12. A stick, yeah, that's a stick as well. 46 to 25. I can't believe Seeker might genuinely about to get goosed. Oh my god, no. No shot he's getting goosed. Like, no way. They might even avoid getting staked as well. Alright, here we go. On board with Seeker. Oh, he's actually not going to get a kill, is he? Like, they're on 49. There's no way, right? Like, Jimbo finds one. 29 to 49. Does he actually... Oh, my...
Oh, no.
Oh,
he's the
no.
last kill. 0 and 14.
Oh,
Sika.
brother. Oh, man. Just
And a
been
steak.
goosed in a grand final. Oh, my God. That is... Look, I talked about mental after game 1, man. Like, that is...
Look, Tom made a good point. Most assists, though.
Yeah, true.
Yeah?
Oh, man, that is...
That's a team player.
Yoink. That is rough. Yeah, I don't really know how you come back from that. To be perfectly honest, like you got to have a break. Like you got to just like if I'm like it's 2.5K, right? Like not that far behind Chick if you think about it. But
yeah,
jeez, Louise. Look, Nemesis are not here to fuck about. Like let's be serious. Like 2-0 down. They've decided to turn it on. Like. They pull back the reverse sweep and the flag. They come out and they are just ruthless in that recharge Slayer. Like, there is no quarter given. There is nothing. Like, they will stake the second best team in Europe. That is, like, kind of unbelievable, actually. Like, more unbelievable, basically, than Seeker getting goosed is that you lost a 12-kill lead to this team to lose in a game 5, and then you've come out in a grand final and you've staked them. Like, if there was a bigger kind of point of intent, I don't know what it is.
I gotta wonder what kind of the thoughts, the process for Wonder Boy talking to Nemesis, because like you know you're like, hey, you know what? That's the challenge. That's who we have to go and beat. You've done it before. You got to do it again, and you obviously kind of lost who you know you are. Attitude. I talked to a separate guy, separate caster, and a separate title altogether. Ooh. And he was talking about letting someone know who you are through your actions, as well as a little bit of extra, you know, kind of competitive guff that you can give to them. You do that, you let someone, or you force someone to get a big old donut, get nothing in a Slayer. Slayer is the sweatiest and the most attitude-driven mode in the entirety of Halo. So... that may have just completed the what Nemesis needs to do to ultimately get this bracket reset. So Zero Tenacity, I need them to be tenacious. I need them to find that passion and light that flame. See what they can get from the coaching side, from the team side. It's a tough one.
Yeah, Kronos and Vector are gonna have to have some words, you know, just sort it out a little bit with these guys. Just also, why do you spawn in a sniper scope? Like,
that's weird.
What is that about? But look, I'm past. There's a lot of documented history about at least live fire and spawns, so don't worry about it. Right. It's about to be a trip cap, and I guess we're still on Seeker Goose Watch.
Hashtag soon?
Hashtag soon? Please?
It's currently 0-17 between 2 games. We'll see if this happens.
Yikers.
Team Nemesis with Woodham. Already on trip cap. B on lockdown. 250 to 0 now with Fraud Watch on high alert. It is now 0-18. Just put that in the lower corner somewhere. I don't know. Make it happen.
My God.
Good old producer. Oh,
it's like the death counter that you have, like, you know, when you're a content creator and you're like in Dark Souls or something, and you just got the death counter ticking up, like, brother. The man, look, I'm bad at video games, but you can't buy a kill right now, like, here we go. Oh my God.
It's just gone.
Oh, man. Look, it's genuinely, like, it's not something like that one. There we go. I was gonna say it's not something to laugh about, but jeez, man, it's tough out there. But it just speaks to Nemesis, right? Like how dominating they are right now. That like they're just stopping people even getting kills. Like the best players in Europe can't buy a kill against them. Is pretty crazy.
It's been difficult.
Look, 146 to 4. Hey, Zero Tenacity on the board.
Yeah, Team Nemesis, they definitely have been just in control for the majority of what was the previous game. Now walking into this game. Ooh, okay, so remote detonation happened. They're able to get rid of the camo man. Mighties pulling up tough. 20 points at least acquired here by Zero Tenacity. And Team Nemesis, they know that they've had them shook. They are shooketh. It is, you know, a 9 on the old Richter. And so with Z10 trying to fight back into this, the biggest thing that I need to see, just like you had mentioned before here, James, is that if we do go to a bracket reset, they have to show promise of a better series. But they can do that right now.
Yeah, and as much as, you know, it's a bit of a meme for Seeker, you just got to play yourself back into this, right? Like, they're getting widely smoked in this map, right? Like, it's 156 to 19. So, chances are, this map, yeah, I would never say that it's lost, right? Like, you don't... Like, I don't think it's ever lost in Strongholds. Like, we've seen 249, 250s before. Like, you know, that Slayer when they came back. Like, the mental fortitude is there. You just got to play yourself back into these games now. Like, play yourself back into some form. Even if you lose this, right? Like, be prepared that you are better and you are aware that you know you can do it. Just sort it out, and then next series, you just get on with it.
Yeah.
Oh, trip cap the other way.
Like business. Yeah, look, a trip cap for trip cap's sake, and now they're gonna force Team Nemesis to chase their tail. So, wow, okay, turn it on.
See, it's never over.
Dude went from nothing to a whole lot of something. He's got 7 and 10 right now. You're having at least that back hill getting challenged. C is at least getting tiptoed around. They'll see from low side tower. Team Nemesis, not suddenly a perfect entity here in Europe. They're trying to catch him just as he goes launching towards that commando spawn. Jimbo down checking with a couple of extra nades. And suddenly the fist fight has a new contender.
Yeah, B was starting to get taken. Will be reset though, so Team Nemesis will keep this score going. Like I said, 100-point lead, by the way. The lead was way bigger, but come back to 100. It is going to be Seeker leading the team in slays. We'll jump on this B site while Nemesis jump on C, so the conversion will happen. Nemesis will keep scoring. Chick gonna go down. Look, it's not about the stinker games, it's about how you strike back. And I tell you what, Seeker's done a great job so far to wipe that from the memory and bring it back. So, praise for the mental, my friends. Praise for the mental. But, speaking of mental, there is not a lot that Zero Tenacity seem to be able to do right now. Like, yeah, they're finding ways to get some points, but it's a 115-point deficit, and they've kind of been really exposed in these last 3 games. Apart from those first 2 minutes on that CTF, they've just been kind of dogpiled.
Well, I mean, you say that, but they have shown that they are taking several fronts on which they're going to play this. They went over to C, and then as that one was being completed, they immediately put some players onto A. So they've crested down to triple digits. Finally, C looks like it's going to be at least moved back upon. B is basically the lone linchpin between which now Z10 and Team Nemesis seem to be kind of flipping and ignoring. You're going to have that nice kill from low side mid. Points being acquired, and B is finally being sacked. So, half the team of Z10 out, same for Team Nemesis, the sniper in the hands of Chick. And if you ever have a player that's down and out and they finally get that first kill, that feels exactly what is going to be a spark to bring your team back in it. 2 big connections, 1 big kill, and they're trying to get this back in their hands.
Oh my lord. Chick. You know, we've seen what he can do on this map with a sniper. We've seen what basically every player on here can do on this map with a sniper.
Nice.
Yeah, it's going to be a trip cap towards Zero Tenacity, although C... Whoa, that was a connection as well. C does go across to Team Nemesis. 2 dead though. Oh, Chick. It's just filthy. Repulse as well. Will get taken down, but does get the trade. And it is going to be a trip cap. Glory going to be able to take this A site though to stop it. But Zero Tenacity are on the way back, mate. They're coming. Oh lord, they're coming.
They're trying. They're fighting tooth and nail for it. You know, we were playing the pity party tunes for Sika for a while. The dude is 15 and 16. He's going right back to land for him. Have one bad game, and we talk about memes. Well, guess what? He's going to be putting Team Nemesis to sleep if he has any efforts to be brought back. But it's 30 points coming up for Team Nemesis to ultimately close out this first best of 5. They have to do it again against their EU rival if they truly intend to take this open. That's going to be back to Z10. They're scoring from off of A and C, and guess what? B trip caps are on the menu.
Don't let your memes be dreams, my friends. A is taken by Team Nemesis to stop that trip cap, but Zero Tenacity straight on there as well to grab it. Trying to work out ways. That's beautiful from Seeker. Can he find another? It is a trip cap. They are on the way back. It's only like 50 points now. Every second it's closing and it's closing. Jimbo with a 2-piece. B starting to get taken to slow this down. Only 40 points between Zero Tenacity and Team Nemesis. And that B has been gotten off of, so it's still a trip cap. Although you can see C starting to get taken. If they can find a way to finish B as well, they are going to be in this lead then, which they will be. And every second now vital. Team Nemesis, they're almost in the kind of panic where you just need to finish this. You just need to close it out and be able to kind of move into a grand final reset. You do not want to give Zero Tenacity any momentum right now. You do not want to give them the hope of being down over 130 points and yet coming back and getting it done. Jimbo is going to find the snipe onto Tomb though. Is going to slide into this A site as well. Does have the snipe. Will miss the shot. Snipe drone finds Chick though. A gets taken. C getting cleared now for the side of Team Nemesis. Only 18 points. Jimbo goes down to snipe drone. Can he find the kill? Seeker pivots SLG. But A getting removed as well. And this could be a trip cap to finish. Not quite. Not quite. But 11 points the difference now. And yeah, Team Nemesis just trying to close this out.
Got to get at least one site. They're putting so many Spartans and so many players in so many different positions. They have a chance. 10 points, 10 seconds, 10 all. Chick with a flip of B. He's at least 1-1. He's trying to keep all eyes of Nemesis onto this midpoint because it's so tough to take over. They have to go and attack C. They have at least one. Stick. They might get that stick off the spike grenade. He does, but that cleared up C. B and C. We keep scoring. Now that's going to be, again, B being challenged. A is going to get flipped. Team Nemesis, they want to close this out. They have a chance to do so. And now can you just break open one of these key sites? 3 seconds left. They've got to get in B, and they'll start to flip it. Can they survive?
Oh my days, Chick and Mighty's the only 2 left alive, but they're not gonna do it. Team Nemesis, a 3-0 sweep. Get the brooms out. We're going to a grand final reset because of course we are. It's EU Halo. What else do you expect, my man? But that, the final scoreline, I will say, flattered Zero Tenacity, considering it was like 130-0. They got really close, right? Like, they really kind of put the sword to Team Nemesis at the end of that game. But yeah, at the end, 3-0 is not going to really say how close that first and third games were when you look back. But yeah, 23 to Wootum, 21 to SLG, 20 to Snipe Drone, all getting it sorted. And yeah, look at that, 6k damages kind of across the board. Jimbo 4.7, but Seeker, huge bounce back. That's exactly what you want to see, right? Like,
yeah,
it's a goose, goes to top scoring.
Yeah, and for everyone out there, we kind of we dog on some players in a fun and competitive way when we know that they definitely are and can do better than what is being showcased. 0-14, you're like, okay, that sucks, but it's supposed to be able to be laughed at. You wash it off the shoulder and you move on. Sika obviously did that, and so did Zero Tenacity. They had tons of fight left in that team, and though they did lose in an 0-3 sweep, they've proven that they could at least bring that fight closer, and Nemesis is going to start non-recognizing, okay, they've woken up. They started very fast in that CTF. They basically got slammed completely in the Slayer, and then after it was continuing on from that Slayer, they started really picking up where they left off, and then they brought the fight to them. But we got a bracket reset final to get to, and are we going break or not? We chilling? What are we doing?
I don't know what we're doing. I don't know. We don't have talkback today, so I don't hear anything from Prod, which is not great. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what the plan is.
Okay, so we're going
to go to a break. Oh
no, I think it says can continue. So if we're going to go. It was a 3-0 sweep, so hey, that was just 3. We could just stay on for this one. So,
yeah. King of the Hill live fire is what's up next, by the way. So more live fire, back-to-back live fires.
Okay.
Get the witch's broom out. Here we go. Live fire, King of the Hill, Aqua Slayer, Bomb Fortress. My fave. Wonderboy says a quick PC reset for Snipe Drone.
I can do that right now. We're just letting
Origin CTF and a live fire slash. I've not seen the Origin CTF today.
Origins. Oh yeah, we've done Slayers on Origin, but we've not done any CTF on Origin. So that'll be an interesting turning point, especially depending on what those next two go, because we got to see, what was it, the last time these two guys went to Aquarius, it was with Bomb, and that didn't turn out too well, but Slayer has again been a point of contention. And not only did we just end live fire, but you have a chance for 2 live fires if it goes to a game number 5.
Oh yeah.
So if you love live fire, my live fire friends are living large today.
Yeah, you got Strongholds, you got King of the Hill, you got a Slayer. Man, all we need to do is throw an oddball and boom boom boom.
Oh my god.
We had an oddball live fire earlier, right? Oh, we actually had a King of the Hill live fire in the lower semis as well. Man, we've had...
I think we got to see every version of live fire today.
Yeah, oddball live fire was winners final between these two teams, which Nemesis won 2-0. So, man, it's everywhere. Now you just need live fire, capture the flag. Boom.
Where would you put the flags? Would you just put like other ends of that mid-hole?
Garage, top tower, bottom tower.
Yes.
Back tower?
Yeah, I'm trying to think the most equidistant position for live fire. That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
As you can see, Snipe Drone missing.
Ah, okay. Well, I guess since they are, in fact, taking a moment, how about we do throw to a break? We'll go to a break for the moment, and whenever they get their reset happening, then we'll get you guys happening into this grand final reset here for HCS EU. Don't go too far. Grab a snack, grab some water. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Kind of like took to heart everything we said, and it.
Well, that's the
annoying.
thing. Like, there's no like Woman of Halo like there is now, or like whatever, where like people have like more like camaraderie and like support, like a support system.
Yeah.
It was just like you were a female on the game, and we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like
So,
gunning
like,
for each other.
right? Because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were mad about it, and like I think that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean, we were toxic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top, we were like entertaining the hate, and so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit because like we weren't going to take any shit. Like
midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of Optic Gaming of the FPL.
Play? No, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the Optic quote-unquote of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through the competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like as an e-girl coach, like that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. Like he has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows how to lead the e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite like moments of Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL, and who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen.
Underpass one shot. They suck. Go now. 2v2 one shot. 2 one shot.
Guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR. 2 in BR.
Play your lives. Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me now. They're pushing me now. They're pushing me now in basement. Push me now in basement.
Another one. Raptors.
I'm watching Nest. Hold this.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking.
Orange. Long haul.
Long call, guys.
Holy shit.
Let's go. Oh, what my god.
Victory.
Oh, they're joking.
Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL.
Name me a
Welcome
more
back, everyone.
We clearly didn't discuss.
We did not discuss anything.
We did not discuss that. Name a more iconic duo, Monkey Man, EU Halo, and Grand Final resets. I challenge you to find a more iconic one.
EU Halo and top 6 finish.
That's good. That's good. You know what really sucks, though, this year? Is that only top 4 get guaranteed major spots to the next one. So, RIP, if we'd managed one more map against Optic, we would have had 3 EU teams in pools for Dreamhack. Alas, we are stuck with only 2. Unfortunately.
Well, you know what? Either way, you get to see at least some of the best Halo in all of Europe happening right here, right now. And I love that no matter what, even if it was just a singular open that gets played for this for Dreamhack Dallas, you get both these teams going at it into a grand final bracket reset. We're on live fire. We're doing it big and bad as we try to get some good old looks at Team Nemesis. Do you think they're going to run through with another 3-0? Does Zero Tenacity take it back?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're being honest, like Team Nemesis has about all the momentum right now. So we're gonna see what Zero Tenacity can come up with. Can they come back? Oh my god. Well, Snapdrone doesn't want them to come back at all. It's gonna find, you know, about half a hill for Zero Tenacity before Snapdrone removes some faces. But man, I have to say, for those that weren't here for the grand final, you missed out. Team Nemesis just really dominated, and for Zero Tenacity, like we said about Seeker as well, right? Like playing themselves back into that game, got a lot of stronghold time as well, so it wasn't a complete shellacking. So yeah, I think they'll be a lot more positive going into this. Great nade from Jimbo as well. So yeah, I don't think this will be 3-0, but you never know.
Ooh, slide on by.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh!
What was that?
Get slammed.
That was like me practicing punching in the mirror. Just, and then they won that fight. 3 go down for Z10.
With the sound effect
Nemesis,
too, right?
Yeah, that's, I'm a professional.
That's your
everyone.
back.
Wow. All right, first hill goes. Zero Tenacity. They've already set up for later. C Plat is under fire, and wow, I mean, both these teams taking turns, taking naps, but also first steps on hill does not always dictate success.
No, that's very true. Zero Tenacity, first one on the previous hill, unfortunately not able to get it done. But yeah, it is going to be Zero Tenacity also on the second hill. Killing spree from Glory, though. It's taken down by Jimbo. The green gun does absolutely nothing, as Wootum will find that damage. Mighty's only one left alive for Z10. Or Z10, for our American viewers. And
thank you.
Yeah, I do what I can. And Team Nemesis... It sounds so weird in my mouth. Team Nemesis are on this, and that is a huge QT, by the way. Will he go back? No. Anyway.
No. I think there's about a 2 or 3 second delay wind up to try and get back to your original portal.
You know it hurts you as well, right? If you stand too close to the portal when someone comes through?
Yeah, you can actually get a kill off of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Someone blasted off the rock, maybe escape and come on back. So, Team Nemesis looks like they do have general tower control. One man trying to chase from behind them. And as they go up towards, they end up just kind of landing on that splash grenade. Snipe drone has not taken any quarter or mercy, as Zero Tenacity is just everywhere.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity everywhere, but Team Nemesis are on the hill. Was that a body shot as well? Sounded like it.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. They are going to push. I was going to say they're going to push into the hill, but Team Nemesis actually just score. So once again, Zero Tenacity first ones on the hill, Team Nemesis first ones to score. And I have to say, if I'm a Z10 fan, I might be feeling a little bit nervous, given Nemesis are now on a 3.5 map streak. But we can't forget what happened with the Forbidden CTF, though. So I don't think it's time for full panic just yet.
And also, we can't forget what happened the last time these two teams went into a King of the Hill. Remember, it was Team Nemesis. They went up 2-0, and then it was 4 in a row for Zero Tenacity. So very much is in the wheelhouse to drop down and be able to come back. But you can't play well from behind as the main thing that we talk about. Teams that end up like that, they're always playing from behind. Team Nemesis, you're going to shut this door for this third hill, and Zero Tenacity, they're going to try and bust it down with a flat foot kick.
A flat foot cake? I like it.
Cook.
I don't know. Okay.
Cook kick.
I don't know. I don't know what food you guys have.
Basically broke your ankle trying to kick down that door.
I feel it. Mighty's does find the headshot. Zero Tenacity, though, hoping to write the same script as before. They've seen it. They want to write the same thing again. Mighty's does find the kill. And it will be Mighty's who wiggles a bit like the windmills of the Netherlands. Does find a killing spree. And the double kill. And Zero Tenacity on the board. Mighty's has more kills than the rest of his teammates combined. By the way, Monkey Man.
That was the best math I've never, looked at. That was great. Yeah.
I'll do my best.
In combination, 13-14 now, and then it's just Mighty's running shop. And Mighty's is one of those guys that can definitely force a heat check against teams like Team Nemesis. He definitely has played alongside a lot of these guys before, and now against them, little quick tap, get a melee, trying to turn into the wall. If you don't move, they can't see you. Vision based on that movement, but they do see him either way. He's just living on just constant movement. Physics is just his middle name, and Mighty's is just being unchecked. Oh, he doesn't get the back tap, but he does get the assist.
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity have basically taken, I was going to say, this entire hill without Team Nemesis even getting a second, but Team Nemesis stopped them with 1 second to go. Mighty's just slamming people. It's going to get taken down by the long-range Hail Mary, though. You can see Seeker coming out the garage door. Or the garage door. I don't know, actually. Yeah, I think you can do both. It is going to be 2-2, though. And it's this deja vu. Deja vu. Because I'm feeling it, Monkey Man.
I know.
Deja vu.
This is, look, Zero Tenacity, look, again, something about it. They go down 0-2, and they come back and they tie you up. Now, remember, that fifth hill, the one that gets one of these teams 2 or 3, it was a toughie the last time that they were able to steal it out from Team Nemesis. It's going to be the same thing this time. Top mid, right where that F7 spawn comes through, and playing Doorman is glory. They've spread the kills across pretty much everyone. Mighty's has to continue being a slayer, continue being a serial killer to try and keep his team going. He'll get enough damage, big old wingman, to go alongside his near 20 bomb. But Zero Tenacity, they've got to get some hill time.
And that they will do. Team Nemesis got to stop this rot, though. You can't go 2-0 up twice and then lose King of the Hills. Like, you just can't. Like, Mighty's gonna find SLG. They gotta find the good push, though. Seeker goes down to 0 shields. He's gonna get taken down, but they're still on this mid-hill. And Glory and SLG, they gotta find a way to get in this hill, otherwise it's gonna be done. It is done. This is surely gonna be 3-2, and Zero Tenacity have come back again from 2-0. And there's Black Cats running all over Livefire, Monkey Man.
Bad luck for Team Nemesis. Something about these King of the Hills are so tough to deal with. They put the camo man. He's going to get some information as both of his teammates are running towards that A plat. They get a kill already onto Glory. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Sneaks and sneak. Get cutting out. A double kill maybe on the way. They go underneath the platform. And Team Nemesis has just been... They've been clinical until that third hill onward, and Zero Tenacity has found themselves a gut check. But this green B hill might be tough to finish out.
Yeah, don't forget, like, Zero Tenacity got on this hill. Oh my god, Mighty's is just absolutely on one right now. I was gonna say, like, don't forget that Zero Tenacity got on this hill at the very beginning of this game, and then Team Nemesis closed it out. What is Mighty's on, man? Like, wow, this dude is just absolutely tearing this apart, and I think this is over.
Oh, you say that.
Oh,
we've seen
I've said it before.
Some big comebacks. You've said it before. You might need to say it again. 3 fallout for Nemesis. Glory at least is keeping him honest. He's got to get back to this hill, and he's not going to get there. Zero Tenacity. They do it again. I hope that you like seeing good old rebounds and replays, because Zero Tenacity went down 2, came back with 4.
My god, like, to have that happen twice as well on 2 different live fires, like, that's crazy. Like, there's definitely something in the VODs that they gotta watch back, Team Nemesis, because to have it happen twice is kind of crazy. But Mighty's was just literally on one. Like, there's no other way to describe how that was, right? Like, 23 kills and 13 assists, like a double-double, if you will. And look, Jimbo 17 assists as well, like, just absolute bananas. If we look at damage, yeah, 6k damage for Mighty's. That's ridiculous.
He clears the next damage line by more than 1,000. That's insane. Oh my god.
Almost 1,500 damage more than everyone else's. Just ridiculous. Wow. But hey, we got Slayer up next, man. Slayer Recharge. The last time these two played a Slayer, the barbecues came out, and it was steaky steak time. So
Slakwa.
Slakwa.
Yeah, Slayer Aqua.
Oh yeah, sorry, I have the wrong map list. It is Slayer
It's all
Aqua. I saw the grand final map list. I was like, oh, that was the steak map. Slakwa is up next, and yeah, that's gonna be oi oi oi. Like, if you're Zero Tenacity, I think step 1, don't get staked. Step 2, try to win map. Step 3, something. Step 4, profit.
I mean, the good news is that this is a completely separate mental for this Zero Tenacity team. They went right back to what worked, and that's being able to kind of key up a lot of great communication. Jimbo doesn't have to be the Slayer. He doesn't have to be big. He does have to just kind of keep control of the map. And with 17 assists, that means he was getting great communication and finishes for the rest of his team. I wonder how much of a heroic moment that we will continue to see out of Mighties. Mighties is a menace. Team Nemesis needs to turn him tail if they can. They're going to get some extra information. Jimbo doing what he does. He's already getting a couple of assists, and I know he's going to get a kill out of it. See? Good opening comms.
You got to turn him tail, and they got to work it out. And it's going to be Jimbo a kill, 2 assists. Everyone on Zero Tenacity has a kill, and it's 4-0 at the moment. So, yeah, great start from Zero Tenacity. Just all the kills, everyone's down, easy done. And it's now 4-1 as Glory is going to find his way onto the board. Jimbo, with no shields, going to be forced to retreat. And yeah, Glory on one at the moment. Got 3 kills. Can he find a 4th as well? Not quite. We'll get the assist. Unfortunately, not able to trade. But look, at the end of the day, Monkey Man, Seeker's not goosing a Slayer, so we're all good. It's now Snipe Drone.
Fantastic. Yeah. Sometimes you just have a really bad game, and you have to completely throw that away. Easier said than done. We've seen it when it comes to just doing ranked. We've seen it when it comes to these pros having to play, you know, a sequential amount of games against a very tough opponent. But I'm glad to see the bounce back. Everyone out there in the chat as well, make sure you love on your team, the Nemesis or Zero Tenacity. You get to see the main squad coming up and rolling into the chat. So the rivalry is real, and it's happening in real time. Now Team Nemesis have taken this lead. Can they get this double kill and big trade out? No. So they will at least get 1. And so 1 is going to be equalized backwards. First 20 kills and the slimmest of margins in favor of Nemesis.
Yeah, 2 kills up, but we've seen Nemesis... Have Nemesis actually won a Slayer today against Z10? I'm genuinely not sure.
I mean, just the previous series.
Sorry, yeah.
Slayer?
Yeah, sorry. I meant, apart from that, yeah.
The stake of 014?
Sorry, I was just having a moment there. Wow. Yeah, it's been a long day, alright? I've had a lot on today. Jesus, that's terrible.
I thought you were testing me. I was concerned.
Yeah. I mean, yes, you have passed the test. Well done, Monkey Man.
Thank you. Oh, awesome. Cool.
Whee. Anyway. Oi. Alright, anyway, continue. 3 kill lead for Nemesis.
Nemesis is slowly drawing this one out. Now you have a completely symmetrical concept to have to fight through. You don't get any major power weapons because they decided that the heat wave ain't it. You do have the camo, and that just more so is for information throughout. No more OV to go with. That means the thrust kind of comes into play, and it's all about taking these 1s and 2s, but against 1s and 2s. +5 right now for Nemesis, and this is looking very feisty with the way that we saw it as their first and their second Slayer in the winners finals. Zero Tenacity playing from that backside base. Big slay, and again, it's just a margin of 4.
Yeah, make that 5 again. Glory in a 1v1 with Jimbo. Can hear him. He's going to get the reversal trade as well. So even they managed to clean each other up, and everyone a little bit more dead. Mighties has been on one, right? But needs to go to kind of nuclear levels, you would think, to kind of get this out of the bag. Team Nemesis gonna 2-piece Jimbo. He's gonna have Seeker provide the assist and get the kill. Snipe Drone does find 1, cleans up ahead. Nades flying about, grabs the camo super efficiently just as it pops up. 7 kill lead now for Nemesis. Wootum the first into double digits. And 2 dead for the side of Team Nemesis, but still a 5 kill lead, Monkey Man.
This is where the breaking point begins, though. James, you know, I've talked about it. We're in our 30s, and so are they. So when it comes to this point, does Team Nemesis begin to fold? Do they give up a little bit too much? Zero tenacity. They've identified there's at least a 1 camo guy up there, and Snipe Drone. This is fulfilling the information part of this ballad. 7-point spread now. Zero tenacity is starting to lose ground. Nemesis, they lose members, but they find immediate answers. And they're just 5 away from hitting that 40 mark, and that's when the real sweating begins inside of this Mjolnir armor. It smells funky after battle. SLG, we are right along this time around. They're trying to get back into this. It's bit by bit in this bite to try and get into this lead.
Ooh. Chick says, eat my French fists, as SLG gonna take him down in reverse. Yeah, 38 to 32. Make it 40 as Team Nemesis find 2 very quick kills. Wootum and Glory getting it done. Also must be said, kind of cool that Team Nemesis has 4 players from 4 different countries. Zero Tenacity, 3 different countries. So, yeah, it's cool. I like it.
Yeah. It's good old European Union out here.
Yeah, damn right it is. Meanwhile, imagine a united Europe. Who'd have thunk it? Wow, Zero Tenacity, 3 dead, and now Team Nemesis with an 11 kill lead.
Wow.
Should, I say should, because they've choked a biscuit before, should be able to close this out, but you never know, Monkey Man. Even off the back of a 2 KD Wootum. Oh.
Camo.
Oh, hello.
A gift. Ooh, piece of candy.
It is a gift. A gift to use against the foes of men.
Dobby has sock. Dobby slays.
SLG.
Master has given Dobby a camo. That's it, my friends. Camo or not, Dobby or not, 50 to 36. Look, it wasn't a stake, but in the end, again, not a close slayer.
Well, okay, you say that. At one point, like, we were within the 4 to 5 range for a lot longer. The ending form of that Slayer, you could definitely tell there was a completely separate way they played it. Maybe it's kind of give some credit over to Aquarius, maybe give some credit over to the team itself, and maybe the same on both sides, kind of bonusing with that. But they didn't put any brakes on, just gassed it up, kept slaying. They didn't take a moment of pause, and they didn't allow Zero Tenacity to have that chance to think. Look at the damage as well. Wootum was tearing through people. Really was a big proponent for the success in that Slayer.
Yeah, was very, very good, right? And you saw again, kind of Seeker a little lacking in the damage there, but you're right. Like, it was 31 to 25, and then suddenly Nemesis were at like 50 kills, and you're like, oh, so they just kind of stomped through that. Like, Zero Tenacity got, what, like 11 kills, and the time it got Nemesis to have 19. So, yeah, kind of right at the end, a fairly big stomp by Nemesis. Like, again, another, like, the 2 Slayers that Zero Tenacity have won, it was like 50-42, 50-48. Team Nemesis have got like 50-28, I think, and 50-36. Like, definitely way not as close. Oh, we're back with the bug map. Yeah, neutral bomb on Fortress. Objectively, I'll say it. Basically the worst map in mode.
I will say that the tiniest switch of pushing the site further back has helped out for giving more protection for the people that are planting, because you get kind of that depth on that like 45-degree wall. And you also kind of get that the non-armory side pillar of when you have to come up from basement. That works a lot better. So we got to see how this is going to go, gang. It's either going to be 12 minutes straight of nothing, or get to see how formulaic and scientific these teams can truly be to get into match point, and not just match point, but
open point for this road to Dallas Dreamhack. You get to see how that was working out with us here on Fortress. Let's rock and roll with the two tops of Europe.
Here we go. Nemesis in the red, Zero Tenacity, I should say. Team Nemesis, Zero Tenacity in the blue. Bomb has been taken already. Jimbo gonna repulse it away. Glory finds Seeker with the nade. Yeah, just a touchy start. Repulse up from Jimbo. It's gonna lay down a little bit of damage. Is gonna find the kill though. Onto SLG. The snipe drone here with the snipe. Puts Chick pretty succinctly into the bin, Monkey Man.
Very much so, and never what I think, or at least had previous thought other than for some CTF situations, that the repulsor utility would be so necessary for success of a game map mode combination on Fortress with bomb. It's so necessary to have any major movement, especially tossing it up into base, getting moving quickly. So Mighty's going to cover here from top blue tower. All of Nemesis is up, and they're just waiting for this bomb to come to them, but it's basically stuck out. See if he can waste some extra bullets. He throws one left in the bin. That'll be at least 3. Or no, that's just a good old 1 to have to work with. So, limiting the functions of Woodham by just a little bit. Oh!
Oy, yeah.
A little bit.
A little bit. Well, not really much, if we're honest. a really little bit. Yeah, 2 minutes in. No one has scored. I mean, I don't want to call it now, but I'm already scared of resets, you know? Like, this game mode just... I never get good vibes from it, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I can agree. I mean, it feels right now. It's the same thing that we see for, like, Recharge and playing into Oddball, playing into any of the original King of the Hill stuff. There's such a tedium of TDM going into a Slayer stance and basically seeing what you can do with it. Now, we do have Snipe Drone, possibly getting this plant off. Oh, okay, put the bomb down for a second, and then drop in skulls. See what they can do with this, having to survive. Oh my goodness, it's a tick away, and it will remain that way. That bomb is still in blue territory. They're trying to pick it up, and they will do so. Chick either has to toss it off that corner, or they throw it over the ledge.
He does neither. He just kind of leaves it on the ledge, kind of awkwardly. But I'm not sure that Team Nemesis are going to be able to get there. Maybe they are. Wootum with the jumping shots. Oh my god. Man's giving me, like, every time, severe motion sickness. Like, I always get told to turn my sense down, and Wootum's like, so my challenge is how high can I get it? I think the bomb, I should say, was touched. Jimbo getting sniped. Oh my god. SL Jesus. And the bomb is being armed. Jimbo there is going to get taken down. It is armed. It's done. Team Nemesis. 1-0. 4 minutes. Oh, 3 minutes, sorry, on the clock. And Team Nemesis, a glory triple kill. Can he find the over? No.
Still though.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, and it's again already arming. This is when you can set up the relay that Team Nemesis is so clinical about. They're trying to find yet another kill. They go for it. A killing spree for Glory.
Oh my god, it's 2-0.
They'll clear the board of Zero Tenacity. And that's another one. All right, you were saying you felt bad about it, but guess what? That clock is ticking for Zero Tenacity to get a hand on the rock.
Man, I really thought, you know, there was a lot of kind of chill going on, a lot of just, you know, I don't want to call them useless slays, like, you know what I mean, like slays where you don't feel like you kind of progress anything. But man, Team Nemesis have just been like, okay, now we'll just find slays, we'll find the bomb, we'll make this work. Like, we're suddenly 2-0 up inside a minute, by the way, which is kind of bananas. And yeah, it is going to be another kill onto Seeker. Wootum trying to find nades down here. The bomb, I believe, is up near the zone again. Yep. Oh my god, and Chick with the magnetism right there to get that kill. Bomb will be reset. I think they're just leaving it. I would if I were them. I wouldn't touch it. Just a freeway back to the middle, and off it goes.
All right, so we go back middle, and so far Z10 has struggled to kind of get an established control on Fortress. Team Nemesis, they definitely have a fantastic system, both CTF and Assault, whenever they're playing on this map, and you can tell that it's just scientific with the way they go about it. Ooh. It does move at least further into Nemesis territory, but now they just get to provide some Overwatch to it, especially winning their ones the way that Glory has. Glory taking on a Mighty's kind of role. That sidekick looks like a Luger.
Mate, doesn't it just? Like, I'm not super about that model, but you know what? It does work. It does absolute beans. Snipe drone. You can see trying to find a way to stop Zero Tenacity taking this bomb towards that base. Seeker's going to take him down, though. I thought it was actually going the other way, but Team Nemesis look like they're about to score again and close this up. Can they get it done? Chick with a beautiful double kill, and Mighty's is going to grab it, and the sniper take it out, take it away, lob it off the end, totally reset it, and man, they escaped with one right there.
Living by the skin of their teeth, trying to provide some Overwatch if they can. Wait, Mighty's is at least putting some extra pressure. They know that the bomb is going to be coming up from this basement side. They have to lay some damage down, put the 50 cal to work, see if they can get some level of presence in the back fortress, and they're getting tracked down, waste the rest of the magazine. So SLG, we're on board with them, and pretty demonic for a time or two. Staring at the floor, though, as they're being shot in the old tush cushion. So remember, the winner of this map will be walking away with at least tournament point. So that
and $1,125.
That's a pretty good amount. Hey, add that to the old the snack fund when you go to the open.
That's a lot of Texas barbecue.
You say that barbecue is expensive. Okay.
Yeah, 5 people, $1,000.
I guess. Yeah. I think you underestimate how much these guys can eat, though. Or is that just American terms? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but this is EU, so of course it's going to be American things.
You're right. Maybe they'll share.
Yeah, who knows, right? There's there's what? For 11 people from these two teams, 2 coaches for Z10, coach for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, that's like a $100 barbecue plate each. Okay. All right.
All right. Again, a lot of barbecue.
That's like 2 ribs per plate.
That's like 2 ribs. Oh my god, don't even.
I used to work at a barbecue restaurant, okay? I know. Ribs get fat.
I've never been to Texas, all right? Like,
one day.
HCS, call me. Oh dear. Right, 4 minutes have gone by the way, and neither team has managed to put the bomb. In fact, Team Nemesis have been the closest to closing this out. Callie is saying $100 a plate, you might get Korean barbecue. Still good.
I mean,
still good. I'll
Korean
take
barbecue is also delicious. It's a whole separate vibe, though. A whole different thing. Yeah. Which I suggest, though. You eat Texas barbecue like one time, then go do something else. Promise.
Save your
like having a baby.
Save your like heart and respiratory system.
I gotta breathe. Glory trying to survive underneath this blue tower. Not gonna happen for too long. Team Nemesis goes halvesies. I don't know where the hell this bomb went. Oh, it's in red base. All right.
Yeah.
So that's actually where they're gonna aim to keep it, but I think that they have one player up underneath that basement.
Wootum. Laying down some damage. There are 2 players down there. Killicit. Oh, what a nade. Just Kobe's it. Jimbo. Oh. Wait. Did that bomb not arm?
Coming for like a second.
Dude, I thought that was... Okay, well. Mighty's, again, finding multiple kills. Has literally 1 HP. And that bomb is reset. Oh, tragedy for Z10. Tragedy for SLG's face as Mighty's just removes it. 2 minutes 40. Man, how many bullets does he have in that sniper? What? He picked up like double snipe.
Yeah, I think he picked up someone else's. Yeah. So he's like, all right, I need to just have 3. There's no reason for me to have 8 to 10 in this one thing.
Yeah, that's just asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Americans fighting in Twitch chat.
Hey, look. Never asked me to go to Ohio to get the CPU. Doesn't matter.
Oh, it's done.
3-0. Yeah, that's Team Nemesis. They walked it up from bottom side mid.
Damn.
And now Team Nemesis has unlocked tournament point as we go into map number 4.
Oh my days. That was... I mean, in the end, it's going to show 3-0. Voila, in red. The same, but in red. Yeah, I mean, the scoreboard's not going to show it as particularly close, but I feel like that game was a lot closer. I mean, there was a 1 minute stretch where Nemesis scored twice, and then Zero Tenacity, like, had a shot. Look, 6k, 6.5 for Chick, like 6.7 for Glory, another 6 for Wootum. Like, I don't feel like Zero Tenacity were that far behind. They just had, like, literally one opportunity in 11 minutes.
Yeah, and that's because it's so difficult to navigate around that map. The bomb is very heavy. You have to really get the repulsor to kind of make it work. And then if you just never get those chances, it feels like you kind of get buried, especially over the reset stack when getting slayed. And that's why they opt to throw it from that left side corner and say, screw this bomb. I'm not going to, carry reset it. I'm just going to chuck it to, off the castle. So completely understand. And it was closer at the end. We had a lot of defense that was getting played out of Zero Tenacity. Well, now we got to go over into our fourth map. Could be the final map. It's going to be some CTF Origin. And here's my fear. This one could be done in about 2 minutes. Because you get Team Nemesis. They sprint on this map, dude. And if they get a hold of what they need on both those outside lanes, they will spin cycle this.
Yeah, if they get rocks and snipe, like, this could be pretty bloodbathy. Like, we've seen like this map and mode go so quick. Not just like with these two teams, but like you've seen some extremely quick CTF Origins. Like, it can really go, and that's like incredibly scary. Like, if that's Slayer, right, in the first grand final where Z10 got kind of taken apart. Like, if that kind of happens, like that kind of start or that start on Strongholds where it was like 125-0, like this game is just gonna be done. Like, there can be no. Like, Z10 cannot have a slow start because there's not even going to be a mid-game.
Callie asking, are
Nemesis
fans called Nemrods?
Nemrods. All right.
Think that's the right.
All right, you Nemrods. Get in here.
No. What? I don't know what Zero Tenacity fans would be called.
Zeddies. Surely.
Zeddies? So the Zeddies and the Nemis. All right, well, we got rocks online for Glory. That's already bad news for Zero Tenacity. Here's a rock to the face for Sika, and make it another one. They give their life to clear half the board. Mighties is defending from the fortress, but catches one through the Mjolnir. So, Team Nemesis, they lose at least trying to get this first cap in the first minutes.
What?
So they're gonna have to. So they're not gonna get the 4-piece or the 4. Was it a 4-play chess checkmate? They're gonna have to do the long haul.
Yes, the 4-move checkmate.
Yeah.
But speaking of, Glory, gonna make the first move. Technically grab the flag inside the first minute. Gonna need to find kills though. Seeker is gonna take him down. But yeah, the Zeddies and the Nemis.
Hello.
That's the map overview, just in case you've forgotten.
It's a cool overview.
Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of sick, I'll be honest. But look, there's a lot of buttons. All right, I don't blame Infinite. It's his first time. producing for us, and there's the control. She has a lot of things going on. So
shout out to our producer showing up today, doing a lot of great work for all you guys for literally the last like 8 to 10 hours. And
yeah, that man trial by fire, I think, is fair to say. Seeker finds a kill. Seeker finds a double. Can he find the triple? Nope. It's going to be the push in.
It's such a difficult way to navigate this map because if you aren't winning that lane flat out, then you have to take these weird trench runs, and then you're basically just getting caught from 2 flank sides. It's so difficult. Now you see this flag attempting to get passed out, and it's getting pulled by Z10. They're gonna have to get him in this dead gulch. They were waiting for them to get chased. They actually get it continued on. That's a chance for Zero Tenacity to get this first cap if they can. They're running over that top mid of bridge. They may just get all the way to the goal line. Can they get it capped out on that platter? It is in back base, and they're trying to recover it now.
Oh my days. It is going to be the pullout as well. The flag's gone back. Oh man, Zero Tenacity so close. But Nemesis just getting it done. See ya later, alligator. Jimbo is going to get taken down as well. And this should be a 1-0 to Team Nemesis, who go one step closer. And you talked about it. They've got Snipe and Rocks, Monkey Man. That's a problem.
As soon as they saw that flag getting stopped, that pullout game was strong. Able to get that one pull just on top of the bridge.
Sorry.
And Zero Tenacity ended up just surrendering it out. Now they're trying to do it again. There is still 1 rocket left, I believe. It will be picked up by a teammate. Now it's picked up by at least a dead Spartan. So melee trades. Sika has a chance. He's going to try and put some damage top yard. We get on the overlook there. We will be tied in just a moment, so that's a great rebuttal. They wanted to start with this one with the cap, but they're at least going to answer 1 for 1.
Yeah, very, very strong pull-out game there for Zero Tenacity, managing to get that flag out and getting it capped as well. Look, he's going to have a back smack. Snipe drone. Ooh, finds a great kill onto Chick as well. That is nasty. Of course, both teams locked in for Dreamhack. I believe, by the way, that if whoever wins the major qualifier, let me put it like that, I think they're in the same group as Shopify, which feels incredibly rough as a top 6 team.
Does. This one feels better if they can get the double thing on boats. Trying to protect themselves. They know there's someone. They thought there's someone. They're right near that flag. They're going to go from top end, but here's the problem. They actually will pull flag at the same time as they're recovering it. They track them down from just over that archway. They do get a trade. Several falling out for both these sides. This is as scrappy as we have seen today and about as even right now, James.
Yeah, damn. 1 apiece. Yeah, this is probably the closest that we've got. Just laughing at chat because I have the mental age of a 12-year-old. Jimbo, he's going to pull this flag, though. Here we go. Once again. Oh, that is a perfect with the commando. But he's the last one left alive, so I don't expect him to live very long. Snipe drone going to take him down.
Enemy flag returned.
And you can already see Nemesis starting to run this flag. They've trapped Zero Tenacity on the opposite side of the spawns. And this flag, I think it's just going to be 2-1 before they can do anything about it. Oh my god. So efficient from Nemesis. 1 flag away, Monkey Man, from sewing up a reverse sweep grand final and getting it done. And that should be another kill, and it is. He's getting shot in the back, though. Got to watch the back shots.
Yeah. Otherwise, you get splattered on the wall.
Yeah.
Team Nemesis. What was funny is that they had 1 member up for Zero Tenacity, and I swore that he had taken down the main threat that was on his base. Apparently, there was multiple. Zero Tenacity is living on a very razor-thin edge of difference right now, because if they make any more errors at all, Team Nemesis will be able to capitalize on this. So Zero Tenacity knows that this next big fight could be the last one for them. They got to force a game number 5 here of this matchup. Sika recovering his shields. He's going to repulse. Oh, he's actually going to thrust away. Doesn't want to deal with none of that. And he knows some extra damage is coming in from both front and side corners. Jimbo's making the call that they are all staying in base. And he's going to sneak in. He's going to use a check nade just to see if they'll come back by. And he's going to run this flag out.
That he is. Gonna grab it, Seeker. Gonna try and go around with the cover of Snipe. The Snipe ends up with no shields, though. Both flags are out right now. We're in a flag off Mighties with a double kill. And it is gonna be Wootum that takes down Seeker. I appreciate the chow. It's a good option right there. Chick gonna get taken down. Jimbo does find the return onto Wootum, though. Sidekick here. It's gonna be the trade.
Oh,
it
boy.
is going to be 2 apiece with 4.5 minutes to go. The Origin flag is living up to the hype between these two teams, I can tell you. And flag has been taken, though, and stopped.
Oh!
Jim.
Okay, Jimbo.
Oh, hello. Oh, my God.
Crispy with it. That's also a threat. They got rid of at least one. I know Nemesis usually brings the pairs. Has to be able to take down this fight. They cannot re-engage off of that thrust. And unfortunately for them, they do fall in the ditch, but they weren't really in an optimal spot to really kind of pivot from. Sika and Jimbo both down. So Team Nemesis is going to push up as far as they can. Chick is under enemy territory as they will take rocks. This has been rocks for Nemesis every single time. I don't think they've seen Z10 with the chance to really use it. They're going to throw a rock, and they will have one more if anyone wants some bonus bucks down in the dirt. But this is going to be a pull. Zero Tenacity. They can end this right here. They're going to try and chuck this one when no one can get to him. Snipe drone. He escapes. He's going to preserve some of his shield. This is going to go down in the corner. Team Nemesis a step away from being able to end this series.
Oh, and it's going to be so close, though. Look, the rush for the flag. This may have cost them. Hold on. Snipe drone is the last one left alive. The flag's been returned. 3 minutes 14 left on the clock. Maybe this is how Zero Tenacity get in. Chick gonna go down. Mighty's gonna grab this flag though. Seeker does find one. He's gonna get taken down. Flag's gonna start to get returned. I'm not sure. Oh my god, have Nemesis just thrown this? Nemesis may have just thrown this really bad. Mighty's here. He's gonna try and get around this. Chick's gonna be there though. Nemesis, they gotta get back, but I'm not sure they can. Oh my god, Wootum. Wait, no! Observer, what are we doing? The flag's gonna get pulled, but I don't think that's enough. It's just SLG and Snipe Drone, and we should be going to a game 5. This should be game 5. It is. Oh my god.
What? Oh, all of a single panel that they had to jump by to get away, and then a last gasp effort from out of Nemesis. They couldn't get it any further than that. Job well done. To be able to get that 3-2, the gut check for Zero Tenacity. We go to a game 5 bracket reset to try and find out who in the world wants to be the best in Europe. Zero Tenacity is showing up today. The mental boom is gone.
Deary, deary me. You could see Nemesis just throwing themselves one after the other at that flag, and you kind of knew right there, you know, 6k for SLG, 6k for Jimbo showing up in a huge way, but you just knew, like, as soon as they did that, like, it was over. Like, if they hadn't rushed at that flag one by one, they would have, like, who knows what might have happened, but they would not have lost. Like, put it that way. Like, they would not have just straight lost right there. So yeah, just a fumble in the mental, like got a little too hungry, a little too greedy, wanted to end it like right there, and then one by one they die, and then suddenly we're in a game 5 Slayer. And the Slayers have been 2 apiece today. Yeah.
They have been. So, what kind of Nemesis, what kind of Z10 is going to show up today? Because you've seen how the comebacks have happened. The problem for Zero Tenacity is that they've always, except for maybe the first, let's call it 10 or so kills of the Slayers, they've always started from a deficit. Yep. That means, if you kind of look at the history of it for this this Nemesis group, that they should feel fairly confident about establishing that. But we're going to live fire There's an S7 out there that someone wants. We're going to see the camo come up as well. I mean, James, do you run with history, the hot hand, the recency? Does Z10 run back into your thought as maybe being able to take this one?
Man, if I'm Nemesis, I'm kind of okay with this because we've staked them and then they got 36 kills. So, you know, yes, they threw a game 5 where they were like 12 kills up and lost 50-48. That's kind of how we ended up in this entire mess in the first place. So I think Nemesis are gonna really lock it in. If you're Z10, man, you have nothing to lose right now. You know you can be 12 kills down and still win a Slayer. You've just pulled one out of the bag that you went 2-0 down. You went 2... Yeah, it was 1-0, 1-0, 2-1, 2-all, 3-2, right? So, you know you can pull these kind of games back, but... Yeah, it's been a long day, my friend, for all involved. So let's see if, you know, because Nemesis have played an extra series, even though it was a 3-1, like, does that kind of play with them a little bit? We'll see.
Yeah, and also just knowing that you were kind of at the line, you got to think there was a chance if maybe a single player slowed down, played off a call from a teammate, anything happening. Is it playing by instinct at this point? Just it's Slayer. You have to bring that serial killer mindset and get hungry for it. Do they go in those 1vx's or do we see the combination plays? We've seen them. It was that game 5 throw where they sent 1 into a den of 4 Spartans and it wasn't great. So can they keep the mental? And that's both sides. If this starts off way hot like we saw in that Steaktacular, then I worry a lot for Z10. For Nemesis, they know that a lot of pressure exists. That obviously that they performed very well when they went to the Arlington Major, and you just like you mentioned, they got here first, and then they got 3-0'd. But Z10 is like, okay, you know what? We're still trying to improve. Whatever happens here, we're down for. And that means there's a lot kind of less weight, but there's still a moment that they have to answer to, and it's this game.
Yeah, I'm hearing Glory had a reset. That's why we're here. That's why we're waiting. But yeah, what a man. Yeah, I know. I agree. Like if it's another Nemesis 22-8 against Z10, I think there's gonna be some problems, right? So we talked about 30 being not only as us older people kind of what our age begins with, but also the kind of time where some teams just go to sleep around 30 kills in a Slayer, right? So it's time to see, our Nemesis going to push on? Are Zero Tenacity going to wipe away the last 2 Slayers and remember back to when they won? Because, Live Fire, they were 2-0 down in Hills and got it done. And yeah, they've kind of, it's not been very close. The middle 2 games, they realistically pulled one out of the bag. Nem pretty through that Origin, if we're honest, by just rushing that flag as fast as they possibly could. So yeah, can Zero Tenacity use that and them gonna bounce back? Who bloody knows, mate?
Yeah, and again, like we mentioned, we do have a player that's currently doing a PC reset, so that's why we're just chilling with you guys. We do appreciate everyone that's been here with us throughout the entirety of today, or if you're just now joining us, well, guess what? You joined at the best possible moment. European HCS in a grand final bracket reset in Game 5. Can't imagine a better moment to really showcase the top 2 titans of this region. I want to see who's going to be putting it all out there, and I hope both these teams really do give their best and final efforts, because this is the last possible game today. We're going to reset that lobby, and we'll come back to it in just a second, making sure that everyone gets joined up. It's been, was it 7.5 hours? That's a long time for all these. Actually, it's been even longer than that.
9.5.
9.5. Look, that's how long. I missed my nap time, okay?
Papa missed his nap time, it's tough out there. But yeah, we're almost good to go. Mate, what's your prediction? We've reached the final map, the final countdown. What's your prediction?
I say, all right, with the way that's happened today, we've seen kind of literally everything. We saw a very kind of inch-by-inch battle that happened in the first layer. We saw basically a mental bomb that happened in the second. The third one, I mean, can't even talk about it. It's just basically wash it away. The fourth one was actually kind of standard, 25-31 at one point, and then they just sprinted away. I think we get about dead even in the 40s.
Ooh.
And then you have a breakout of about 5 or so slays, and then, I mean, whomever's taking that one wins. I think that's where we end up.
All right, but who do you think is going to win?
You want me to say it?
Yeah,
all right.
I do. Come on.
Man, every time I call something it gets cursed. I'm saying Z10. Let's go. Game
All right.
5, bracket reset. I'll be on Z10's side.
Biased
you a Nemesis
caster.
gang?
I think biased. I think so. I think Nemesis can, you know, based on the last 2 Slayers, I think that Nemesis can close this. But man, it's been so tough to call. And goodbye, sniper rifle.
Smart call.
Oh,
by
and
Jimbo.
goodbye, snipe drone.
2 snipes just went off into the water. All right. Ooh. QT to check things out. Glory getting at least a view, and he comes back to finish the job. Oh,
How
getting
is that
a double as well.
Back smack. What? He like slid into him. Triple? Oh. No. I lied. Oh man. Is it me or does Snipe Drone's emblem look like a middle finger?
I think that might be the point.
Yeah. I've been staring at it like a lot of games now, and
Yeah. I think that we are missing a few pixels that would make it look like that.
yeah. Ooh, Jimbo double. Team Nemesis 1 kill up. Uh-oh. I don't want to say it.
I know you want to say it.
Yeah. It's too early. Okay, there we go. There we go. Seeker double kill. We're not on a goose watch, guys. Don't worry. No gooses here. Nope.
Yeah, I think
Too many of them for
gooses,
one day.
In fact, it's not going to get cooked. You get one good goose, and then that's about all you get for the holidays. Oh, that's 2. Can they get at least... That was a great zoning spike grenade because they forced him to have to step back as his teammate went in, and then he just fed the beast.
Nom 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 nom. Or if you're Nemesis, nem 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 nem.
And if you're Zero Tenacity...
10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10.
That sounds like a terrible truck that's trying to move.
10 10 10 10 10. Yeah. Or, you know, a group of judges after a great dive. 10 10 10 10.
They say it out loud?
I don't know.
They might. I don't know. 2 minutes
Who knows?
and more into this game number 5. This is slowed completely. No kills. Everyone's just peeking at each other. Oh. Catch him just a little bit too far up. Sika doesn't want to give themselves away. They know that there's too many red enemies right in front of them. Looking like Red Dawn. They will get the mark assist as well. So now, I mean, Team Nemesis, they're getting at least forced to spawn in uncomfortable places.
They are 16 to 13. No. Yeah, this is close. Glory. You know, no one wants to give away like. That one's not gonna bounce. Sniper's there. If Team Nemesis can go get it, but not even a trade actually. Jimbo just gonna kill and get away. Seeker as well. Mighties finds Wootum. 19 to 16 to 0 Tenacity. Almost 4 minutes gone. SLG does find Seeker though. Glory finds Chick. Now Team Nemesis bringing it back as SLG gets Mighties as well. So 19 apiece. This is this is as close as it can be right now, Monkey Man. And the answer, Callie, is no. No.
Well, most of these guys assume they have a frag. They don't expect that. They kind of forget that they used it already, and then, you know, there's your plasma, there's your spike, just kind of suddenly coming out of your hand. Someone bring back, what was it, the fire grenades? Please bring those back. I love those.
Fire grenades?
No one. Yeah, incendiaries.
Okay.
Never used. Did you not like them?
Nah.
Wow.
Sorry.
See, I'm one of those guys. That's fine.
That's
23 all. We're literally about to be in the midpoint. quick little jump to take over tower. Jimbo is at least aiming for information. He sees some, but a couple of his teammates go down, and now Team Nemesis starting to get a little stretch.
Yeah, gonna find a couple of kills. You can see a snipe shot going into garage as well. Yeah, just everyone running a little awkwardly, like Wootem, like this spot by Glory here as well. It's just a 3-kill lead right now. Seeker. Just looking for someone to shoot. It's going to get shot in the back though. And yeah, 4-kill lead for Nemesis, and this, it must be said, Monkey Man, last time was where Nemesis just put foot to floor and absolutely dominated Z10 for the rest of the map. So we're going to have to see what Zero Tenacity can do to try and keep up.
It's the exact same margin from what we had in that previous Slayer. Zero Tenacity, last time that we did see them come back, they did kind of get themselves gathered. Live fire allows that to happen. Team Nemesis can't quite run, stop, and shock on them. They have to be forced to kind of take the ebb and flow and the way that they want to come out of these different spawns. Zero Tenacity is stuck over in garage. Still about 4. Nemesis can't quite ramp things up. They'll have a turbine fight that's going down, only up by 2. What was I telling you? This is going to be as close as it can be to around that 40, and something's suddenly going to burst. We are at 66 kills, half on either side.
Ooh! Glory, the back smack and the duck away as well. Oh, the stick! No way was that not a stick. What? That looks... Oh my god, that looked like a stick so hard. That's incredible, that wasn't. Rip right there. 36-35 to Zero Tenacity. So at least it's not going to go back the same way that it did. Zero Tenacity with a 2-kill lead right now. Make it 3 as Seeker finds a great kill and gets away. Zero Tenacity doing a great job of not being traded. You know, finding ways to, you know, just find kills and not be traded at all. Chick gonna go down. Glory does find Mighty's. Jimbo, he's there. There's a spotter as well. Metal flying around. 40-38.
Uh-oh.
You talked about both teams getting into the 40s. And here we go. 2 kills in front for Zero Tenacity. And man, what... Now how slow is the game gonna get?
I mean, they're still poking at him. Oh, that one was a peek too far. Still 2 points. 41-40. Look, I'm a freaking medium, man. I know how these games are played. We ball on these roads and streets. Woodham is gonna have camo. He's gonna run alongside Glory. They're gonna be hopping around trying to get that double shot happening from topside mid. Zero Tenacity does not want to give up this lead. In fact, they extended by 1. All off of Keydor and have a welcome sign, and it's this elbow. We're all tied up again. Team Nemesis. Woodham still has camo. They don't want to go near him. They're aiming to get that QT for ZT. See what can happen from here.
Oh my lord. 43-43. Camo gonna run out. Where's Wootem going, actually? Like, back window. Jimbo with the plasma pistol. Just trying to work out. It looks like they are going to get the push in. They've seen him in garage, but oh my god, 2 dead for Zero Tenacity. Oh my god, it's 3 dead. It's 46-43. It's just Mighty's left alive. Oh my days. The push in from Zero Tenacity amounts to nothing, and now you can see the hunt is on. Seeker gets a kill, though. Team Nemesis got to be careful. You remember what happened last time? They went hunting 1 by 1 into a 4 stack and just died every single time. Chick goes down 47-44. What can they do here? Look at the push coming in from Nemesis. This could be the final push if they can get it right. But Jimbo finds Glory. Trying to go back. Jimbo at the scoreboard. They're going to try push in. Chick goes down. 2 kills for Nemesis to secure it. But we've been here before. We've been here when Nemesis have been 2 away, and Zero Tenacity have finished this game out, and look how slow this is right now. 2.5 minutes. They spot someone at the overlook. There's someone down to no shields as well by sandbags. They're dropping down, but where are these Zero Tenacity players going? Team Nemesis, they don't want to go too fast, but the stick, Wootum gets the backsmack. It's 49-46, and Team Nemesis, are they about to do the grand final reset win? Chick, he's on an island out here. He's trying to work out where they are. He has got a teammate. But where is Team Nemesis? Where are they? They can't even see them on this map. They're searching. They're looking at all the angles. Camo, about to be up in 10 seconds. Will Zero Tenacity try and push this camo? They need just 4 kills, whereas Team Nemesis need 1. One singular push could get this done, but Team Nemesis, they've just got to find enough damage to kill 1 player, and they will take home this grand final reset. Oh my god, Jimbo with the overextension. He's going to get away. No, he's not. And SLG closes, and Team Nemesis, it's 50-46, and they are your HCS Open 4 champions. They were tested. They were driven to the depths of their resolve. But once again, Team Nemesis, they're undeniable, Monkey Man.
Oh, inevitable, some might say as well. Ooh. 2 times. I mean, that last one can be forgiven because you're looking for information. You're trying to find where they are, and whoever sees who first is going to be the one that ultimately was going to be the winner of that. And the problem was it was a play-making overextension. That 43-46 mark, there was just too much of Zero Tenacity that was kind of de-linked. That 2-1 spread of green and top overlook just fell apart. 4.9k damage out of Chick, but it's the 3-2 that matters the most for all of this. A great kickback to force their way into a game number 5, and it's as close as that. I know my freaking Halo, man. I call that last little score line. Oh my gosh. Double done over to Nemesis, as they will be your Open Series champs.
Yeah, another Open Series, another win, but geez, that was not easy. No. I also believe that it was actually the opposite way round as well. So like in the winners final, Nemesis won map 1 and 4 and lost. And then in the grand final reset, Zero Tenacity won game 1 and 4 and lost. So, boom, role reversals. But guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us for the last, where are we at? Like almost 10 hours. We will be back next week. EU HCS Major Open Qualifier. I don't think it's technically a Major Qualifier. Winner goes to Dreamhack to play SR. Second place goes to Dreamhack to play someone else, and third place goes to an open bracket. So we'll sort that out. But guys, I've been Captain James Force. This has been Hail Monkey Man from Seal, NPX, Deimos, Meg, and Infinity. Thank you from all of us. Have a wonderful evening. Go check out LVT. I'm sure we'll send a raid over there for some NA Halo. You've been awesome. We'll catch you next week. Thank you very much. Peace out.